everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's to the once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? What do people like, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hypnotist. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
Challengers of Asia Pacific, I call upon you. Give us your energy with might and grace. Show us the way to becoming the master of your fate. This is it, the calling for which you've been waiting. Be the champion you truly are. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
The APAC region saw its greatest go head-to-head in Stage 1 as they aimed and took their shot at qualifying for Masters. And now, it's time to run it back and do it again. It's time again for the Pacific's rising tide to create fearless waves. As the passionate APAC fans gather together to watch it reach greater heights. Together, we will witness the relentless and heart-pounding action as APAC's best rack up kills and beef up the stats. With every aggressive swing, strategic plant, and patient retake comes flawless gun skill and agent mastery. Be swift and make them fear you on land and air. Gather info and provide your team with a vantage point. And take down your opponents with precision and finesse. It all comes down to the final 8 teams from the 8 different regions and one shot at the APAC crown. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to the beginning of the end. This is the final day of the APAC Knockouts. Today we will be determining who will reign supreme across the region and who will be representing us on a global scale. I'm Likeable and I will be your host for today. I am joined by our lovely panelists over here that are Fluffy and Trix. This is the end. This is the day that we've been waiting for, you guys. Trix, I gotta ask you, how excited are you to find out how APAC will end?
I'm so excited. We already know that Paper X has made it through. They're going to go to Masters, but it is one more game left, and that's XERXIA versus Team Secret. And I love both of these teams, especially XERXIA. I'm glad they're back.
Knowing that the culmination of this region's VCT is coming, it's kind of chilling. I literally feel goosebumps right now. And although I must admit that I also feel goosebumps whenever I see these phenomenal gameplay, I can't wait. So why don't we go ahead and let's have a look at yesterday's highlights and relive the chilling moments that happened yesterday. Alright then, Fluffy, we are starting with Onyx G versus Alter Ego, which looked like a repeat of the Indonesia Challengers Grand Finals, with a little bit of a twist with Alter Ego taking Fracture.
I mean, this game was really explosive. It really went the full distance as well, showing the form of both of these top teams. So at the end of it, Onyx G did take it. Elmi Moore especially tried his hardest to keep his team in the fight. Well, on the side of AE, they'll be always with that amazing fragging potential has really shined. But at the end of it, only one can win, and Onyx G does take it.
Onyx G, solid performance. It's always something to watch these guys. But over here on Fracture, Trix, XERXIA Esports versus Bleed Esports. This was a map rather, that we did not expect to see this day.
It was a bittersweet series, wasn't it? Having Bleed coming in from the play-ins, and we love watching them. They have improved so much, and of course there's your connection to them. But XERXIA at the end of it, really waking up, coming online, taking that icebox to overtime and closing it. I feel like I finally saw the XERXIA I've been waiting for.
Oh, definitely. And of course, Fluffy, Paper Rex versus Team Secret. We were all waiting for this series, but in the end, my goodness, Paper Rex is just on a whole other level.
A whole another level indeed, especially on that bind map for the second map for the series. Paper Rex really showing their mastery of how they can play that Yoru Team Secret did try it as well, but it seemed like with the combination of Breach and Fade from Benkai and Devi, Forsaken was just able to make so many amazing plays, ending up with that 4.0 KDA against a great team like Team Secret. So hopefully, Team Secret learns and takes a lot from that moving on to today, because the pressure is on for them as they will be fighting again for that second seed.
Yes, they will be. If they're able to proceed later against XERXIA Esports, then that's going to be an amazing day for the Filipino fans. Now, of course, for the final series yesterday, Trix, XERXIA Esports versus Onyx G. XERXIA just waking up from that previous game, dominating against Onyx G over here.
Yes, XERXIA, I believe we can all agree, showing that form that we've missed seeing them on. Seeming that they weren't really coming online for quite some time until really that Icebox mat. And we could see just the movement, the team play, the decision making, all of it was starting to come together, and it was fantastic. I'm hoping Team Secret is bringing out their A game today, but I also hope XERXIA wakes up a little faster for this one.
Oh, I hope so too. We're still up pretty early right now as well, so hopefully the gamers out there are used to this schedule. Chilling moments indeed. I'm getting a little bit more goosebumps right now. Yesterday was amazing, but knowing what's about to go down today is just making me chill even more. Now, before we do get into the meat of today, let's take a step back and remember what it took to get to this point. Sacrifice upon sacrifice, dedication, and mastery. Let's have a look at the tournament format to fully appreciate what these guys had to go through. Here's Mika Fabs.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Mika, I love hearing your explanation for this every single time. But for now, this will be the last time that we get to hear it. Oh my god, what a bittersweet day! We get so much Valorant action, but at the same time, it's the last day. We'll be missing all of this action, at least here on APAC, because there is more to come in the VCT scene. But now that the tournament format is clear for us, we can also take a closer look at how these teams actually stormed through the brackets. I mean, they went from the play-ins, they went to the group stage, and now here it is, the knockouts brackets, and every single game was just so crucial. We're looking at it, and Trix, I gotta know what your thoughts are, how the brackets came to life.
I think that all of those teams coming in, we had the top 8, we had some coming in from the play-ins, right? We had Bleed Esports, we also had Boom Esports, 2 teams that were phenomenal in their growth as, in the growth that they've had throughout the APAC stage. But coming in against tougher teams, you've got PaperX there, you have XERXIA, you have Team Secret, and it's just, there's a lot for these teams to have to go through in order to get here. Onyx G as well, just doing phenomenal. I think having the top 3 teams now, we have PaperX, we have Team Secret, we have XERXIA. I'm not surprised that these are the top 3 teams. I am excited and getting a bit of tournament blues, actually.
I share the sentiments with you, Trix, over there. I mean, we know what these guys had to go through, especially for those who really had to climb mountains to get here. Obviously, the teams that are remaining right now are the top seeds of their country, so they went in straight to the group stage. However, they also had their own version of the lower bracket runs, except for Team Secret, PaperX rather. But the rest, they were clawing through everything. They were fighting for their lives out here. And every single time, they did not disappoint. They did not want to disappoint the country they were representing. They didn't want to back down, Fluffy.
Yeah, I feel like, and that's not, I mean, it can't be more true for, how do I say this? It's even more apparent for a team like XERXIA, who a lot of people, like other teams, has really expected. I think they have high expectations for this team.
Yes.
And it's a team that has really proven themselves on the international stage so far. And they have the experience, they have the aim, and they have the strategy and the teamwork to really pull through in situations like this. So I feel like a lot of teams are also kind of surprised that they did have to go through that lower bracket run. But now that we are here, it looks like they were shaky at certain times, and maybe that's why they dropped. But they've been climbing and climbing and climbing, and they've only been getting better to whatever is the XERXIA in a lot of people's heads, what their expectations are. Especially yesterday, I feel like that was the XERXIA that if they come in that form today is very, very scary, and will be facing other top teams like PaperX and TS today.
By scary, you mean the player, or is this a no pun intended type of thing?
Maybe.
But yes, it's just so difficult. Honestly, I love both of these teams. I know Trix does that too. Like she has so many emotions, especially when it comes to XERXIA. And it's just so hard that this is it. One of these teams so close to victory. So close at the very least to making it to Masters. Yet it's the biggest hurdle that they'll have to face over here. I know that PaperX, they've already qualified. So for them, it's just, we're secured. Whatever happens in the Grand Champions today, in the Grand Finals, we're safe. We can get to go to Masters. We can compete a little bit more. However, for these two teams, they gotta give it their all. They gotta give it everything. They gotta show us that they are awake today. No more of those inconsistencies that we saw in the past.
Yes.
They can't afford to show that today. And I think for the side of Team Secret, I guess the advantage that they have as we go into the brackets is the fact that they actually had their kind of not Cinderella run, but they had their downfall in the previous stage, right, Fluffy? But now they're trying to prove that they're back. They're trying to prove that they're way past beyond that point that they kind of stumbled and they already got up.
Yeah, I mean, TS really had that ability to always come back. And unfortunately for them, they were dropped into this lower bracket final just because of their game with PaperX. So hopefully, I think that motivation will drive them to maybe try and get them again and push them through this first series and hopefully into the grand final for that team. Team Secret, of course, a very experienced team and has also played PaperX multiple times. If everything goes to quote-unquote PaperX's plan, it might look like a repeat of what they've done before against PaperX.
And speaking of repeats, actually, this could be XERXIA out for blood, though, because they initially got knocked down to the lower brackets by Team Secret. So we could have another, if all goes well on XERXIA's side, being the team that we know and love, or, the team that I know and love to see, then I'm hoping that they're going to go in there really awake, decisive, and creative with the way that they play, because we all know that Team Secret is phenomenal in their own sense. They're able to take that space, force their opponents in certain areas, but when it was against PaperX yesterday, PaperX just having that dominant hold throughout all of the maps.
They really were. PaperX, I know that we say that XERXIA is looking scary right now, but at the end of the day, PaperX is the team to beat over here. They're sitting comfortably at the top. So these guys in game number 1, not only have to watch out for each other, but also have to watch out for that current top 1 team over there. Team Secret and XERXIA game, oh my god, this is giving me chills. But again, XERXIA Esports, during their APAC 1 run, they've had a stellar performance. They're trying to bring it out once again over here on APAC 2. And Team Secret, I feel like they're trying to make the most out of this because they weren't able to qualify last time, right? So this time, we're back. And we're gonna play as much as we can. That's the sad part of getting knocked out, right? Because when you get knocked out, no more games for you.
It definitely feels like both of these teams right now, Team Secret and XERXIA, have some clear motivation and drive to be here. Team Secret has represented before, and XERXIA being the representatives recently, wanting to take that slot alongside PaperX because PaperX is so dominant, and I think it would be great to be able to play alongside them.
I think so too. And I think at the back of XERXIA Esports' head, you know how I'm talking about Team Secret wanting to play more over here on APAC after failing to qualify last time? I think on XERXIA's end, they're like, well, we didn't get enough action during Masters, so put us back there. We want to play more. We want more. We want to see what it's like on a global scale. So I just feel the tension in the air right now. These two teams, there's something else. I keep hyping these up because we'll be hyping up Paper Rex later on, but right now, this is the match that's right in front of us. This is Team Secret and XERXIA. Fluffy, we've monitored Team Secret for the longest time. We've been in the PH scene for the longest time. And I feel like we have to respect both of these teams. We have to respect the grind, everything that they've been going through.
Yeah, for sure. At this level, there's a lot of commitment, dedication, and also sacrifice that's involved to get to this tier of play. Team Secret, of course, we know their story. They hit that international stage. They hit a slump, but then now they're on that record and on track to kind of go back to the form. And if not, in my opinion, better than how they were last year. With the new additions of Jeremy as well as their new coach Fade, I feel like they've also improved a lot, not only in their flexibility, but also a lot of their strategy choices. And they're also kind of bold because they've been testing a lot of small things here and there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but they're still willing to innovate, and I think like that's a good sign. And I think that's one of their strengths coming into the series, because if they do start innovating and pushing a lot of boundaries, I feel like it can be something that, like how XERXIA brought out Fracture yesterday, it could be a surprise for their opponent. And looking back at the results recently, the last time that these two played each other for the upper quarterfinals, unfortunately for XERXIA, they were knocked down, but I feel like there's a lot to take away from them from this game as well.
Now, since we're already on the topic of Team Secret versus XERXIA, why don't we go ahead and introduce these teams? Because the coming matchup is so important. It's going to determine who will be representing our region over at VCT Masters in Copenhagen. This is one of the biggest honors that these guys could have. I mean, we talk about the pressure that these guys go through as they become representative of their countries over here. And what a rewarding feeling it must be to be able to do so as well. So it prides me to introduce the first team in this series, the Philippines' finest. With every game they've had here, they continue to inspire their adoring fans. They've had their downtime, especially during stage 1, but now they are back, and they hope to go beyond what's expected from them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team Secret. Fluffy, here they are. Jesse Vash, Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jeremy, and Wits. These are the components that built the ever-reliable Team Secret.
Team Secret indeed, and there's no secret that these guys are really bringing their A game today. There's nothing to lose and only a lot to gain. They're really trying to go on track to reach that champion status that they once had, and as the last hope for the Philippines, they also represent a lot of hope for a single Challenger Series region. And one thing about Team Secret that I know I talked about them a bit earlier, but they are on that grind. They have taken and adapted through so many teams. They've played through so many giants: Onyx G, Fancy United, FW Esports, and of course XERXIA Esports. So they have the experience and they know how to win. We've already seen them do it, especially coming into something specific like this series against XERXIA. But my big question is if they're going to be able to adapt to the enemy's adaptation, because of course they're going to be able to review and learn. So hopefully they keep learning as well, because I know that this stable and adaptable team, who's always flexible in their own right, has the experience to be calm under pressure. But the pressure is very high today, so hopefully everything works out for them.
The pressure really is high. Even us here on the panel, we're actually feeling it. I'm not alone, right? You guys are feeling it too.
Yes,
so much.
Definitely.
I'm a little bit nervous for these guys, but they know that I always have their support. They are our homegrown talent, but across Team Secret is also a homegrown talent, but all the way from Thailand. These guys are also amazing to play. We've seen them battle it out over here, Trix. We saw the amazing comeback story from yesterday's series. They were almost eliminated, but as you would always say, Trix, it's not over till it's over. So for them, it's definitely not over, but hopefully, for their sake, their story does not end as well. So Across Team Secret is a team that has touched the hearts of the Thailand people. They put their country across the map for their FPS prowess. With their performance yesterday, they seem inspired and ever so motivated. Will they reach Masters once more? That is the big question for them. So let us give a very warm welcome to XERXIA Esports. All right, Trix, here they are. It's Foxy, Surf, Crows, Sushi Boy, and of course, Scary.
Scary probably being the most scary out of all of them. Pun intended there. And I think, you know, just the way XERXIA plays, we've seen them be very clinical, but I find that, and I want to be critical now, seeing that they're at this point where it's very crucial for them. They have this tendency to be a little indecisive on their defender side. They're so clinical and calculated and coordinated on their attack, and we've seen that. We've seen them be able to pull out insane matches, insane clutches, especially on the side of Scary, but every single player on that team able to step up and perform. I find XERXIA's one of the impact that XERXIA has especially is getting the information on the attacker side. I think on defender, maybe Foxy can move a little bit more in terms of where he's putting his utilities, where he's getting the information. But I'm so glad to see XERXIA back. I think that they are definitely waking up, and I hope that this is really the match where they give it their all, because I can't wait to see it.
I can't wait to see it either. I mean, the proactiveness. You know, we talk about it all the time, and it's really starting to spark from this team. XERXIA waking up really early today too, because it's an important matchup. It is a do or die. As much as it feels like it's not, you know, there's so much pressure on this. It is actually a do or die. Whoever loses this does not get to move on to Masters, does not get to carry that extra pressure over there. But wow, it's just a lot is on the line today for both of the matches. We only have 2 series today, but it is so important. And I think that the people who really feel the importance for this as well are the people that we are featuring in today's head-to-head, which is Jessie, Vash, and Foxy. Fluffy, these initiators, man, we gotta talk about them. They're so talented and they're so amazing at gathering the necessary information that their team needs.
Necessary information. I think that's the operative word. There's no bigger impact, I feel like, especially within the round in general, than having that accurate information. And these 2 players that you see on your screen today are the ones who really give that to their team the most. Normally playing the Sova, both Jessie, Vash, and Foxy have been impressive players in their own right. And when you look at the statistics, they are not only give the info, but they can also play off the info themselves. They're one of the players that we always see at the top of the leaderboards for the respective teams, and they really have that ability to take note of a situation and have that giga brain to really react properly. And aside from that, they also have a great ability, which I feel like comes from a lot of Sovas, which is just the game sense that you've built up from playing so long, to not just know how to use an arrow or use your recon, for example, or whatever initiator you're playing, but more of a when and where right now, which do we have to prioritize, which do we have to need. And I feel like these small micro decisions are the ones that separate the best of the best from the rest.
Absolutely. And we also talked about this before, Fluffy. We see this online where a lot of people mistake that when you're a Sova, you need these fancy lineups, you need these god lineups. But it's not the case, right, Trix? It's not.
It definitely isn't. I think if you go to any Sova player and you say, what lineups do I have to know? primarily the response will most likely be whichever that you're using. There's a limitation to, you might have those fancy lineups, but they might not really be effective nor useful. So sometimes it's better to just understand as you're playing your match as a Sova, whether it's ranked or competitive, or casually with your friends, or even in a tournament, you're starting to realize what information you primarily need and what shock darts you also need to have on hand in case something comes up.
I just got to add there, I really like lineups, but yeah, you're right. But I think having certain lineups though really increases the effectiveness when you do use your utility, but I don't think that in the grand scheme of things it's like the priority. Most of the time it's really just simple, effective, that works the best, that's fast to use, and it's more of knowing and understanding how your team wants to play or what they want to do so that you can help them. If your team, for example, is saying, hey, we want to push backside all the way there, it doesn't, you don't take 30 seconds to run away just to get your one lineup for that. Just shoot the arrow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
just make it go there. It'll help your team right now. That's when they need it. And aside from that, you're also in the fight a lot, which is probably why these two great Sobas also have a great KD, because you don't lose out on that man advantage trying to do something too big brain. It's always simple, effective, and effective is the operative word for that one, because these two have always had that effective impact that really drives a lot of their team's movement and also hinders a lot of the enemy's movement. So hopefully if both of them play really well today, it's going to bring that impact to life in the server.
I gotta say though, I feel like Sova mains have so much game sense, because as I watch these players, use their Hunter's Fury, I have no idea how they're able to predict the movement of their enemies. How do they know where they're going? Because I've tried Sova and I always miss my targets. But then again, maybe it's a me issue. I'm just not the hunter. And here we are, guys. We're shooting our recon bolts to find out what map we're gonna be going on. We talk about the Sova utility. We might not even see a Sova. It depends on what they're going to be picking on these maps and what agent selection we're going to have. It's just crazy to think that we have such talented players over here. But right off the bat, Tricks, no breeze for these guys.
No breeze. I think that's a good decision on XERXIA's side. I do think they performed decently on that map, but it was a little dicey near the end of it, especially getting that control. But Fracture also getting banned out. One of the things I was thinking about yesterday, looking at the stats of XERXIA, they don't really play Fracture. And I was thinking maybe it's because everyone keeps banning Fracture on them. Because clearly yesterday they showed that they could perform on that map. But yes, we now have Haven, such a staple map, and Team Secret going for that attacker start.
I feel like I have to agree a lot with Tricks here. Breeze, especially a map that we've seen Jeremy specifically pop off on the side of Team Secret, so XERXIA just wanting to have that go out of the way, and Fracture as well, a map that Team Secret themselves have not been really playing here on the APAC stage, but what they have been playing is a lot of Haven, a lot of VODs and research out there. They won't win most of the time that they've played it, and here on the local PH scene, it's something that I think TS has played a lot of, but recently on the APAC stage, their win rate has kind of dropped. So XERXIA kind of want to capitalize on that, picking Haven, picking one of their stronger maps as well. And Ascent on the side of TS is no surprise. They always first phase pick this map. It's a map they're very comfortable on. They run that KO, they run the Omen, and generally speaking, they have had their struggles at times, but more often than not, they do take that map. And for the second phase ban, Split and Bind already removed from the equation. The defenders sided Split out and the very confusing Bind, which Team Secret did face yesterday with their Yoru composition, which didn't work out in the best way possible, leads them to Icebox.
Icebox, really icy. I'm a little bit worried. I know that if I'm not mistaken, they have fought in Icebox before, but I've seen XERXIA perform recently. They got that comeback. They figured it out, and they applied that when they went against Onyx G as well. So if push comes to shove and we do reach that decider map, I don't know which way it's gonna go. But going back, XERXIA banning Breeze, I think that's a good call, like Trix mentioned, because yesterday, yes, they were really good on the attack, but I do think that there were lapses when it came to their defense. So good ban on that one. Team Secret really taking in that XERXIA surprise yesterday. I gotta mention that perhaps what you guys are saying are right. We're in similar to what happened before between Bleed Esports and Order, wherein we thought that Bleed Esports was incredibly good at Split. But apparently, over at their local region, everybody's just been banning Split because they know how good Order is over at that map. So taking it back here, after yesterday's performance, I think that you may be right, Trix. The case is that everybody has been banning Fracture because they know that XERXIA Esports has it down to a science. But I want to know what your thoughts are, Fluffy.
Well, for me, I'm more focused on the start because it gives you the most momentum. And knowing that we're going to go straight into Haven is actually kind of a callback to what happened this very recently, actually. The APAC stage for stage 2, we in the upper quarterfinals, XERXIA and Team Secret did play this as XERXIA's pick as well for map 1. And with that series ended, or not the series, but that map for Haven ended 13-6 in favor of XERXIA. They had an amazing attack that I think that Team Secret wasn't prepared for. And now they have that retrospect to really look back and figure out what they were doing correctly. And hopefully they'll be able to counter and put up more of a fight, especially when XERXIA's on that amazing attack. And on the other hand, Team Secret also had a very good attack, but it felt like it was a little too late for them. So a lot of lessons that can be learned there, especially knowing how well Wits Dubstep does play with that Jet and KO, and how scary Smoke Criminal Astra really played a big part of it. I feel like it's a different dynamic coming into a fresh series versus coming into a series where you have very recent information on a certain map and you've played this matchup before. So for me, it's more of the adaptation between both of these teams and how they want to anti-strat each other, because we know that they can play their own game at this point.
Definitely. These guys are just something else. And again, with the access of the recent information that we have seen for these teams, I think it's about time for us to actually do our predictions. Bet you didn't see that one coming. We're going to be locking in our predictions over here on the panel, which I gotta say is not fun, but at the same time just adds the pressure to us as well. It's not the same stakes that these guys are having, but for us, you know, it's pride over here we're fighting over at the panel. So you know what? I'm just gonna go first. I don't think that it comes as a surprise to our audience that I'm gonna be predicting for Team Secret over here. I have seen these guys play before anybody calls me biased or what. I have seen these guys play. I've seen their performance. They're really waking up. A little bit of a setback yesterday versus against PaperX, but I think that that's just fuel for motivation, fuel to fight better, learn from their mistakes, and just give it all they've got because they're so close to Masters and they don't want to let that go. But what about you, Fluffy?
I think pride is also an important word because I have a lot of Pinoy pride right now, and I don't care if people call me biased. I think that Team Secret is a great team in general with the statistics to back it up. They are the ones who came from the upper bracket after all, and they did take out XERXIA before. So I have a lot of confidence in saying that the PH Last Hopium in Team Secret can really take it for this one.
Fluffy is such a Twitch nerd. Oh my goodness.
True.
Okay.
Yeah, he's unapologetic about that, by the way. But Trix, it's your turn. Time to lock in your prediction.
I suppose I shall not be apologetic voting for XERXIA at this point. I think if they come in today the way that they performed yesterday, they've got a really good shot at it. And I trust on them. So hopefully they come online a little faster than we've seen them before.
That's the thing. I think that with both of these teams, we have seen them come online a little bit late. And that is where we say that, you know, you can't afford to make those mistakes. You can't afford to not be ready. But, you know, we don't want to see that here. This is it. You're so close. Make sure that you're online. Don't let the jitters get to you. I mean, I know that they're there. They're definitely there. But you got to rise up stronger. Your mental has to be there. And Fluffy, I think that you're an expert when it comes to talking about this because you've been a coach. You know how to talk to these players. So why don't you go ahead and kind of share a little bit of advice to them before we go into this matchup?
Well, for me, I feel like I would just tell them to focus on the now because everything else, all the series after that won't even happen unless you get through this. So just focus on this game. And speaking of focusing on this game, we're going to be moving into Haven with the Agent Select. And I will be kind of surprised if they bring out anything really radical now at the latter stages of the event. I feel like most of the teams will go to that old reliable habits. And as we say that, we see the scary back on that very, very scary Astra. And I feel like it's a very good pick for them.
I
really
agree, except we also see Wits now on the Breach instead of Dubstep on the KO, which I am
you're
excited
right.
about. I don't think they've played it in the APAC stage, but again, it might be a comfort at this stage. You know, players want to be in their most comfortable state. They want to be in a state to give them that upper hand, and I do believe that the amount of space Team Secret's Jet can make will be phenomenal. Just as XERXIA's Jet is able to open it up, so will Team Secret's.
I feel like this is actually kind of an adaptation from their previous series, because one of the problems that Team Secret had was the fact that XERXIA's speed was just so fast and they got hit so hard, especially on the A side on this map. So instead of having that KO that only has the fragment to really delay, which is kind of hard to throw out, now that they have a breach that can really support a lot of their teammates for the long range and the actual stunning effect, slowing down, hitting multiple members of the team, can slow down the pace enough for Team Secret to adjust their strategy. Because one thing we know about Coach Fade, the coach of Team Secret, is they build their compositions based on which opponent they're fighting, because their players are so flexible. So I feel like, at least in my opinion, it's a big adaptation that hopefully can work out for them.
I'll be honest, I love seeing Dubstep on that Jet. I really feel that he's more comfortable with Jet rather than the KO. This is something that I've observed throughout their Haven matches wherein he locks the KO. And I gotta say, whenever he brings out the Jet on other maps, it just feels more comfortable, more natural to him. It's the way he holds those kunai daggers, I suppose. It's just the comfortability. It fits his palm really well. But again, folks, we are gonna go to Haven. This is it. This is the first game. This is it, everyone. Game number 1 of the series that will determine who will push forward to Denmark. Before they get there, though, Haven will be the first place they have to clear. So with that in mind, do your best, challengers, and to our casters, give it your all.
We're finally here, man. One has to fall so that one may rise. The lower bracket finals is now upon us, and this would mean that whoever wins this series will have the second slot for APAC coming in to Masters. And again, a chance at retribution against Paper Rex. My name is Asarai. With me now is Raph. And again, this is XERXIA versus Team Secret.
And again, when push comes to shove, Asarai, no matter who represents us, I know we are going to put all our differences aside and cheer for APAC as a whole. But I just want to say, the first time I saw Secret in Champions last year, that gave me the biggest hope, you know, for our scene in general. Because I've been competing since I was 14. And again, this is a little sentimental for me because this was the first time that it was, I would say, validated that we are a region that belongs on the global stage. And for them to do that again, it's going to give every single aspiring pro, everybody who's competing in the FPS scene in our local region, the greatest of hopes. Now, again, this is a very, very tall order considering that XERXIA has been a powerhouse. Now, Secret has cut them down before, but can they make this rematch work for them in order to get yet another rematch in the grand finals?
And we've said it before, we're so excited to see how well this match is going to turn out. There was a bit of a difference with the map selection that we saw from the last time that Team Secret went up against XERXIA. I believe that was, let me just bring it up real quick, Haven, Breeze, and Ascent. And it seems like we kind of got the same mix, but then Icebox is going to be the third map. Ascent will be the second. We were talking about this while the panel was still discussing that this might not need to go for a Game 3 because if that is the case, XERXIA is just such a dominant team in that last particular map, if ever. In any case, Team Secret will be starting on the offense already. As you see, they do get themselves a nice little clean take onto the site, but there's already a 3-man flank coming in from XERXIA. And does Team Secret get a whiff of this as Borkum gets overwhelmed? And now they're going to have to try pushing in. They actually spotted out Sushi Boys here, and this might be the night counterplay the Team Secret are looking for. Is just if they're going to get sandwiched, might as well just take off the top. And now it's all left to Cruz and Scary, who's still getting corralled around, especially because of Dispenser's turret, who's still alive, by the way. Timid Turret is turning into the absolute MVP of this one, and Jesse Vash with the quick little jump out headshot onto Scary, and Team Secret with the first round.
Is it the rise of the machines, the march of the machines? Because that turret looked super, super convincing. Dispenser was probably wondering, huh? Where is this all happening? But like you said, we do have Team Secret on the offensive side first, but we see quite a bit of proactivity on the side of XERXIA. And I like it when XERXIA starts like this because it's really telling that they want to be the ones to be adjusted to and not the other way around. XERXIA, they have firepower in spades, and we have so many players that we could highlight. But I feel like the standout performer for them as of late has been Scary. And I think Scary, and a lot of us agree that he's been the APAC smoker, the premier smoker.
True. You know, there is a special place in my heart for Borkum, but I have to agree with you. Scary has just been the pivotal smoker, as it were. Team Secret not wasting any time whatsoever. Again, hits onto the A site. Well, don't fix what ain't broke. Once again, speaking of Scary, Wits is going to dispense him quite quickly as, again, Team Secret not wasting any time. They look like they want to go to the grand finals already, if ever. But again, it's still the start, guys. It's a best of 3. We have plenty of time to see XERXIA come online.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we are just at the beginning of potentially a very, very long and arduous series for both. We totally expect this to go the distance, right, Asra? And again, it's only the second round of the first map, but the excitement is almost so hard to contain. Much like Team Secret's offense right now. But look at this. No apology, unapologetically getting that operator online on Surf, which typically we see him be that explosive entry. This time around, it looks like XERXIA want to play around him instead.
Yeah, and I mean, did mention again how well Scary has been playing and everything, but Surf definitely has had his moments, and maybe to the better things for XERXIA. That was some really quick, decisive movements once again from Team Secret. They just kept hitting this A site, and it has worked out quite well for them. Now, you talk about the operator for Surf here. It might not be too good, but Scary is ripping through them. He loses the ammunition, and unfortunately, Jesse Bash not going to miss a beat. Decides maybe to save the op. Not going to be this time. But that was unlucky from Scary. He was hitting so many of those.
And Jesse Vash, man, he is on that head-to-head that we just saw the panel discuss, and he's been an absolute star for Team Secret. You know, a lot of people have been saying that, oh, when is Jesse's time, you know, it's gonna pass, because it seems like this man's prime has never really left him. He's been so incredibly smart. He's been so cohesive. At one point in Secret's career, or at least inception as a team, he was the go-to guy for the clutch. Now, we see that burden be distributed equally, but XERXIA's Cruz, he's very, very much eager to find a very aggressive position here. Jesse Vash, again, the man of the hour, trying to inch it out as well. But so far, they don't check. They do get tagged up. Oh, and Jesse, he does get hit by the aggressive Cruz, but Wits and Dubstep, man, they cut down the rest of XERXIA who try to support him.
Well, even though that was a trade onto Jesse Vash there, that still gave them a lot of control, a lot of information as well. And, you know, one man down on XERXIA's end. Thing is, there's a bit of a weaponry pickup here on A long if ever Surf does want to go for the push. Dubstep already finds a little bit of contact, actually just backs away and still finds Sushi Boys inside the smoke. So this steamed Sushi is gonna be taken away. Surf, though, still very aware that short could be a detrimental angle, and Dubstep gets the 3K.
Man, Secret, mighty impressive in the Wild West. That is the first 4 rounds, but XERXIA, again, they attempt to somewhat make a little control with the full arsenal. They have the operator once again on Surf. We've talked about that instant gratification, that instant dominance that you have to show when you get such a big investment onto the field here. But with how Secret have been playing, it seems that they haven't really put any defensive measures towards A. Sure, they put Cruz early on towards A, but maybe that could give them, or give Secret an idea on how to play this, or how they are adjusting to it. My goodness. But here we go, the aggressive utility to stun them out, but so far no dice on Surf. He doesn't double dip, he has to go back here because A-Long seems to be infested by some of the secret players, and Dubstep again, the spearhead piercing through Fox is hunting him down, pelting him potentially. And Dubstep is still here despite getting hit by the vulnerability, hasn't been discovered, has found himself towards A short, but is Spencer still finding Cruz? Surf and Sushi Boys, they're upset of what happened, what's been transpiring, and they get trades down. 3v3, and it seems that the ground Secret has been making in the previous rounds have been pushed to a halt, but never mind. I say that too soon, but it's Scary once again trying to clutch this out. He is going to get Nano Swarm now. And Scary, 24 health. What a deep nano by Dispenser, and 5-0 in favor of Secret.
Might have been a mistake there for Cruz to actually have shown himself. You saw Jesse Vash take some initial damage, and he backed away instinctively because he got tapped. So that made Surf actually flinch his shot with the operator. Now, I think you saw that position from Dubstep. It's because through the smoke, when he was entering through the site here, as he saw there, he actually saw Surf switch up the weapon from the operator to the rifle, and he was just 100% sure that Surf was somewhere situated on Graffiti. And even though that flash from, from Wits didn't hit Surf, he just knew that the angle was there, and he got him straight as can be. This is such a different Team Secret from what we've seen before, Raph. Very quick, very decisive, maybe taking a page out of the book of Paper Rex, but this is not the team that we know plays incredibly methodically and slow. This is a whole different tempo, I feel, from what we've seen in the previous days.
Science has many fields and many studies. It seems that Team Secret have picked up, once again, yet another facet. And it does look like XERXIA is getting pushed into a corner here. They do expend that timeout fairly early. They have a little bit of leeway too on this round. I would potentially say it's a bit of a throwaway for them. They only have upgraded pistols. So trying to halt the Secret march, unless they play super close, well, it's going to be difficult. But now look at Team Secret. They know it could potentially be an eco. They go for C instead. They challenge those long angles. They know that they have the rifle buys. And my question is Surf still going to get that opera in the next round? Again, you can't lose your confidence. You can't lose your heart. But with 6 rounds up, maybe you have to address that something isn't clicking.
He's brought out the blades already here. Team Secret, they've hit A 5 times in a row! Sushi Boys! Yeah, all you gotta do, right? Ping a certain default line on C long. That takes down Vash. This is really bad because they do need that Sova, especially when Scary is playing here through the smoke. Doesn't take any damage from the pop shot of Dubstep, and that's going to make them second guess a little bit. What is the surprise that the rest of XERXIA is preparing? Seems like in turn, Team Secret is prepping up themselves. The Rolling Thunder. Still have to be very careful. The boop up though, but that he's not getting cleared out. This is really bad because Scary can always pop off. The Spencer thankfully comes through onto Garage. That big flash would come in. Spencer trying to capitalize. It's 2 versus 1. Cruz will have to delay as his teammates is coming for the wraparound through C long. He's picked up the rifle, and unfortunately, it all stemmed from that shot from Sushi Boys.
Well, I'm glad that he had the patience to pick up that rifle first. I was thinking maybe if he does miss that first shot on that Sheriff, then it could potentially be perilous. But I like the decision making here just to hold on to that discipline a little longer, right? Giving him the space to distract the rest of that push from C long. And Foxy has been absolutely amazing this series as well. Now, this is what I hate about APAC, honestly, not necessarily hate. Why can't I just pick a favorite? Everybody is so good. Every single team provides so much love and dedication to the game that it really is so hard to root against them. But Surf, undeterred, still getting that operator up. And so far, Secret, they go for what's been working, and it seems to be A. They do Hunter's Fear the God Spot out, and Dubstep could be the first to fall. What a great adjustment by Surf here. And now they double up. Fox is pushing. Dispenser gets Cruz from short, and they still try to hold this down, but it's equalized. The flashpoint is coming. The double recon, all the utility. They want Surf to be out of here. And Surf is still hesitant. That Scan is going to ping him. Kind of poorly timed, but it doesn't matter. The Killjoy lockdown is going to come out. And now we see Surf fight Jesse Vash. What a shot. Threading the needle here. And now it's a 2v3. My goodness, Surf has no brakes. He's going to push forward, giving Sushi Boys the space he needs to take down Wits. And Dispenser's all alone. The lockdown is his friend, but he's getting shot from behind. And Sushi Boy finds his Killjoy counterpart.
Too many angles to try to deal with there from Team Secret, and Surf is starting to heat up. This operator player from XERXIA really giving them some options. All stem from that mistake onto C long, and it's giving XERXIA their first win, to be honest. as now they're slowing down the pace of Team Secret. And Team Secret's going to have to start maybe taking that methodical approach, as they can't really try to contest the operator too much, because as you can see, Surf is hitting a lot of those now. It seems like they're going to try to go for C-Long once again. There is the turret that will be spotting them, and Scary, as I mentioned, has been such a thorn on this particular site, and this crossfire could be just enough of what they need. The smokes to pop out. Surf is still going to be at the corner, but Dubstep comes in for the swing. Double kill from the man himself. Excuse me, not Surf, but Scary and Sushi Boys, the other two S's of XERXIA here. Ultimate will be used to deter them just a little bit from the plant of the spike. No damage will be done too much by the Hunter's Fury. Just a little bit of updraft there from Dubstep, but all the while not. This is just them corralling Fox. Gonna have to be very afraid of the man himself. Surf does find the lurking Boricum, but he's gonna have to just tuck tail and run, as there's too many of Team Secret to deal with, unless maybe, as you can see, Team Secret here thinking that he could pick up a rifle, try to go for the clutch, but no, this is still a very expensive round for XERXIA. They'll have to save this operator for next.
I'm not entirely sure what Secret plans on doing towards the B side. They've only really hit A and C. Maybe they're priming it for a quick explode to take the final round. But XERXIA, again, despite Surf hitting all those shots, I feel like it's the explosive entries that XERXIA may not have seen during their R&D, or Secret. Again, you know them as a team that loves to slow crawl the map, loves to hit. Hit it with a ruler, you know, what are we going to do when we hit inch number 2, so on and so forth, right? But so far, they've been like, you know what? We will now sharpen the ruler into a shiv, and we're going to stab XERXIA. XERXIA, they've been adjusting beautifully and on the fly as well. We still have yet another gun round, and Dubstep, he learned very, very quickly. He's like, you're not going to get me the second time. No.
I actually thought that he might, because that was such a good position from Scary.
Yeah.
They didn't clear it, yeah, and then he just, like, looked around super quickly. I'm pretty sure the flash didn't hit Scary there, because again, it was situated for backup sight for the most part. Any case, yeah, again, Surf is just going to get away with murder every single initial peek that he does. Crew's going to supplement it. Oh, I think but he... Yeah, that had to happen twice, I think. The tag actually made him wince a little bit. Wow. Surf, decisive and strong as can be, giving a lot of this powwow for XERXIA as of the moment. Whips out the shorty, looks for maybe somebody gonna try to lurk through the smoke here. The smoke is gonna last for maybe 5 seconds longer. No, now it comes down. Surf's not clearing it. Surf's not clearing it. This could be the perfect moment for Jesse Vash to come and swing, and he does. 3 versus 3. Does have the recon dart. Could be in a really tough spot here, but does actually tag down onto Foxy. Still hits the shot. He actually just cycles through the weapons, and Jesse Vash gets a 3K. Sushi Boys might need to rotate onto the A side, but he might be hoodwinked, as the rest of Team Secret is already looking for C. Sushi Boys is out of the, I think, range of the trap. Yeah, now he knows. Now they know he's just barely somewhere on A here, and they actually get C as soon as can be. But Sushi definitely is one of those players that can go for the clutch. Very ham, mind you. But he's going to have to go against 2. And look at that post-plant setup for C-Long already placed by Team Secret. Oh, the one-way.
The one-way indeed. And this is going to make Sushi Boy's journey incredibly difficult here. He has to really clear this out. But Secret, they have no qualms of just being as passive and as receded as they want to be. And Sushi Boy, he knows he has to chase. He still has a turret in hand and in the pocket, but what can this turret do? He'll use it as a little bit of cover, but he can't really decide where to put it. Now the nanostorms are gonna come through. The second one is gonna get destroyed, but the peak is there. Borkum, he's gonna teleport out. They're gonna go for the crossfire. Is Sushi Boy's gonna stick it? No, no, no! He'll try and cut through Team Secret like a hot knife through butter. But indeed, it's still Secret, the strength of that post plant. And Jesse Vash, you know what? I love that play call, Asrai. Jesse, go kill. I'm just like, oh boy, this is my time to shine. But in all seriousness, perhaps they didn't clear it because, again, I feel like this is yet another callback to one of our local teams, and Black and Blue would know quite a bit of this, right? A South Build pro would love to play in positions like that. And Jesse's like, they'll never expect a Sova to be here. And it worked out beautifully.
Very true. Patience is a virtue, right? Because, again, Surf was so sure that somebody was going to have to push through the smoke to get that map control. But now that the map dissipated, he was, as you mentioned, so sure of what was to come. Surf,
oh
man, Dubstep has not won any of these fights whatsoever. Surf has just been an absolute beast. Cruz coming in through the smoke like a madman. Does get traded out so quickly. Scary's going to be here into the corner. Do they know? This is going to be really difficult for Bash, but he still gets the shot off. Surf is still here in the back of the site. Now has his blades, but does he really need it? He's the sniper assassin, sniper elite, and he will help XERXIA secure the defense on the A site.
And we did talk about the value of the operator. Surf, he committed to the choice. He didn't even have to shoot him in the head there. He's like, you know what? Nah, that's for extra style points. Beautiful flicks all around, and we can see that everybody's locked in. Again, this is only the beginning of the day, but this could potentially be the end of the road for either of these teams, and we would hate to see that happen. Secret, they still have a commanding lead, but XERXIA, these rounds that they've been winning have been pretty convincing on their end. But still, no ecos in sight on the side of Secret. They are at the cusp of hitting that reset. But they have to be careful here. Dubstep, once again, has been trying to spearhead this operation. But Surf has been absolutely amazing at riposting that offensive. Now they convert, or at least try to convert this Hunter's Fury ass, right? They don't get any tags up as of the moment. But the pressure has been set. And look at Foxy go. He is going to hold it down. He is going to make it feel like it's going to be hell on earth for Secret. But Secret, I think they're stuck in a corner here. They do manage to cross back out. B has not been a popular choice for them. Maybe this is the round where they change their minds.
I'd say no, because Scary does have the wall on the Cosmic Divide, so it might be very difficult for them to play that post plant. I mean, they could, but it is going to be an incredible risk for them. Okay, Dubstep, what is this? Take 5? We'll see how this goes. He plays the safer route. Boy, if he gets that wall bang, I'm going to go nuts for Surf here. All right,
absolutely.
He saves off his hand, but he did actually prime his dash already.
Oh my gosh.
Indeed, that gasp is merited because Dubstep was about to actually catch Surf on the slow strafe back into cover. And again, as I mentioned, Surf has already used his dash, and he is very near the contact of Dubstep. If Dubstep gets in closer and closer to this, he might actually be incredibly screwed. Just backs away, uses the Cloudburst already for a bit of that cover. And Team Secret somehow, I'm not sure if they read the situation right, but the slow pace actually works out in the favor of them. The plant into the God spot. This gives him a nice little angle to hold, but again, the wall is there to use. It can block off both short and A long. And does Team Secret actually go and go about this? Vash, though, he's on the spawn. He's going to be able to find 1, 2, maybe. No, Foxy's huge with the Odin. Now it's a 4 versus 4. Dubstep goes for the intercept, actually stops him dead in the tracks. The lockdown has been destroyed, but it's still anyone's game. Borkum is alone. He's going to get corralled here, Rap. Unfortunately, Winslow comes out from the open, swings wide. Dispenser comes in. The Flash is helping out, and Dispenser goes for the 2K. What a trade-off, and Team Secret, as the dust settles, gets the round in the end.
Last round in the half.
How did Jesse get there again? Well, again, a Hunter has to be creative. He has to use every single trick up his sleeve, especially against an opponent like XERXIA, who's equally aggressive and as potent as they are. And I love this choice by Foxy to really rock the Odin here. A little unconventional, but a surprise nonetheless. Dispenser, like you said, getting those very, very explosive 2 kills, being the linchpin of that round. And Wits, I love that the safety he's been playing with here too. Typically we see Wits be far more aggressive than he is right now, but it's been working out, man. XERXIA 3-8, they still have a very, very tough hill to climb, and it doesn't help that they only have 1 rifle, and it's on Surf. He's been absolutely deadly with that operator. Once again, Asteroid B has not been a point of interest for Team Secret at all.
Maybe this time it is, because again, as I mentioned, or as we mentioned a while ago, the wall could be an issue, but now it's not available for XERXIA to use, and Team Secret knows that XERXIA will be on a said weaker buy. They do give Surf the benefit of the doubt, equipping him with the Vandal and everything, but it still might not be a bad idea, if ever. Oh, Scary has been really wanting to play these incredibly tight crossfire angles with his teammate, and this could be good because you can see Cruz is setting up the fault line. The dash away, that is okay, negligible. Really good for Surf though to actually get those 2 kills. The dash out from Dubstep not really getting the value that they wanted, but no weapons have been picked up here. 30 seconds left into the clock. There is still a lot of fighting prowess. Sushi Boy's into the corner, not spotted here by the turret, and this could be a false into security. But Dispenser, not wincing, actually fights for the angle itself, but he's alone pushing into the side. Jesse Bash a little bit too late. With the shot, comes in for the swing. Cruz does not know, not anticipate it. And Foxy coming in through short. This could be his moment to shine.
What?
Pops a couple of shots, but a while ago he was able to pick up a Vandal. This time it will not. The Sheriff not going to be enough, and Team Secret end the first half 3-9.
You know, I find it incredibly, well, human for him to whiff like that, because it is so incredibly difficult to hit someone that's not looking at you. And if we look at this, it looked so good for Surf XERXIA at the beginning of the round, right? They set up Surf beautifully. But again, Secret, just with the enormous firepower advantage and still quite a bit of utility for that mid-round, made it all that much more difficult for XERXIA. And actually, that's something else that we would like to highlight too, is that Secret, they have been far more frugal with their utility. Sometimes we do see them kind of utility dump into a site at certain points in time. But this time around, they've been very, very considerate of how they want to even out that utility shuffle. Now, with a halftime pause, Azurai, this is going to give both our teams extra time to see what's been going on. I feel like the number one thing that Secret have to address is that Scary has been so successful playing on these off angles, really pulling attention for Surf. Surf's been doing a great job of taking those kills that are essentially being fed to him.
I agree. And another point as well, right? Our viewers might not be able to spot this as often, but if you just check the certain subtleties from both teams as to how they're able to get to the back of the site, get those kills, it's just a one-off. You know how from a regular player's perspective, sound cues are a very big thing. You saw how Vash got the kill onto Cruz there, where he actually didn't go for the fast swing as he was running, because that would made Cruz look to his left. He actually slowed the pace down. Cruz was still wondering if somebody was going to be on the close counter, and that's how Vash got the pickoff on the last person on the back of A there. So little bits like that, from what you can see from both XERXIA and Team Secret. I'm not going to just, call out for Team Secret because I'm a Filipino caster or stuff like that. But you do see that those certain subtleties that just gives them that one up. I'm not sure if that's something that they've been practicing or have been refining, with the coaches, with all of the support staff from either side. But it has given them a lot of, I think, just catch off against really incredibly experienced players who know how to handle certain situations like those.
So I feel like that since we're on the topic, right, it's really these tiny nuances that a lot of players seem to, like you mentioned, overlook. Anyone can do a set play. Really, anyone can do a set play. But since everybody is so aware of that, it's how you off time and how you have those tiny variations to mix it real up. Now, the pistol did go in the favor of Secret. Maybe in another time that could have been a different story. But Jesse Vash, the shot, everything in his arsenal is absolutely lethal, and he repositions to be a little more aggressive. Now, XERXIA, they're a little confused right now as their utility is only going to allow them for safe, slow clears. And considering they only have 2 players left, despite how volatile they can be, this is still looking incredibly difficult. It's only really Dubstep that's taken damage in those fights. And with a crossfire like this could potentially be the end for XERXIA, at least for this round. But they do manage to tag up yet again. It's Dubstep. But look at that. The boys, they will always operate as a unit. And Secret, they look mighty fantastic, Azurai.
The last time that we saw this, the most recent match, again, between Team Secret and XERXIA, it was a whole different outcome than this, Rap. It was 13-6 in favor of XERXIA on the Haven map when these two teams went up against each other. It seems like Team Secret have found the mix. We could always, maybe if they get, if Team Secret gets this first map, there's always the comeback for the next one, which I think is Ascent, which is a really strong map for XERXIA, as we saw them go up against Onyx yesterday on it. But we'll see how this goes now. Seems like Foxy and the rest of XERXIA wanting to go for that powwow, the flash and dash as they try to plant the spike, but Team Secret actually reading hard on it. Look at how many damage members of XERXIA there are. Foxy could hit a shot with a triple or with a alternate fire of the classic, but it's not going to work. And Team Secret already prepared for the eco of XERXIA here. That was a nice idea, but it only just put fire to the flames as they get themselves more charges into the ults. XERXIA will now have their purchase, but yeah, this is a hard read from Team Secret. They just knew it was coming.
And it does look like XERXIA have to visit the City of Fallen Angels where the ocean meets the sand. Form a strong alliance with all their members because, they found quite a bit of success with the Operator, and maybe that was the unholy pact that they were working on. But now that they're on the attacking side, they're forced to slow down if they go to that length, to that route. And Dubstep might just aggress here. He might find someone peeking, and it's actually Surf. He gets tagged up, not fatal damage, but Scary with a Vandal. Just again, so much more firepower in the hands of XERXIA right now, having no trouble taking a long. But now Secret in a bit of a rut, as Dispenser, who's been fantastic on the flanks, have been discovered. So no more sneaky and... Well, I would say that I'm speaking too soon, Jesse Vash! Where is this coming from? Where did he get that? What? Well, like I said, Asra, how do we define the prime of Jesse Vash? There were so many times where people, and especially when the scene just began, Jesse is, oh, but you know, he's not as quote-unquote mechanically gifted as the other players on the team. Oh, he hasn't been spending that much time with FPS games. And Jesse Vash just says, I don't care.
Yeah, people tend to forget he's... Well, everybody's Radiant here, right? But people might just forget. Everybody's Radiant here. Yeah,
so,
and the thing is, I believe his first starting game... I know other people might say it's the mobile one, but I do remember faintly his wife telling me that he started with CS 1.6 in particular. So, there you have it. He has his roots... Well, he has his deeply rooted love for FPS as an entirety. Anyways, every single fight that XERXIA have found, they have lost. Except for that one from Cruz, but he's been tagged up quite heavily, and this is still a 4 versus 1. He's hella blinded by Borkum. He has no idea where he's going to be coming at. And Team Secret, swift and serious as can be, gets first map here in Haven, and one more to go if they want that rematch against Paper Rex.
And it looks like they want it so bad. Again, they've had a really, really tough road to get here, Acer. It was Onyx, it was XERXIA, it was basically the top of the mountain that they had to scale. And are we gonna say that they belong on the Mount Rushmore of APAC? They're making such a strong case for it, and I know a lot of people already believe that they belong there, but look at Secret. It's still a very, very focused. The job ain't over yet. The series is long, and they've conquered the first stop.
Conquered the first stop. Seems like Borkum doesn't need his refuel of the Book Juice, but it's fine. It's all good. And again, Team Secret almost reaching the second position behind the first placers of the top Mountainers, which is Paper Rex. Anyways, we're going to go for a quick little break, guys. What an exciting and very ecstatic first match that was. We'll see if XERXIA have it in themselves to bring it back on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the panel.
Cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. You heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops.
And Team Secret gets the first point. One step closer to their master's dreams. XERXIA Esports looking for another comeback story in this series. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix once more here on the panel. Team Secret really coming online, especially with Dispenser, who seems like he woke up on the right side of the bed over here, Fluffy.
More than just waking up, he really looks alive and in form. Dispenser opening that game up with a 4K, running all the way on the attack up until heaven, and really was able to just gun down the opposing team. But more than that, his ability to set up his Killjoy turrets on the attack to watch the anti-flank and use them in combat, I think his turret actually in the 4K actually even got one, was just really amazing to see from Dispenser. Aside from that, of course, we know him for his side hold Blaze. That's how he keeps up with the rest of his team, if not leads them. And I feel like he's one of the determining factors this game that really helped out, alongside that great pick from Breach, or pick of Breach by Wit.
I think, you know, really starting it off, we've seen Team Secret on Haven. We see them struggle a little bit in some of their agent selections. But yes, I find that Wits on that Breach was phenomenal. The way that he would support, he was just such a good player, and he was able to really, you know, get that information that they needed, get that advantage that the Jet on the side of Team Secret actually needed. So I think it's absolutely fantastic the way that they changed that up. Maybe it's just for XERXIA, but I'm looking forward to Team Secret's matches on Haven. I do hope to see Wits on that Breach a little more.
Well, that's a breath of fresh air. Trix actually looking forward to seeing a Breach over a Sky today. But I do have to admit, Wits on that Breach, and as I said earlier, Dubstep on that Jet, it just felt it just felt really comfortable for the entire team. I mean, again, this was a composition that they did run in the past. I believe that instead of an Omen, though, Borkum was running an Astra. But overall, it just worked out for them. And Fluffy, I think that this is something that we need to highlight on. Team Secret picking attack over Haven, I think that that's where the advantage really took over for them.
Yeah, I feel like one of the, I don't know if it's a mistake necessarily for XERXIA, because I can see the confidence that they had. They knew from the last time they played each other on the upper that we beat this team, we beat Team Secret on Haven, so let's just play Haven. But we do know that Team Secret has a 55% round win rate on the attack compared to their 40-something% on defense. So giving them the option to pick the side because you're the one choosing the map gives them that momentum, which they even showed for quite a bit from the last time they played. The last time that they played, XERXIA was dominant on the attack. But when it came to XERXIA's defense, Team Secret started winning more rounds. But because they were such at a high round advantage, it didn't matter because they had no time. But with Team Secret having all 12 rounds to play out on the attack, it just really steamrolled and gave them the momentum that looks like a mirror of what happened the previous time they played each other.
Definitely. Watching the way XERXIA was playing on that defender side, what I started to notice, because I was really thinking, XERXIA does tend to struggle on defender. I think that's no surprise to us. But why do they struggle on defender? And I noticed that it's because they keep re-peaking. And Team Secret is playing that discipline. They're not pushing up. They're not pushing through the smokes. But XERXIA has this habit of constantly going in, and they're getting punished for it. Especially with a player like Jesse Vash on the side of Team Secret. Just being able to slow the pace down. I believe it was actually Asarai that pointed this out, that he would slow it down as he's going to the side because he doesn't want to give the sound cues.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Trix, because, you know, Team Secret really respected Surf on that op.
Yes.
And there were times that Surf would go on to Sewers or perhaps A-Long. He would get a pick. Great. You guys are at the man advantage right now. So Surf would go back. But then another teammate of his would go to where he was. But the thing is, Team Secret was already anticipating that someone was going to repeat. And that's where the errors were. And again, we talk about XERXIA Esports being a team that loves to punish the opponents whenever they make mistakes. But right now, in this game here, Fluffy, they were the ones being punished.
Punished indeed, especially here with Jesse Vash. Look at him in the highlights as he just takes out opponents. He has this very good habit as well that I've seen where he will, like Asaray mentioned, will kind of slow down and try to take space. I remember even one round where outside Garage when they were on the attack, the rest of Team Secret was there, but Jesse Vash, one man, tried to sell the fake as the Sova all the way to the opposing side on A, being able to take out, I think, 1 to 2 players as well with him for his troubles.
Yeah, you know, speaking of slowing down the pace, I think that this was an amazing strategy that Team Secret actually brought out. So we see them at the first couple of rounds just really rushing into site, winning those gunfights and everything. But once Surf brought out the op and they started losing 1 or 2 rounds, they slowed down really slowly. It was so slow. And for some reason, I think Surf was left alone on A side. They were able to take over A side. Surf just gave it away because he was on that operator. There was no way he could have defended that rush from Team Secret. But it was just so good because that slow in pace actually messed with the mental of XERXIA because they were so conditioned by Team Secret that, you know what, we're always going to rush the site. You know what, we're always going to be aggressive. But this time around, you know, it wasn't the case. And Tricks, we talk about Jesse Vash a lot in this series. And you know why? Because for some reason, he always makes it onto site. Like, it's a big surprise. Like, oh my goodness. I remember Raph actually asking, how did he get there? How did Jesse Vash get into site? How did he do this? Because he was so sneaky. And I think a part of that trick is because he was so fearless. We've seen him push through the smokes and push through the swarm grenades as well.
I do think that Jesse Vash is fearless, but something that Fluffy and I also pointed out earlier, good Sova mains are usually have to have very good game sense, and I think Jesse Vash really embodies that. The fact that he's able to understand the rotation that's going in, trust that his teammates are not going to die in sight, because to answer Raf's question, Jesse Vash, I believe, was towards C site and ended up pushing up all the way to flank the opponents that were trying to retake the site there. And the reason he could do that is because they just gave it up, and he knew that they gave it up. If he doesn't have a recon for his teammates, as Fluffy is saying, you don't always have to wait for that recon. Let your Sova go around. They know the timing. They know what's clear. They know what's safe. And Jesse Vash is doing a fantastic job.
I feel like another reason why he gets so many opportunities, or not even just Jesse Vash, but majority of Team Secret in and out of this series, is just because their team has this really good habit of being able to force their opponent to move. They really put pressure and what I like to call perceived pressure in different parts of the map, either by denying information or making a lot of noise just to disrupt a lot of the enemy's thoughts and reads. So that way they create a lot of these openings for players like Jesse Vash, like Dubstep when he's playing that chamber, and Borkum especially, to get a lot of these timing picks that really pays off at the end of it.
They made it pay off in the end, but are they going to make it pay off as well over here on Ascent? That is the question. Right off the bat, it is a little bit different. I mean, Haven for Team Secret wasn't the same composition that we saw. But over here, Fluffy, we don't normally see Jeremy get picked in, especially on that KO over here on Ascent.
Yeah, I think they're changing up a bit what they want to do with the players. It is still a very similar lineup, if not the same lineup that they had, except for the, I'm talking about Team Secret, aside from the change of controller. So again, it looks like they're straying away from the aggressive option and going for a more slow-paced, more balanced composition instead of running like how they removed the what is it? They changed it for Breach on the first game to slow down the pace. Now that they have an Astra for more CC for the incoming attacker defense. So I feel like it's good adaptations. And I think for the KO, it's the same pick, but a different player. And I think that's just a playstyle thing. There are some KOs I feel that are playing it like more like a duelist, where they will take fights instead of maximizing the initiating capabilities, pop flashing for your team, etc. Blah, blah, blah.
I'm a little concerned about that lineup on Team Secret's side, but with XERXIA, I really like that fade. And I like how they're going with that fade and the KO. I think there's a lot of capabilities there in terms of matching things together alongside the Killjoy and Astra. I feel XERXIA has more combinations set up in terms of how their utilities can go with each other. While Team Secret, I find it's a little more like presence and mind games, but it might not be as coordinated in terms of utility usage, that, or at least it doesn't have that kind of potential the same way XERXIA's does.
Much like the first map, though, we have seen this played before. XERXIA and Team Secret played this as the decider map of the previous series that they had for the upper quarterfinals. And this one went Team Secret's way, but not by a huge margin, only because they strung out so many rounds at the end of the second half at that series. But for the most part, it was very back and forth. I wonder how these adjustments by the agents that they're kind of swapping around for Team Secret, especially now that Dubstep is able to play his comfort pick on that Jet with Wit stepping in as the chamber, and for XERXIA as well, how they're gonna adapt to the, I guess, newish play style that Team Secret looks like they're gonna bring.
That is the big question. Is this gonna be a repeat of what happened between these two teams? We're gonna find out in just a bit. So with that, folks, for Team Secret, step number 1 was Haven. Step number 2 is Ascent. And if they can get through this, then step number 3 is Paper X. Although the beauty of it is that Copenhagen will be secured. With this in mind, this match just becomes extra spicy. So why don't we go ahead and begin with the next game? Casters, take it away.
Copenhagen, as we see quite a bit of rowdiness already on social media as the excitement still mounts for everybody, Aserai. And once again, I can't help but feel that XERXIA is going to turn up the heat this time around, because really, it does feel like this is them being backed into a corner. Secret looked so impressive, and dare I say, that was the most impressive we've seen this entire run.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw how just incredibly straightforward but incredibly decisive Team Secret has played. 13-3 is an easy feat maybe for, you know, regular games and all of that, but against XERXIA, not really. And this is just a whole different outcome again of what they faced against XERXIA the first time that they played on Haven on that one best of 3 series in this particular tournament as well, where it ended 13-6 in favor of XERXIA. Now, I think the panel did mention this quite evenly, that Team Secret will not be bringing out, I believe, Dispenser in this game, and it's now Dubstep on the Jet. Here's the thing.
Careful.
When Team Secret plays on Ascent, it's almost always Dubstep playing as his chamber. So there's a different adjustment that Team Secret are using, and Jeremy is also back out here for TS.
And chemistry abound. Jesse Vash could have found his, once again, his favorite nephew, apparently, a moniker that's been given to Jeremy. As they barrel through mid, it's like, you know what, nobody's home. I'm gonna just walk right in. The door is unlocked. But Dubstep is going to be walking into a trap here, because so far the 0 point is barely going to tag him, as XERXIA has already put so many players and so many investments towards B. Does Secret catch a whiff of this? Not entirely sure yet, but look at this single Aster Star that's kind of just keeping them in check towards A. They're like, that could be a one-way trip to Disaster Town. But once again, an innocuous period here, Asterai. Ascent has been probably the most default-heavy map we've seen on Valorant so far.
Ooh, that catches nothing though, but they can double up maybe. The peek out from Foxy. This could be bad, but he actually still capitalizes with the pick off. Surf as well, gets another one on mid. And this two-pronged approach from Team Secret dismantled by XERXIA already. They're going to have to start coming in, but look at the crossfire set up by the rest of XERXIA as they come into the meat grinders. Now down, to Daddy Vash. But I don't think he's going to be enough, especially when XERXIA are still 5-man strong. Got to back away first.
And what an explosion by Foxy there. Just taking down so many players on the side of Secret. Almost looking like a one-man army. He was the first point of contact, and it seemed like he was going to be the last. But with accuracy and confidence in spades, he had no problem with holding down that B push. Now, like I said, they had so many investments there, so many positions that would allow them to play as aggressive as they did, at least later on in the round. But now Secret here. No quarter has been given in that first round. No frags on their side, but Dubstep with a Sheriff looks to change that tune. But Surf, effectively having an operator here, will not need to aim for anything but the bodies, as Wits is the perfect case in point for that.
Take hold.
Well, this is important for Surge that they get this pistol already. Team Secret, a couple of months ago, I think they were notorious for just being not good at pistols. It's still a little bit more low percentage for them, but better off than what they were a couple of months ago. But XERXIA definitely needs to get this one out right now, as it will give them that certain round boost that we have been looking for the Thai team. Dubstep and Vash now caught on their own side of the spawn. XERXIA know about this, and they're going to start just coming in ever so slowly. As Sushi Boys comes in for the flank. Took a very long time for Dubstep to actually look behind him, and he didn't even do so. So XERXIA, good 2 solid rounds to get things started off.
One thing that I like about Secret is that they could have gone the greedy route there. It's like, hey guys, we have so much momentum from the previous map, and considering that they stole it away from XERXIA, they'd be like, oh yeah, we can probably try and force us, but nope, no path of avarice being taken on the side of Secret. They go for a very conservative buy, and with Dubstep going for that Phantom, it must be indicative of how close he wants to play this, looking to potentially spray some XERXIA players down. But once again, we are stuck in the default, as a lot of utility being invested this time towards A main, and a forward push from XERXIA will somewhat push their defensive line a little more forward. We still see the same action on the side of mid, where Dubstep has found himself peering down market. But no resistance this time, Asterai. But no real reason for XERXIA to overcommit on anything, really.
If they try to commit now towards B, this is going to be incredibly difficult because of the double star setup that XERXIA do have here. Scary, though. Tries to get a little bit cheeky. Actually gets spotted out. Dubstep gets 2! For the price of none. Surf does get the pick off in the end. He's going to be able to at least get that rifle in his hands. Maybe make it expensive as he tries to go up against Team Secret here. No real need to save this weapon. No real need to try to do anything passive on this particular round. But as he gets tagged by that recon dart, might have to at least rethink how quickly he will be approaching onto B. What a shot from Surf. He has taken no damage whatsoever. And maybe now he's going to start riling himself back up. Again, he is still damn deadly. Has all the utilities left into his pocket here, Raph. He drops down onto logs, waits a little bit more. Just a bit patient from the man himself. And now they know where he is, but he is still hitting all of this. And almost took a breath there. Switz might have been the next victim, but Jeremy finds him before it got a little bit too out of hand.
And the moment that Surf got that first kill on whoever was peeking from stairs, we saw Jesse Vash trying to push for market, right? But I'm glad that Jesse read the situation perfectly. He went back for the crossfire. And Surf, man, honestly, this looked like he was about to clutch it. I was just kind of holding my breath like, no, don't do it. But Jeremy, again, with a perfect swing, really covering up those holes. But Secret, this is a completely different look from XERXIA now. A very early operator yet again. And value potentially could be found even before the fights because they have no resistance towards B, so they know that Secret has been funneled towards A. And Sushi Boy's even tempting fate. We have the null command coming out here. They are going to use that as a cue. The classic, what's stronger? No, the Vandal apparently, but Jeremy gets the trade as well. Scary, he gets 2, but Jesse Vash and Borkum, they explode onto the site. They get the spike, and this is potentially an uncontested plant. Now, the operator still ways away, so Foxy has to be the one to hold this down. But Jesse, no longer will he be pushed around like the pistol round. Corrects the sins of the past, and Surf will have to give this up. Even though they had the leeway to do a hero play in the previous round, with the operator in hand, again, he has to push back. He has to be a little more frugal this time around.
I love the slow push out from Team Secret. They're the 1-by-1s. You think that is actually a bad style of way to push into the site. Usually it's going to be all of you pushing in. But because they did that, it seems like XERXIA couldn't really find too many players to go up against. And I think Jeremy was a little bit second after Dubstep, so he primed the site a little bit, softened him up with the flashes, and him coming in with the null command, which gave the rest of Team Secret's players a little bit more information of what needed to be done. You know, it's not always relying on the recon dart of the Sova. It's also just the contact specifically from your teammates that you can get that information upon. And look at how they just slowly peek out on this replay. And look at how they were just able to dispense multiple of the members of XERXIA because they were banking on the fact that XERXIA would just multi-peek outside of a heaven and try to fight them as they were coming in.
With that being said, right, I think Secret is adjusting to the fact that they have to play against Foxy's Fade. And if they do push out on a massive explode, the risk of getting hit by a Seize and then getting 5-man nanode getting 5-man fragment is just so high that they really can't ignore it. And they also have the Astra, so they can really win out these staggered pushes. Surf gets a trade, but Jeremy finding the fragment kill onto Scary. So the look of this game is still in anyone's favor, really. But now with Dubstep onto the side and Sushi Boys with only a Sheriff, they have no problems, no resistance whatsoever as they dissect this A site yet again. But Jesse Vash trying to make Foxy pick up the can, gets gunned down with a Vandal in hand. Now Surf still has that operator from the previous round, but no frags as of yet. He will peer down from heaven, kind of like a sniper from the tower, but he sees a dead body just to make sure it's completely dead, and even finds Borkum, reducing this to 1v1. Now Jeremy, he eliminates the dash, but doesn't matter, the biggest whiff of his life. Surf, we've seen it. But now Jeremy, all up to him. All he needs is the headshot angle, but Surf, pinpoint accuracy, threading the needle again, winning out that 1v1. And XERXIA take the round lead now. Secret, they have to be reeling from that one, Aserai.
Any other player would have used their blades already, right? Close contact, reset, more mobility, can jump up and down. But for Surf, he don't need it. He just does not need it. Look at all of that. My God, my goodness. Surf is on a warpath here. The past couple of rounds that we saw in Haven where XERXIA looked incredibly decisive was, I think, because they were backing away or backing up on the operator of Surf. And lo and behold, the man again, that's another peek on A main. Team Secret starting to lose a bit of bank here, and this is starting to really hurt the economy of the Team Secret roster.
And with Borkum getting out like that or getting eliminated so early, their ability to cut down the sightlines is just going to be hampered by so much. And with Surf adding to that problem, it's really not going to be the easiest of strolls for Team Secret. So they're going to be relying on super hard contact aside from the flashes. But Wits, he will jump peek and he gets nothing out of that. Foxy's looking to go for a little aggressive play here as he knows that the backup is already there from CT. But Team Secret, they digress. They moved somewhere else. They now have their sights towards A main, and those stars are still looking awfully suspicious for them. Dubstep a little mindful of the flank. We see the execute. Nobody playing close, nobody playing switch. That drone not even gonna get anything. The Hunter's Fury is gonna be completely blind, but Dubstep puts dirt in the eye of Surf, who's been absolutely deadly with that operator. Now Dubstep, the smoke and dash. He's on site once more, on the side of Jenny, but Sushi Boys is an absolute turret. Scary is still here too, playing the close angle yet again. Wits finds a rotating Foxy, and now a mad dash has begun for Jesse Vash here, but Cruz looks to be a roadblock. He doesn't find the right avenue yet. It's going to be super narrow if this happens, and Cruz, he knows this. All he has to do is be patient. All he has to do is win this fight, but Jesse, despite getting that frag, it's done for Secret. This is the 4th round on the board for XERXIA, but Jesse gets a freebie. He's like, no, I'm not going to go down without a fight. We're going to make this as expensive as it can be. Sushi Boy still has that operator in hand, so that long-range power, it's not going to be hampered anytime soon.
Yeah, that was very smart from Team Secret to try to go for the wraparound. But again, it takes a good 20-25 seconds for you to go from A side to B side, especially if you go for that wraparound all the way through your spawn for the safe rotate. So there was definitely no time for them. They were probably banking on the fact that maybe Wits can find Sushi Boys rotating from mid to get another catch off, or maybe through the spawn to just get the kills. But XERXIA already knew that, again, they didn't really have time to plant the spike anymore, so all they really need to do is wait, maybe get the catch on Jesse Vash. And as long as they had that one player still standing, the round is there to go. And I just got to add as well, Raph, you see how much Team Secret are so wary of Surf now. Like, even though Dubstep did get that frag and win against Surf, it took them so much utility to get through that, and even through all of that as well, you still have to deal with the rest of XERXIA that have positioned themselves around the fact that Surf is gravitating the attention of Team Secret.
And I think this is a great look for XERXIA. XERXIA has gone through so many great duelists, but it's never really put any wear and tear on their part. Usually it's the rest of the boys playing off for the duelist. Again, that's just been their team profile for the longest time. But Surf, he has been fed so many kills and has been set up so well, and he's thriving. Yet again, another dimension, my goodness. XERXIA getting me a little tongue-tied, but Scary is so certain of finding Dubstep. Jeremy is here for the trade. They do get a rifle, an extra one at that. XERXIA, they go for that retake heavy style yet again. They play for their ranges, they play for their time. And a lot more patience has been exercised here. They do prep that door, but maybe potentially Secret have enough time, actually more than enough time, to rotate out, maybe pressure somewhere else. They've goaded the lockdown, and that's more than enough to make this as easy as it can be. But with Surf on that operator, it's a completely different behemoth, a completely different raid boss. And Borkum, maybe with a little bit of luck and timing, survives that one.
Dude, this has turned into a game of catch me if you can. You see everybody's just scrambling through the rest of the map looking for information or whatnot. The wall does give a bit of leeway here, but that was a big one. Losing the spike is gonna be bad. At least Wits does pick it up, slowly creeps up into Switch. This could be good because they're corralling Sushi Boys here. If he gets rid of peek out, Wits has a chance right now to actually flush him out. His teammate has broken it for him, so he still has that access, but as you can see, 2 versus 3. Surf is still at the back of the site and not miss a chance to get the pop off against Jeremy here. Wits, if he slows a bit down, maybe he can get the access too. He does. Not a lot of time to plant the spike. He's going to go for triple plant here. Look at it. Yes. Very close. Sushi's so close, man. He just finds him. Oh, man. Out in the open. That tiny little crack at the back of the site. Yeah.
And like I said, just the risk of putting a plant like this. I wish I could like have a pen and draw on your screen right now. I think a lot of people would agree with me, but then again, it's a 1v2, right? So he has to go for that mix-up angle. But I guess the problem in that is you have to immediately guess where you want to fight from. And either way, it's still going to be such a big risk, because if you don't have enough time, you're going to get spammed. You're going to take so much damage from that wall bang. And Wits, I think he committed to fight for the stairs angle, but we all know how that went. Just so much composure from Sushi Boys not to run and to give any info away. And it's really those small decisions that paint the bigger picture. XERXIA with 3 rounds on the board. Now they have to be a little more wary of Secret, as they do have those full rifles and a very healthy arsenal. But Surf has not missed a beat, has not missed a shot. They have to find a way to isolate him, because he looks like he doesn't even want to go for any heat checks here. He's been playing so disciplined, so calm. Okay, well, okay, maybe I jinxed it a little bit. I am so sorry. But Borkum, he has been so sick of it. He was the first pick of that operator a few rounds, but now the timing has been a little more kinder to him. Foxy trying to jiggle that away, but Wits not giving him any information whatsoever. So Asari, look at this. Now they hold up for B main here. They still have the option to kind of split towards market. The commitment is being made here. A minute left, and the rounds, or rather the timer, is dwindling.
Now Wall's gonna stop their offense a whole heck of a lot. And this turret, or this Sofa drone, actually doesn't spot Fox, but somehow Dubstep still gets the kill off into the end. Cruz, here's the updraft, swats the fly from the sky. 4 versus 2. Cruz and Scary 2 remain. Cruz hitting some exceptional shots here. Could go for the null command as Scary is still alive. What a shot from Scary as he shuts down Wits. 2 versus 2 now as we equalize the numbers. Once the utility left here for Jeremy and Vash, the uncle-nephew duo. We'll see how this goes. Cruz still has his null command, can use it for a lot more push power. Pulling them in with the gravity well at the back of the site. This isolates the fight ever so often. Nice little double up. Scary coming into the corner. What a shot from Scary! And now it's only Vash to remain, but Scary hits the shot! And that's going to be a clutch for XERXIA. He is so on point. Horrific in the best way possible for XERXIA.
They call him the boogeyman, Asarai, and he is going to come out of any shadow, scaring the living heck out of Team Secret. Now, the biggest weakness that we saw in Team Secret yesterday was the lack of, I would say, timely trades. I think that was a very isolated fight from Borkum, potentially unnecessary, right? Again, they try to go for those timings, but this is the type of round that they have to, once again, go through their inventory, or at least have an inventory of what they did. Guys, I think there were no trades on all those fights that we took. Maybe let's be a little more compact, let's be a little more passive. As XERXIA, they have been just so welcoming of these cloistered fights, Asra, that it's been somewhat of a nightmare for Secret to deal with.
I have to keep asking, has Scary been playing like this good a couple of months ago? Because
yes.
Really? Because he feels like he's so much better now. Well, if he's been
I
that
guess that's
consistent,
true for everyone.
Yeah, right? I mean, maybe it's because there's the quality of the matches itself, but My goodness, man. Scary is just on a whole nother level. Like, Surf is hitting a lot of shots, but Scary, he's not on a duelist, so it's a little bit more extra, a little bit more special, as it were. Blade for blade. All right, Dubstep finds Surf. And XERXIA here could get besmirched. Borkum. Oh, this could be friendly. They don't know he's going to be coming through on this. The flank on short, absolutely perfect.
No.
Borkum might make a mistake. Oh, he picks up the weapon. No punishes included. And he's actually all the way through spawn. Is Sushi even going to peek this out? He's not, isn't he? He's going to get out into the open, and Borkum finds one. And now it's only to Fox to remain. Somehow, Team Secret actually maneuver back and react and adapt in time. As Foxy with 70. Not going to work against Jeremy. And Team Secret find one for their own.
I profess you did say that the quality matches have been somewhat telling of everybody's performance, and I said this the last stage too. Everybody has just gone up in stock immensely, and it's been the same theme, and I'm glad that every single time we have something like this, every time we see a new stage in VCT, everybody just goes up. The level of competition just goes higher and higher, and as we see the stuffed animals enjoy their food, their time at the restaurants. What are those gunshots? Probably shouldn't bother us. But look at that. A big commitment here. No safety nets being unused as they use everything to walk down on the side despite only XERXIA having pistols, Asteroid. Now it looks like Seeker is going for the throat. Surf is thinking, please, I only have a classic. Leave me alone. Fight me when I have an operator. How about that?
Catch me outside. How about that?
Age is showing, Asteroid. Age is showing.
Age is showing.
But,
wow. To some of our younger audiences didn't even know.
Oh, yeah. But here's the thing, right? Before we get a little too distracted.
Yeah.
That null command was brutal.
True enough.
Like, think about it. They probably weren't going to invest that much utility anyway because they were saving it for the gun round. But Secret just to, like, grab a ball of pocket sand and throw it in XERXIA's face like that. This is a different gear that they're going into. Hopefully they continue with this again. We saw a little bit of individual overheating, but they have to add a little more temperance to that. Level it out just a little bit.
I will add, though, to that Null Command, I feel, okay, in this specific situation, against XERXIA, their gun rounds, and Scary not needing to be on the site to use his utility, so that Null Command will basically do nothing to the Astra Stars, it's not as important. So why not just use it for a round that you know could still be a thrifty for XERXIA, and just make sure that you can bully them when they're at their weaker position, right? Any case, there still is this set little crossfire for the A side. Sushi Boys was already so prepared for the swing. Is there going to be any punishes through this? Okay, one more charge.
Fatal mistake.
Oh, that! Yeah, no mistakes there. As the trades comes in, Witz actually intercepts Cruz as he peeks out through A short. And it was a feat of strength, a show of strength on the A side, but Team Secret have yet to really commit to it. As you can see, the spike is now going all the way through B. There's a ping right there. They still haven't spotted where Surf now lies. He does have the operator in hand. If they're not careful, he could actually swing for a really huge intercept here against Team Secret. What utility is left from them? No more flashes, all about that hard contact. And Surf, all he has to do, sit back, relax, and wait.
Wow.
Wait,
Once again.
He's going to back away first, but...
Oh, he misses commitment. Oh my goodness, Asar. Okay, pandemonium yet again. Jesse Vash trying to put down the law with that share, but Surf, what an incredible flick shot. He finds Jeremy, and now he hears the sound cue. Is he gonna go for the wall bang? He knows that the tiny window is enough for Secret to pounce, but Scary again. The man of the hour, the man of the map, saves XERXIA again, but Borkum, he's too far away. No stars. Foxy, it's too much ammo, despite having such a big investment on that early A main Nightfall. They recover so well. And absolute bedlam. Aserai, what happened there, man? I mean, I thought Secret had the biggest bamboozle on the planet. And I feel like that great equalizer with that operator shot from Surf really created a butterfly effect. Now, something similar happened too early in the round where we saw a little bit of a whiff from Sushi Boys on that recon dart, right? But it does beg the question, why didn't they just commit to A after they already baited out the Nightfall? But again, it's these things that the decisions that are made in the heat of battle. No clarity, no clairvoyance. Now we go into action yet again.
Well, mentioned the A site. Well, here it is. They're going to go for it once again. A different pronged approach. The flash now actually spots out Sushi Boys. They need to get this pick onto Scary as soon as can be, which they do. And there you go. They went for the decisive trade. They went for the decisive peek. No more second guessing. All about the pushes. All about that everything. Maybe it's all about that ace for somebody? No, never mind. 4 versus 3 as the round continues. 2 of the players of XERXIA now coming in through heaven here. There's a lot that they are using just to stop them, just to quell them a tiny bit more. Cruz has been spotted.
What?
But he knows that he dropped. He knows he dropped. Cruz is still hitting shots, though. Jesse Bash is by himself. Doesn't know he's going to clear out. Nice little shot. We're still 1 off into the end. No, Wits has gotten it, and that will make us a 7-5 as the round ends for the first half.
I feel like Secret has to be the greatest seesaw of plays, right? Like, why didn't they commit? Oh my goodness, they're so smart for not committing. It's either just one of those two. Like, I love how Secret is just so, how would I put this? Very stubborn, perhaps, of going for those trick plays, and it works out fantastically. But I feel like sometimes they forget that, wait a minute, we're really good at gunfights too. And just the balance of both makes them so dangerous. As yet another halftime pause is here. Very, very competitive this time. XERXIA, they look so good on Ascent, Secret. I would say they're not a step slower, but the adjustments have definitely been made. Cruz not having the greatest of volume of kills, but those assists have been coming in the most crucial times.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there was that one specific round that you mentioned, you know, how Surf was dealt with quite well by Team Secret, but because it took such a long time, he has been refragged so many times by Scary that it has really turned into such a debacle for Team Secret to try to address, right? Because again, there's only so much reaction time you can really do against a trade, and Scary's been so fast at getting those regardless of the situation. As you saw that almost clutch that he had in a 1 versus 4, that was, I feel like it's such an incredibly stressful moment for Team Secret to again address, and it has been happening so many times right now. And as you can see, it also reflects the kills for XERXIA's top fraggers, which is again Surf and Scary.
The S duo, opposite sides of the agent spectrum. One is all about the aggression, one is all about buying time and just burning as much round clock for the opposing side. But Dubstep with confidence, getting that round 1 sheriff. Looks to be a little more aggressive on the farther angles. But XERXIA, with the way they're positioned, the only angles they're taking is going to be towards the main lanes, both B main and A main. But I cannot help but ask too, what if we're gonna see a little bit of an overheat on both sides? Again, we cannot stress how incredibly talented these players are, but sometimes they try to play out of the box, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but just a big reminder, guys, this is high stakes. This is representation at Masters 2. And now Surf will look to ride the wave as the utility actually gives him a little bit of space to take market, but Foxy gets destroyed by Dubstep somewhere across the map as Surf found a Dubstep on that trade. And have they committed towards B? No, they're still on the way to either of the sites, really. And if Borkum falls here, and that he does, this is going to open up all the possibilities for XERXIA. Now, all they have to do is fight for heaven. They have firm control over Tree, as we see Jesse still try to flush out any perpetrators from market. But Surf holding on to a cheeky angle here. The Frenzy, incredibly fickle, but incredibly powerful. The star is going to be enough for them to redirect their attention towards Tree. And now Jeremy, once again, who's found quite a bit of success here, looks to play his cards right. Now, they try to break the door down, Aserai, but the classics, man, they're just not as powerful as you want them to be in that type of situation. 4v2, 4v2 still, as Sushi Boys buys Jesse Vash, and an absolutely flawless site defense on the side of XERXIA.
Bit of a mistake there from Team Secret. They got so much tagging at the very first encounter outside of B main, but then they were just, I don't know, they were wanting to stop XERXIA from coming right in, but XERXIA were a storm, man. They were basically shoppers during the Black Friday sale, you know, when they just start marching in through the entrances of the shopping mall. They were just possessed at that point, and I think Team Secret just wanted to stop them, but it's not going to work. They're still 5-man strong. Even though they got tagged up a bit, they still have the trading power, and it all started when Borgum got knocked off because, again, you said he needed to buy time as that Astra. It's not going to work out. Jeremy is so close to hitting a swing here. Dubstep hits the shot. Could actually come in for a swing once again. Well, it's good for just a piece, but not going to be enough to do more than that. You can see that Scary is already lurking all the way outside of B main here. They just deliver away the Spectres, and I think Foxy is just wasting a lot more time, maybe? Well, either way, Scary does hit the shot, opens up the B site. Dubstep is like one bullet away from being decimated, and now falls into the hands of Wits. Classic, no headhunter, no nothing. As Wits is down for. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Keep it PG, keep it PG. But again, in all seriousness, very, very colorful choice of words there from our newest addition on our agent roster. But man, XERXIA being as intrusive as they are, again, it's only the first 2 rounds of our second half, but you can already see the philosophy, how they want to split the defense apart. They've been somewhat goading Secret to react so quickly early on, and during the mid-rounds, there's been a little bit of a hard stop. I think they're still trying to present themselves as something incredibly deceptive, as a team at least. Secret, they're mixed up. They're in a bit of an analysis blender. As we see a 2-3 split, the early information from B main is going to give them a false sense of security, as Wits is still holding on to this. 1 minute 25, so anything can still happen. Now the spike is going to push itself towards be a point of interest, perhaps. Mid has been completely left open. I'm not entirely sure how both these teams are addressing it, or what they have a read on each other, what they're assuming. But right now, Asar, the long-range fights are definitely going in the favor of Secret, as we only really see Scary with a Bulldog for a little bit of resistance there.
They had to give up mid-control just because, as you can see here, I think Team Secret are stressing out the fact that they want to go for crossfire setups, but as you mentioned, it is leaving them a little bit exposed, although, because I think XERXIA now heard that the drone was used on mid, they might actually try to just aggressively take B main here. Now, it's all going to be up to Cruz with how he uses his KO blade, but somehow it's not going to work out. That trade is still deceptively good for XERXIA here, as Surf just somehow finds himself into the embrace of Wits. And speaking of the man, he is alone. He's going to spot them on the cross, still hits the shot. This is good because it puts us into a 3 versus 2, but it dwindles the numbers, and Scary is still alive. You do not want this man equipped with anything more than just an SMG, because he can do damn deadly things. One more to remain. Dubstep finds him, but Secret will not be able to get the kill. Scary still remains here.
Oh no!
Oh, they're not looking. They're not looking. They're not looking! Scary almost gets it. My goodness, where was Team Secret looking at? What a reposition and almost a blunder from TS.
I have to say, despite Secret winning that round 2, this looks like a labyrinthian puzzle. In XERXIA, they look like the Zeus and the Bull. They have to be conquered one way or another. Well, again, the combined powers of both figures. Wits had a very, very, I would say, valiant hold here. And the retake, man, I like this statement duel here. The smokes are not your friend, Dubstep. They're mine. But again, this was just way too close for comfort. Scary is coming alive. The rest of his team are feeding off that type of energy. And this 3-round gap could potentially be raised if they win this gun round. A reset point very, very close for both teams here. And this is where the pendulum swings. Wits, he sees it, he wants to control it, and he wants it to swing in his favor. Especially with Surf getting removed from that. What is their explosive entry power now?
No, even without that explosive entry firepower, it feels like they still somehow managed to find openings in the creases of defense that Team Secret does have. And one of those actually quells from the fact that sometimes they just don't know how to approach the Prowler. This time, it's the correct one. And as you can see, Foxy dropping down ever so quickly. And now Wits, very much aware that a push through their own spawn is a possible necessity here. Scary. What a reactionary shot. So good. Smokes up the rest. Has a tight little angle here to work with. Dubstep now just cautiously tries to provide himself a little bit more information of where the rest of this XERXIA roster is. And Vash, he's got himself into a corner right now. Oh, I love this positioning because Dubstep has given him some access, some leeway. Gets the shot off. 1 versus 2.
Oh my goodness.
Scary into the corner. Dubstep is trying to hide, but that Vandal has so much bite in the back of the sight. Scary is going to have to try to pick up the spike here all the way through fast lane. Going to go for the slower approach through B main. I think he spotted Scary, or I think he spotted Jeremy. This is going to be bad. I don't think Jeremy knows. Scary, he's going to go for the straight enough kill.
He commits!
Oh, no, he saw him. He absolutely saw him. Oh.
Scary. That man still has a very long life ahead of him. What are you doing? Don't do it. But my goodness, man, Scary has been such a cornerstone in these previous rounds. Again, it looks so good holding on to that site. But again, Scary, he's bilging away, keeping this boat afloat and far away from the reaches of the Charybdis that is known as Secret as of the moment. But we cannot leave our fates to the gods, to mythology, to anything, to any deities. As Dubstep and the rest of the boys, they're really kind of struggling right now with another eco buy on their hands. You know, one thing that we've noticed, they haven't really pushed their line of safety. And I like it. It's a lot of discipline, but maybe they have to change the pace, just maybe push the tempo a bit, because when we saw them play at that very brisk, at that breakneck speed, it was actually XERXIA who was forced to adjust to them in the previous map.
This time, Team Secret is the one adjusting to the realm of possibilities that XERXIA have been utilizing in terms of just how they approach the fights. My goodness, this is such a team that can always rally back if need be. And now they decide Null Command is the name of the game. Wits gonna have to find himself a better position here because he's about to get overwhelmed. A couple of nanoswarms just to delay things a little bit further, but Fash, yeah, it's gonna get flushed out. Jeremy's so low. This is not a round that Team Secret is gonna be definitely good at. See how this goes though. But Fox, oh, he spots out Jeremy too. What is it with like XERXIA and just finding players just kind of tucked in corners and getting the shots off needed? Wits hit nothing there, and he's just 1 away from dying.
Oh, wow.
There it is. Yeah, we're on to our final 2. Final 1, actually.
So, that being said, right, Jeremy, he is on borrowed time right now. He has to try and get a pick here, at least die to the spike. But in any case, Cruz speeds up that process. You did mention that XERXIA is so good at flushing out super passive players on the side of Secret. And maybe, just maybe, that's the reason why it looks like Secret is so isolated. They're going for the support angle first instead of the aggressor. Because, like that, right? You'd expect them to swing off the contact of Wits. But since Fox was so far forward here that he couldn't help but rot the brain of whoever was trying to swing at him. Now, Secret, they have a very, very good timeout here. Not to... Actually, no, I think they could have gone for it sooner. Again, the trend is we see an eco round pass or about to happen. That's where the timeout comes. But like I said, man, Secret, they have to figure out how to stop this offense where it looks like XERXIA is putting them in a maze when it shouldn't be the case.
Well, looks like it is. The switch out from Dispenser to Jeremy to Dubstep playing as the Jet here, it all feels like a good idea for Team Secret, but as you mentioned, XERXIA just created this labyrinth, this puzzle, this maze that Team Secret have not yet figured on. And the biggest problem with that is it's been so many rounds now. And as mentioned, just a little bit too long or a little bit too late, it feels like, on the call of the timeout. Regardless of which, Team Secret back up to being able to purchase rifles and everything. But it also could be just Team Secret as early as can be. It's just over reading the situation and XERXIA kind of capitalizing on that particular fact. Now, Sushi Boys wastes no time to use his ultimate here.
Oh, no.
And already, again, Team Secret. Okay. All right. This is just damage control already for XERXIA. I think they're already preparing for game number 3. It's only down to Vash.
It is down to him. And it seems the soul of Secret are still being extracted yet again by XERXIA. The soul is mine. As the Shang Tsung was putting on so many faces, so many forms. Secret, again, being thrown into a bit of a blender. Now, Jesse, they are at a reset point, so he wants to hang on to that Vandal. And if you saw that go into vision, he actually got the timing, the initial timing of Sushi Boys. He jiggles it out. He does get a frag just to keep this rifle abound. They've already conceded the round, but the minigame of surviving still is here. An exclamation point on the side of Scary. Snake? Snake? Well, Foxy instead. Proving that the Gray Fox, of course, stays on top. And like you said, Asarai, they could potentially be already gearing up for a third map here. Again, no team is not going to go without a bang. Of course, we're going to go for a 3-map series.
Again, this is the lower bracket finals. Whoever wins this series gets a shot, again, at another try against Paper X. But even more important than that, it is the slot to Masters Copenhagen? I don't know how to pronounce it. But whichever, it's the next Masters. It's the next big thing. And again, another shot at Champions as well.
Oh boy. Again, we do set our differences aside once that moment comes. But Wits just surviving that first fight, getting served. He can back out here, and that he does. Still a little more wary. Like I mentioned, they still want to keep this afloat. They want to get that sail. They want to rather get that win in their sail, get them out of this doldrum, and Jesse Vash, he's just right on the money, finding Scary, who's been an absolute beast, an absolute behemoth. LMG mounted and loaded, suppressing fire. But now they're backed into a hole, potentially creating a pillbox, and Wits holding the defensive line. Cruz, the amount of bullets going in their way, they're getting shredded now. Sushi Boys, all alone, and he could potentially go for a clutch, but no, Borkum. He will eliminate him. And is Secret gonna bow out? Absolutely not. They're gonna fight tooth and nail. But XERXIA, you can see that they are foaming at the mouth. They want this map over. They want to go the distance. No more momentum swings.
Well, we'll see if they can go that distance. 5 rounds, Raph. 5 extremely excruciating rounds will they have to go against XERXIA if they want to finish this into game 2 overtime and have a shot to win this second game. But it's easier said than done. XERXIA has put so much emphasis on just being, you know, the best team from Thailand, matching up against the best team from the Philippines. Really is a match to behold. I think the last time we saw these two teams as well is, I think that was back when Bren, or Team Secret was still Bren, and XERXIA was on their other team. I forgot the name of X10, yeah, thank you. And I think it was X10 that did win that last one. In any case, yeah, 5 rounds, man, 5 rounds.
Like I said, they've gone through so many prolific names. One Tap, Pati, now we have Surf. But they've always been so consistent. Their system has just been so convincing that no matter what player we see, the mold will eventually turn them into what XERXIA needs. And Surf, he's been thriving. May I say, really performing to the best of his ability, and even elevated at that. But once again, we go for a slow, brutal, and potentially grueling default here as XERXIA. Maybe not as confident, maybe a little more careful, maybe a little more wary. Still, victory is in their sights. A chance at taking this to a third map. Just right around the corner as Foxy's still trying to pull as much attention. But this time, it's actually Secret holding strong despite losing a member here. Dubstep gets discovered. And now this is going to be the alarm. This is going to be the #1 reason for them to rotate. But Jesse Vash narrowly gets Cruz, but they still get the plant down. A sigh of relief replaced with the opening of their eyes as Jesse still gets Scary. A 3v3, but Jesse's still so far away. The site has already been thrown. So much ultimates here, and Sushi Boys finds the decaying Wits. But Jeremy, a machine, needs not the flesh of man to succeed, and he gets 2! Absolutely nuclear! And he gets 3! Everybody's favorite nephew is here to step up. At Secret, they stay alive for 1 more. I said this yesterday, and I'll say it again. My goodness, Jeremy!
Brandishing his favorite melee weapon, nay, Jesse Vash's favorite melee weapon. Oh, I was already thinking about what's gonna happen on Icebox, but Jeremy, you know what? Let's put a lid on that. Let's deal with that later on, because I still have something to say, lots to say. 3K for the clutch. What a hero! I was gonna mention as well that XERXIA is so good at getting a rile out of Team Secret, by the way. That triple push on mid was so that Borkum would actually peek out through short, and that was spotted immediately by Cruz, and then Dubstep to follow up as well because he got spotted by the Haunt. Any case, Team Secret still not dropping, and this is going to be a big swing. Wits, is he ready for the incoming onslaught that is the 5-man roster of XERXIA, possibly looking to aggress towards B main here? They are clumped up. They are just grouped up here as an entire unit. And the null command, he runs away.
What?
And suppressing fire from Jesse Bash. Okay, Wits, he's gonna go for the hero play right now. The flasher come through, but he actually gets blocked by the smoke. This could be good for them. 3 versus 3. Still as the round continues. They're gonna have the control of the B side to plant on the spike. Dubstep wins the fight against Scary as the smoke dissipates. And that lockdown is now all for naught. 3 versus 2 once again. The numbers in the favor of Team Secret, but they still have to go against Cruz and Sushi Boys. What a punish from Sushi. Cruz coming in for the swing onto the corner, trying to play through his own fragment. And Sushi will not win against Borkum as he just side swings as quick as can be. And Team Secret still fighting, holding on in this second game rack.
I want to talk about those last 2 rounds because I feel like this was a critical error that we both overlooked. I feel like the round before this was a dry push from XERXIA to goad all the ultimates that Secret could throw so they could set up a big push in that potentially winning round of theirs. But again, despite all of that, despite all the setup, Secret still managed to eke it out. Again, they are holding on to this Aserai, and they too have been possessed by the clutch gods. But looking at the ultimate economy we have now, it's Secret on the other side of things that have a bit of an advantage. See, XERXIA go for that timeout because supposedly that was the winning play. That was so strong in their minds. But with a wrench thrown into their plans, they have to reconsider. They still have Scary's Cosmic Divide. And Scary, he's been an outstanding performer to say the least. I think he is pretty much the embodiment of Astra and how dangerous this agent can be. But we will have to see how that pans out once this timeout ends. Dubstep, Jesse Vash, Jeremy, Wits, and Borkum, they have to yet again withstand the storm. Because if you look at the kill distribution on the side of XERXIA, everybody has been an absolute juggernaut, an absolute demolisher.
A punisher, mind you, to all the wrongdoings that Team Secret has done upon them. Now, mentioned, as soon as this timeout fades, it ends. Here we go. The question continues. We have it started as, what, 7-round question? Now it's 3 rounds. Can they go to overtime? 3 more to go. XERXIA, what they got in the bank? Surf does have the blades. Scary does have the wall. This could be utilized here, but Borkum is already ready for the swing. And speaking of Borkum, I think Borkum has been taking the brunt of the initial encounter as well and hasn't really favored Team Secret as much.
Don't do it.
He wants to. He wants to. Wits. Ooh, this is... He's lucky he kind of timed that a little bit better as he's in the pocket, but a couple of pop shots through the smoke. It's going to be the death of Wits.
Uh-oh.
So
are you
close,
sure?
Rap. This is so... He has DP. He has DP. He misses the shot! Surf hits it! Okay, hang on. Still 4 versus 5. Not the end of things, but that was a really good start for XERXIA here. The wall comes in, the pull on the trigger. 2 will be holding on to Market here. Dubstep riles back up onto Market once again. He still has a dash. Triple kill for him. Gets the pick off. And Team Secret still hold on. Wits was deterred, but Dubstep will not.
Face the music. Dubstep. He annihilates everybody trying to push Market here, and I thought this was going to be the divine play of XERXIA. Getting Wits early, eliminating that tour de force, but Dubstep, don't count us out just yet. XERXIA potentially could be in a bit of a blender here, a little bit of a shakeup. They have to find their bearings because this is probably the most painful position in the game. 1 more eco to give. If they could steal this, then this is gonna knock the wind out of Secret's sails. But Secret, they've been looking mighty impressive. Now Wits, he has the operator. Not as fancy, not as shiny as the Tour de Force, but as lethal. He still has that operator and rather that rendezvous in his back pocket. So he might be a little more condensed with his teammates here as he knows it's an eco. Zerf with the blades. He's been a hero. He's been a tyrant, a kingdom stopper, a king slayer. Can he do the same? He pushes forward. He could potentially find a crossfire here, but it's Jeremy finding Scary. Scary again falling first, but Surf gets two! He explodes! And a hot knife through butter. He gets the operator. This is looking mighty scary for Secret now. The post plant has suddenly been turned on their heads. Rifles, Spectres, and an operator abound. The blades are still very much present. Secret, they're sweating bullets. They also have blades available, but they have to rely on their rifles. The null command is here. He could potentially eliminate the blades, and there you go. The sheriff has been picked up. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful team play. Foxes misses the first shot. Stairs. Oh, look at this! What a beautiful cosmic divide, that's right! And they flush out to the side, but it's still going in the way of Surf! XERXIA! They look to cut the throat! Dubstep is left alive here, but a 1v3! Is it doable? He turns around! This could be a critical error! And they finish him off! We are going to a map number 3!
Oh man, Jeremy was seeing the B-side, man, the blue screen of death as XERXIA will be pushing us to Icebox. Critical error, as it were. It had to be. I'm pretty sure that was Jesse Vash using his Sova drone while Wits was holding the B main angle with an operator. So you already have a one pop shotter with the sniper, and then you even put Vash on the drone for that reconnaissance. There was no form of retaliation on B whatsoever, especially when Surf can just dash into the site and get those multi-kills, as you were saying. Hot knife through butter, and he clean cuts the B site. So everybody's been wishing it. We've been wanting it. We're going to go to game number 3. Now we're going to take a break. When we come back, first it's the panel to discuss that crazy Ascent map even further. And again, lower bracket finals still continues, guys.
Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever? And ever, and ever.
XERXIA Esports looking to do another comeback story as they take map number 2 against Team Secret in this series. Coming back to the panel, it's the likable Fluffy02 and Trix with the 1. This game is looking like the retakes of their previous encounter wherein Team Secret took Haven this time around, when in the past they lost it to XERXIA, and XERXIA doing the same over here at Ascent. Now XERXIA, quite a performance over here at Ascent, with Scary being an absolute jump scare. Fluffy, he was just all over the place.
He was. And XERXIA as a whole, we were talking about it on Haven, how their defense was kind of lacking, but moving on to Ascent, it looks like a completely different story. I feel like one thing that we failed to mention, because we didn't brush up on it, was the change of the Sentinel for the lineup that we normally see XERXIA bring into the Ascent map, especially what they did specifically against Team Secret the last time they played each other. Now with the Killjoy, having something to play contact of, and in that and the combination for me for the Fade, really denied a lot of the aggression that Team Secret wanted to do, and they really were forced to kind of play very slowly, not the Team Secret that we saw during the first game.
Yeah, and adding to that, XERXIA also playing without the Sova. We tend to bring it up a lot in terms of the panel, how impactful a Sova can be, especially Foxy on that Sova. But instead, they're opting for that double initiator instead of the triple initiator we've seen before, alongside the Jet, and it really paid off, at least in my opinion. It paid off. They were able to get the space that they needed. There were holes in their defense. I think Team Secret did exploit it, but I find that Team Secret found it a little too late.
They did, but closing the half, 7-5, not bad for Team Secret. I saw them taking control of mid because at the same time, XERXIA was actually giving up a lot of space, especially in the earlier rounds over at mid. So it was really good that Team Secret was trying to utilize that, and the lurk potential for both of these teams, Fluffy, was just really good. You could, like I said, Scary being scary from time to time, not even lurking at times, just really wide swinging and catching the opponent by surprise.
Yeah, extremely scary coming out from Scary, because his timing especially has clutched around multiple times, where on the other hand, the Borkum time looks like it's experiencing some jet lag, because sometimes he's just so far away from where he needs to be. His team either gets overwhelmed or overrun too fast, and he kind of has to run and make his way back just to even try to save the round. And to add to Trix's point earlier, I feel like Foxy, with those Prowlers, halted so much aggression coming out from Team Secret, as the constant ping of information just to have something clear and angled without risking anyone really just made a big difference for me personally. Although we know for Team Secret's sake, they did eventually adjust, especially during the latter half of the second half, with Dubstep and Jesse Vash really stepping up to the plate. I feel like Dubstep, though, regardless of the result of these first two maps, has really found a lot of comfort now that he's back on that Jet.
Really has. And to add on to your point about Borkum over there, yes, when they were attacking, there were times that he was far too behind and he couldn't defend the defuse of the spike. However, it was also very unfortunate during the defense that your controller, the one who is his sole responsibility is to kind of keep vision away from those trying to seek information over the attacker side, was getting picked off very early on in a lot of these rounds. So I think that was one of the struggles that Team Secret really had to face. And of course, Surf over here just being incredibly aggressive, and it was just so hard to back this guy down.
The aggression that XERXIA is able to pull through, I know that one round I remember very clearly is when they had that Killjoy ultimate in A main, and even before the ultimate pop, they were chasing down the other players, trying to get them before they could even leave the zone of the Killjoy ultimate. But Team Secret also doing a fantastic job in terms of retake. We've seen Jeremy especially pop off when that Nightfall. The Nightfall got pushed in, but Jeremy still being able to get those frags alongside Jesse Vash's ping. So I think both teams were playing phenomenally. It's just at the end of the day, XERXIA was able to change their pace and adjust a little more and a little faster than Team Secret.
Yeah, I remember that round you were talking about, Trix, and Jesse Vash, we talked about this guy's game sense. Really, really good the way he was able to take out the planter. He did not stop the plant. However, he got the planter off of his Hunter's Fury. But what he did afterwards was very smart, because he went to check mid if there was someone lurking. And it just goes to show for both teams that they're really on edge here. They're not going to allow anybody to flank. They're always watching his back, probably for Jesse Vash specifically, because he's afraid of his own ghost of the knife kills. But again, Fluffy over here. If you look at XERXIA, they were so well-rounded in this game. Sure, there was a little bit of struggle towards the end. We thought that Team Secret was gonna get a comeback in the end and give them a taste of their own medicine by possibly getting 6 rounds straight in, but that wasn't the case, Fluffy.
Yeah, I think a big reason also that XERXIA had so much momentum this game is that they won both of the pistol rounds. And we were talking about this backstage a bit earlier, that by winning these 2 important rounds, it almost guarantees of course, we've seen a lot of teams lose the bonus or the bye, but generally speaking, you're at such a big advantage in that specific round against other pistols that it's almost always secured. And having 4 rounds guaranteed already means that you're only playing a catch-up game to 9. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why XERXIA was so good, aside from the fact that I feel like their composition just gave so much pressure, and the way they played the round, it's scary, especially. I know we talked about the fade and how the Killjoy really slows down the pacing, but I feel like the pressure stars coming out of Astra as well, just having them literally hang out on the entrances of both A and B main, really slowed down a lot of the moves that Team Secret wanted to make, because they know that the only person that can quickly go through any of these obstacles is their Jet, and if their Jet dashes through, it's very hard for the rest of the team to follow.
That's true, and I loved that global presence that Scary was giving. And I was saying this actually when we touched up on Team Secret. They had those global agents, so it felt like there was a lot more mind games that could be played, a lot more pressure on different sides of the map. But XERXIA doing a really good job on keeping pressure. Also, their agents were physically present, as well as that global pressure that Astra really gives, and Scary just being able to capitalize off of it, being able to really push the opponents back to certain areas. I am excited because I feel like XERXIA, welcome back, you're awake.
XERXIA being awake is always a very scary sight to see. We saw how devastating they were yesterday, and they look like they're on track to going back to that form today. And with us being reset into essentially a best of 1 coming soon, if they continue this momentum, I feel like it'll pay dividends for them. But looking back at what they did do today on Ascent, I feel like one of the strengths of XERXIA that has improved a lot from map 1 to map 2 again is the defense. And I feel like even on the offense, one really good utility piece that they have been using a lot that I think changed the game a lot was the 0 point. We always talk about how impactful that is, and I can remember a couple rounds where, for example, Wits on that chamber would push up on B main with Jesse Vash jiggling so that he'd be first contact, and they already had a very set play where Jesse Vash will spot one, back off, or maybe try to get a pot shot in, and the Wits will go for the kill on the off angle and TP out. But just because of this 1-0 point, it really denies that entire control because of how the Team Secret composition is lined up. With Chamber being their sentinel, they don't have complete map control, and they have to start holding these angles with their actual players, start risking their lives and do a lot of these setups. Whereas something like the XERXIA comp is a bit more safe in that regard, being able to prowler or turret anything just to make sure that it's clear.
It really was. And I do want to touch up on the pacing over here, Trix. We saw how Team Secret was actually playing it very carefully when they were on the attack. But I want to know what made XERXIA such a success on that attack side.
I think the success on XERXIA on the attack side was the confidence going into it. They just went in. They took the pick. They wanted the fight, and they had the refrag as well. So it's not like they were going in alone. They would make sure to hold each other's hands, essentially, when they're peeking those angles. But moving on to Icebox, I'm hoping that we're going to see that kind of pressure going forward. And I really want to see XERXIA take that aggression, be able to take that control. We've got 2 Killjoys in this map, both on Sushi Boys and Dispenser. We have seen issues before, but hopefully they're going to overcome that. And Team Secret actually going in with a Chamber in comparison to XERXIA's second Sentinel, which is a Sage.
Exactly. I want to talk about that, Fluffy, right here, right now. What do you think are the benefits of having that Sage over the Chamber?
I feel like Chamber in a map like Icebox gets a lot of value because the verticality you can access easily with the Rendezvous, as well as having the Headhunter every round, playing a lot of these headshot angles, which there are a lot of here on the Icebox map specifically, and making sure that that Headhunter does land, because at any range, whether you're at B, for example, and shooting all the way up until when the attackers spawn into B, it really is a free-for-all if you can land your shots, as the Headhunter does one-shot headshot at any range. Whereas when you have the Sage, you do have a bit more flexibility. I feel like that the rest is kind of a bonus. I don't think it's something players actually think about when they pick Sage. No one really picks it for the rest. It's more of the ability to have a slow. And the slows, I feel like in particular, are really good on Icebox because of all the narrow chokes you have to be able to go through. Like, for example, on A orb or outside B behind yellow, it really stops a lot of pushes and helps with the retake. One big difference between both, though, for choosing the Sentinel difference is the Sage Wall. I think that's the biggest piece of utility that you can bring. The Sage Wall protects your team when you're planting the bomb, but also it's a very, very, very big time saver when you're going for the defuse. It stops a lot of post plants, and that one piece of utility along with the Viper Wall really splits the map and can put it heavily in your favor even in a situation when you're down.
Yeah, I've seen the Sage Wall come to life multiple instances already, and I do want to touch up that in terms of composition, I do prefer having the chamber, but that's like a preference of mine because we talk about aggressiveness, we talk about proactivity, and I love seeing, for example, the chamber hold yellow, get one pick, and then teleport out. That's something you can't do with the other agents except for Jet in this specific lineup that we're seeing. So I do want to see the proactivity over there. We could probably put like a chamber over at yellow and then have the Jet anchor A. So it all depends on how these teams are actually going to put that out. So with that said, if I said that for Team Secret, step 1 was Haven, for XERXIA, it was step 1, reset. Step 2, ascent. And step 3, maybe icebox. With a team as methodical as they are, following this step-by-step procedure should not be a problem. On the side of Team Secret, though, they have to mess up the plan or remap it to their liking. So I'm guessing that icebox, it's going to be incredibly messy. So with that, let's go ahead and begin with game number 3. Once again, folks, this is Team Secret versus XERXIA.
Will XERXIA be the one to win this series, or will Team Secret actually reveal their secret that they're going to be the winners? We'll see how it goes. It could go either way, man. Icebox is the last bastion of hope for either side, and again, the last slot for the APAC slot going into Masters Copenhagen. Anyways, once again, my name is Asteroid with Raph, and this is going to be the final one. I'm jumbled, man. My nerves are all there because of just how neck and neck this entire series has really unraveled in front of us.
You said it. I mean, XERXIA proving to be a dominant force in that second map. Again, we were absolutely almost certain that they were going to take that map with the way they looked. It made it look like that there was nowhere to hide, no one to confide to for Secret. But of course, getting a little excited when Secret started bouncing back, but XERXIA's like, I think you guys forgot who we are, and I think you forget that it's not only Scary that's ascended to godhood. Surf with that massive play at the end of that round. Oh my goodness, this is going to be yet another El Clasico, honestly.
Absolutely. And again, the contrast of the Sentinel picks, is that really going to be a really huge difference? I feel like it will, because XERXIA have proven that this has been a staple in the Thai region for the most of times. And I think it's because XERXIA has reinvigorated the pickup of the Sage, particularly Icebox. I think Made in Thailand have used it a lot. FWE have used it a lot. Even the other teams that weren't included in the APAC teams from Thailand, such as I believe Full Sense, they've used it a lot because I think Cruz was one of the players that have really solidified that particular Sage pick because of how well he can place the walls and at good intervals for it to have maximum effect.
I'm glad you did bring up Full Sense there. You know, I think everybody would have loved to see our boy Johnny Olsen really pop off and do everything, but that is just a testament to how everybody has elevated, how explosive everybody has become. And XERXIA is no stranger to evolution. We've seen them rise to prominence, but ever since that they planted their feet at the top, they've only been scaling new mountains. They've conquered Everest. Now they're trying to conquer Olympus Mons. Again, just so many challenges ahead of them. And it's one of those things where they have nothing to prove anymore, but there's still so much to accomplish. And I love the mindset going into this one. But again, I'm just so excited for how this Icebox map is going to turn out. Both teams have been fabled. XERXIA, very rarely do they drop an Icebox map. And again, they are just absolutely sharp as attack, especially in that last map.
That they did. This was also I believe, the last map that they played against Onyx to secure their series slot against Team Secret today. So with all that being said, it is looking really good for XERXIA. Team Secret, on the hand, on Icebox, not really the best of maps for them. I think this was one of the fewer maps that they had one of the lower performance outputs on compared to how they've been playing on Haven, as well as what was their other map that they're really known for? Maybe even Bind, even though they did get that really hard loss against PaperX the other day.
Okay.
But
I'll be real. I think that Bind pick was just so suspicious. I was like, oh, they let go of Bind? I don't know, man. You know, I don't know, man.
I don't know, indeed, as well. Anyways, also what is going to be interesting to point out here is that Jeremy has been subbed out and Dispenser will be playing in. It probably is because of the case that they wanted a more dedicated Sentinel player to solidify the defense for Team Secret here, because defense will be the start for the TS team. So again, being able to just have a clear-cut wraparound of the entire map while you don't get that gives you a lot more flexibility to move around is going to be quite important. Anyways, the reason why we are taking just a tiny bit longer to get into the game is because one of our players just experienced a little bit of a crash. You know, they're going to reconnect now and the game is about to start. So sorry for that, guys, but we are about to go underway with our last game of this series. And then after this wrap is the long-coveted, long-awaited grand finals for APAC.
You know, one thing that I think I have to put on the forefront again, XERXIA, I feel like a lot of analysts would agree too, is that they were, or at least still considered in the GOAT of APAC. They've been so consistent, and I think this was the APAC leg where if they didn't qualify for Masters 2, then PaperX has a 1-up, but XERXIA's like, no, it's not going to be that easy. As they start on the attacking side, they want to roll with that momentum. The way that they dominated Secret in that first half, they look to do the same. But Borkum already getting so much confidence, uncontested in that orb. The site that is going to be oppressed is going to be B. Despite Wits getting out, he does get tagged up, but Sushi Boys, he is a sentinel, but he is going to move his defensive line. No flank watch needed. If I kill everybody, probably is the call, but a very, very classic setup here. The Sage Wall, the Viper utility, and a full 5-man retake is in hand for Secret. But now XERXIA, they have a very, very strong post-plant position, SRA.
They're going to have to destroy first a couple of things. They do have their own smokes to lend them a little bit more leeway into the site, but they have to still clear out a couple of angles here. They don't have the recon dart from Jesse Bash, and unfortunately, that does not paint the picture for Team Secret as they just rush into the site. Dubstep, even if he does get a couple of kills here, that vertical wall placed in by Cruz will make it absolutely horrendous for him to try to just push forward just a teeny tiny bit. My oh my, did the defenses on B, even though both Sentinels were there, just drop off as soon as, and this was kind of awkward for Wits, being spotted by Surf out in the open from the back of Yellow.
And one thing that we have to take into consideration too, every time we see a XERXIA set play, there's just so much to explain. I really love the dual purpose use of that wall. Aside from, of course, it giving a little more safety net for XERXIA, it allowed Cruz to use that verticality on the rope. Again, just a lot of versatility too, Aserai. So a very, very memorable play already, but Sushi Boys, he storms the side, he finds Wits. A lot of proactivity, as Laika would mention, towards Yellow. But that is not going to be possible, as Cruz is going to go for the exact same wall. Are they going to replicate the exact same success? Signs point to yes. Signs point to really yes. Borkum gets a trade, but he will get peppered down as Scary gets that second frag. Now a 2v3. Still, though, Dubstep manages to salvage a kill. Has to find yet another. Dubstep looking kind of like Wits right now. Surf, again, just one more hit.
What? Oh! Oh, okay. What a shot. Okay. All right. Bit more expensive, but definitely not winnable for Wits. Question mark?
Oh, man. Okay, I am taken aback by that shot. What an adjustment. I was absolutely certain that he was gonna get peppered down there. But like I said, both players incredibly proficient with the jet. Very, very easy to mistake who is who. or which is which, despite the lethality. But XERXIA, again, taking control of that early swing. And they want to do what they did in the previous map, where they will not allow Secret to go about their business uncontested. Despite only having a few rifles abound, I think this was heavily reinforced with Surf on Haven. They set him up so beautifully and had such a great game. But Wits going for that God spot, cannot really find Foxy. He knows that he's there, but like the Silver Fox and the Sly Fox he is going to manage to find even value in a rock and a hard place. But where is Secret right now? They have still committed towards A, but look at this. It could be a full contact play, Aserai.
This could be bad because Wits has taken a bit of damage and still yet to flush out Fox here. And because the trademark was destroyed, Wits will have to position himself just a teeny tiny bit closer to the angle. Dubstep alongside Borkum, splashing it in B. And Foxy to remain here on B main. It's going to be able to at least secure the orb overall, but it's just looking to be a flawless round to come up for Team Secret. Foxy now backing away, still spotted. Now they know it's all about that B main. The rest of Team Secret now try to get in a little bit closer. And Wits, there it is. Flawless round on the bye.
Beautiful, flawless, but as expected on the bonus round, XERXIA, they had something in mind here, trying to pull a page from the more deceptive side of strategy. They went for that, potentially pulling attention, right? But again, just the anticipation on Secret's side, absolutely beautiful. But I'm actually surprised that Secret didn't go for that commitment towards B main, just because Foxy was just pulling so much attention and using so much utility. But maybe if XERXIA had one more player, the fake would have been a little more convincing. But again, with the lack of firepower, they had to supplement it with numbers. But look at this. All Vandals, all long-range fights for now. Careful. As Surf is going to avoid the crosshairs of Wits for now. Now Foxy, again, throwing out that Sova drone just to clear the close angles. Just, you cannot have too much of a safety net, perhaps. Now Wits, has he found success here yet? Well, he's going to be found by that recon dart, as a full 5v5 action is set in place.
I mean, they know that Wits is here. That's why they're waiting so patiently for him to just even get a peek out. If he doesn't jump peek this, there is 3, 4 players waiting on his swing. And there you have it. All right, Wits is heavily tagged.
Ouch. Wits. Again, being goaded into fight back, man. Fight back. And now he's so low, Aserai. Surf, he can smell the blood. He's like a shark. He has to keep moving. Otherwise, this could potentially stagnate and be unfortunate for him. But beautiful positioning still. A bit of a mishap on that dart, actually, will cost the life of Wits, giving him a false sense of safety. And now Scary and the boys looking so good. XERXIA still very much patient. And Borkum a little more wary of a potential lurk from a mid default. But Surf, I don't trust this. We know what the APAC surprise is. We know what the APAC special is. Suddenly, any angle could look like a clown car. A million people flooding in, but the same play, same old success. 13 seconds left.
Snake bite
dash has been made, but look at that. Scary with the 6th sense. Oh, but the snake bite indeed. They have enough time. Borkum with a beautiful blaze Molly. XERXIA, they're turning up. Scary the god, but does get called. Wait a minute. Jesse Vash and Dubstep. They turn this back around, but Sushi Boys, is he still too sharp to conquer? Or rather, for a Secret to conquer. Patience by Dubstep being practiced, being shown. Oh, and the timing. Sushi Boys and Foxy has a beautiful crossfire in this. Are they going to spray into this? Actually, no, the patience is there. And Dubstep thinking, if they can't see me and if I ignore them, they're not going to be looking at me. But that is not the case. As XERXIA looking still so strong.
They were second-guessing themselves so much on B. As you mentioned, it all started with when the recon dart from Jesse Vash just did not get any value whatsoever. No tags at all. So Wits had to just double peek once again. But I don't know, man. He was so low already. There was like 4 people there. It feels like the start of Ascent all over again. And because of that, because the loss of Wits, now they didn't have anybody to actually truly check B main or to address that angle. And because the smoke was being turned on and off again by Scary on mid, they were second guessing. Maybe they got through the alarm bot. Maybe they got through there, and it just gave XERXIA enough time to go themselves into the B side, making both Dispenser and Borkum flinch. That's all they needed. That's all that they wanted, and they got it.
So now the information train that I think, like you mentioned, right, Borkum, he was the one that was really aware of that mid flank. But it's still Wits playing close. He really will not let go of this domain, as the drones and the utility, they are going to fly his way. He has been spotted. He doesn't get tagged up, but again, just a safety net. The get out of jail for free card. Really strong. Now Surf, the king of blades, potentially. The title bestowed upon very few. Has to use that shorty to get rid of the all-seeing trademark. Dubstep still has that operator too, but so far they have been coalesced into going into B. Oh, they're committing to B, but no, there's still 30 seconds on the clock. Do they know that they're going to be running into a very aggressive Viper Spit? Surf could easily go vertical here. But again, no blades have to be wasted. He goes for the second floor. Is he just going to go past? Yes, he does. And right on the money as Borkum tries to spray everybody down. Wait a minute. But Surf, he gets rid of it. He's forced to plant, but Dubstep also gets a double. This is falling apart. Foxy yet again being the lone warrior. Just tasked to save this Vandal, perhaps. And this looked so good for XERXIA.
It did look so good, but dropped in the pockets of Team Secret. I was a little bit scared for Borkum there because he was alone, but I mean, they got past him. Ideally, or rather, realistically, it was only really Surf that got past the Viper Spit. So he didn't take the poison damage, but the rest of his team did through all of that thick wall. And because Surf wasn't able to find Borkum, they just needed to play that contact and needed to flush him out before they got the plant on the spike. Because what would happen there was there would have been an awkward spot where the rest of Team Secret would be at rafters, and then Borkum was still at pipes, holding a really strong angle. And speaking of angles, Dubstep is here, with the operator alongside Wit, who is very much close onto the contact, but this could go sour as now he does not have the dash anymore. We'll have to play a more passive angle here as Wit's still holding on to the left. If he plays this a little bit too aggressive, maybe he's not going to find any value off of this. And he does miss the shot. They put about 3 players already here and now, and Dubstep will have to back away. He has to respect that he does not have the dash. Maybe if he's brave enough, but we'll see how that goes. 7 seconds before the TP comes up from Wit, and they're getting dismantled because I feel like Team Secret is just being a little bit too antsy here, Raf.
Maybe antsy is the right word for this, but they will be temporarily slowed by a cheeky trap. Is it enough to halt this advance by XERXIA? Again, XERXIA, when they operate as a 5-man unit, they look unstoppable. They look like a classic phalanx, perhaps, just like the mighty Spartans. But Wits, they try to break into it. Nope, a Viper Spit, courtesy of XERXIA, is going to come in their way. And now Secret, this is looking so challenging for them. And XERXIA, they are so comfortable of just holding this down. What does Secret really have to stop this? Their utility so empty, and playing contact into the pit of death, into the pit of malice of Viper. Again, incredibly poisonous, incredibly volatile, but what's going on? Yet another round turned on its head. XERXIA, they still hold strong. They still have the post plant. They don't have utility too. The script has been flipped, but Foxy has to make a commitment here. He gets Borkum, and they didn't even get the half. Foxy could be the hero here, but he has to make a move very quickly. Time is winding down, and he still gets the 4K of an ace as a consolation. Oh, but the round has been stolen away by Secret. Oh my goodness, Asterai. Everybody on XERXIA has been stepping up. But again, it's just been a game of inches. It's 2 absolute titans trading blows equally.
I was going to mention already that was a really good strong post plant for XERXIA here, and they played it actually incredibly well. Nobody needed to stay inside the Viper's pit because Viper's pit, even when the Viper is out of the pit, stays for a good 15 seconds? 12, 15 seconds, I believe. So because of that, okay, nice little op shot there from Foxy. And again, because of that, they can just play as far back as they would want to. Now, Foxy played it, as you mentioned, absolutely perfectly. I think the problem therein lies that it was only Vash that really tried to peek out and challenge against Fox, and Wits thought that he could have just maybe helped out his teammate defuse the spike? Question mark? But in any case, this is still a very weak buy for XERXIA, although that pick onto Wits makes it into a 4 versus 5, and Foxy still has the operator. And, well, what is it again? Disclaimer for everybody. Foxy actually knows how to use this operator in very intense situations.
Oh yeah, like right on cue, Jesse Vash gets hunted by his fellow hunter. And again, it is an incredibly lavish purchase, but already instant returns of investment. As Foxy, he has to play the backline here with much more support this time around. So far, XERXIA has had no problems of walking in towards B, and they've been hitting the site over and over and over again. Now Foxy posturing up, a little more aggressive. Dubstep could find the tail end of this operator. Borkum actually cuts down Surf. The numbers, they're a little more equal this time around. And Foxy, oh no, a big crucial whiff on his side. But here we have still the lockdown.
Sushi Boys
still have not. Once again, these killjoys, man, they've been absolutely insane. A second frag. Dubstep, he's so low. A tickle perhaps. And Scary, once again, finding that narrow window to break into the home of Team Secret. Taking yet another round. And my, maybe Aserai, all these ecos are taking a toll mentally on Team Secret.
For sure that is, man. There is that point where Team Secret does overheat and gets incredibly antsy, as I mentioned previously. And you're kind of seeing that now as they try to get map control after map control. Maybe it's the lack of initiators, per se, because usually you'd see Team Secret with double innies, and it gives them so much information to utilize, right? But this time, only really relying on Jesse Vash makes, I think, the rest of Team Secret just wince a little bit and try to get for that map control. Borkum has a position here, but it immediately gets flushed out by Cruz. And now they're preparing for themselves a nice little round altogether. Vash, not sure if he's already given away his presence, but this slow peak again. I mentioned it already. They love to try to go for these peaks now, but it hasn't really worked out in the end. Dispenser, he's quadrupled the position here. He's the fourth man to actually just place himself on a position right now, which is good. He gets to one, but he's going to get waterfalled by XERXIA. And now it's what's to remain. He does find Cruz somewhere, somehow, some way, but it is going to be such a monumental task for him to even hit any of the other shots when he only has one more Headhunter bullet in the chamber. And that is going to be XERXIA once again with a clean enough bonus once more.
Oh, look at that. XERXIA has so much eco reserved for, you know, for a rainy day. And it's a testament on how quickly they can steal away the momentum. Secret, they're feeling the effects of it too. They are forced to buy up here. And again, a high prio round for them. They do put the operator in Witz's hands instead of Dubstep. The Tour de Force is completely unavailable for him. We do see Jesse have that Hunter's Fury as well as another Viper's Pit. On the side of XERXIA, Foxy is so close to getting his own ultimate. And the rest of the squad too. Cruz with that res available, potentially goading Surf to be a little more aggressive this time around. Maybe, just maybe, promoting a bit of a contact play here, as Surf has found a little bit of verticality yet again to posture himself in Wits. He's been mighty comfortable here. But the defense is just a little more fragile on the side of mid, but Dispenser is here to patch the holes up. It does find a very crucial player in the forms of Cruz, but still a default at hand.
Placing swamp grenade.
Oh no, this peek up from Sushi Boys is gonna be absolutely well timed. Dispenser was just looking at the entrances of that hallway and he got gutted from it. And XERXIA really holding on to this lead of theirs. What a trace from Surf. Now this is going to be again a quick and clean take onto the B site as the rest of XERXIA. Oh, what a shot from Surf. That was a minuscule pixel peak angle. Now it seems like Team Secret, they've lost their wind here, Raph. XERXIA is starting to build up a lot more steam. And they're about to hit that 6-3 already. Unless Dubstep and Borkum have to say otherwise. But they're, as you can see in the position on the map, very afraid of the lurk that could come through Foxy. And he can always just do this once they actually approach the B site.
I think the winning formula for XERXIA has been Foxy being incredibly forward, maybe much more forward than a typical Sova, but the way that he's been winning out gunfights has been so convincing. Scary yet again, taking another frag for his name, and Borkum has to make a mad dash towards safety. Now, I did mention, right, at the end of our previous map, if Secret lost to that pistol, then that is going to put them in a bit of a doldrum. They've recovered really well, but XERXIA, they want to be the mighty Maelstrom to throw them in rough seas yet again. Now XERXIA, Aserai, a high prio round for them, a momentum thieving round potentially. Secret, what do they have in the bag? Do they have to dig as deep as they can? Because, man, just looking at that shot too, what is that, Surf? That is crazy.
He's been absolutely pivotal for XERXIA here alongside Scary. And being able to give XERXIA these successful rounds. They spotted the close encounter already from Dubstep, but he actually bumps into the wall. Unfortunately, Surf not going to give him a chance to even recuperate the positioning. Cruz elsewhere finds another pick. And this weak buy, this eco round from Team Secret, again, just being dismantled. Spencer could not find the refrag against Surf here. And look at XERXIA. They're just waiting. They know that Team Secret will always try to go for that aggressive map control. And now it's only a matter of time. The Spencer is the last person standing. He's already shown his presence all the way through B. Sushi catches him on the rotate to A. And XERXIA, my goodness, the consecutive rounds just eking out faster and faster as the previous one ends.
It looks like they are paying it back. Like, hey guys, good job on map 1. Good game. You know what I mean? Like, again, the momentum has been so heavily in their favor, but Secret, they've come back. They've shown signs of having great late round acumen, late game acumen as well. Scaling may not potentially be in their favor as their economy. Once again, Asar, I hate saying this, but in shambles yet again. XERXIA has been so good on handling their own money and stealing so many eco rounds away. Proficient anti-eco, very present, very succinct for them. Dubstep, now it's his turn on that operator. The question is, where is he going to post up? They put a lot of time and space, perhaps, towards controlling B main. But XERXIA, they've had no problem just running them down.
No problem whatsoever. And again, the pacing is just a bit too overzealous from Team Secret side. You can see that with how they've been getting this control. I don't know if it's because it's the default way to play Icebox, or it's them having the confidence to try to peek out against XERXIA here, which is never really a bad thing. But XERXIA has gone in and out of their way to just wait a tad bit more, you know, not really freak out a little bit too much. Team Secret kind of showed how quick they can really change the pace on Haven, but Icebox is such a different spell, especially for XERXIA right now. This is the map that everybody fears against XERXIA. That, again, the last time that Team Secret faced them on that previous series, they banned out, but they wanted to test something, and this last map not really favoring them as of the moment. They have called that timeout here, Raph, maybe to just find ways to maybe finish off this first half a little bit better, but I'm already looking at a possible 9-3 here for XERXIA, just looking at how the rounds have been turning out.
Oh man, it has been really convincing. Secret, they go for a little more of a passive style now, a little more controlled. And Witz, he plays the off angle here. A lot of focus, yet again, being thrown towards green, towards B main. But XERXIA, they go for a quick sprint towards A. A little bit of resistance here as utility has been invested in here too, just for a tiny bit of a safety net. But Sushi Boys, he hates safety nets. I'm gonna just throw this lockdown out. The Hunter's Fury to double down onto Borkum, dropping God's Hammer on his head. And could not even fight back. A little decay on the side of XERXIA. They are now getting topped up. Dispenser had a window of opportunity, but it has been long shot. Does he know that there is a lurk? He tries to check, but Surf is here again. So clever, mastering the waves. But he gets annihilated by Dubstep as he finds Sushi Boys. Jesse Vash also gets that trade onto him, but Cruz holding strong. One side is still so difficult to crack open, but Dubstep with the knives. 1 versus 2 here. Foxy, he's been a hero. He's been amazing. That smoke is going to dissipate soon, but he does get the half. The tap is here. Getting goaded into a reaction, and Wits finally finds a round for Team Secret.
Oh man, my heart was beating way too quickly for that particular round. Alright, it was a good reposition. It was a good round for Team Secret, but the way that it started, as soon as they started coming into the site itself, just felt a little bit messy, as it were. Of course, not every single round will be perfect on the retake, but XERXIA were just having so much fragging powers on what, not even off angles, just like these tiny little peaks. You saw that from Cruz, you saw that from Surf. And XERXIA called their last time, or their timeout here in the first half. There will be another one come second. But you can see they really want to at least get that last round into their hands, because you never know what's going to happen in the second.
XERXIA's just looking so good. Again, that first half spark that was so present in map 2 was still very much alive. And we see Scary taking a little bit of a backseat here, but it's Sushi Boys and Surf to tag in, taking that top frag position. Foxy, an ace to his name, and impact all around has been undeniable. Again, Cruz still farming those orbs as quickly as he can. Secret on the other side of the world. Dubstep performing like crazy. Dispenser having a little bit of trouble really holding on, as the onslaught of this beautiful flower, this beautiful shuriken that is known as XERXIA, has been just too quick. You blink and you miss it.
Well, that's how they do. Surf, he's a tsunami, man. Once he starts building up that wave, seems like his tide will not be quelled by anything whatsoever. A tectonic shift is what creates his leeway. And speaking of the man himself, finds Dubstep. Again, the double up is kind of nice, but again, they've done this so many times now that XERXIA, it feels that it's like breathing to them now. Like, they peek the one angle, there's no one there, but they peek the second one, just hold a little bit more, and you'll see somebody from Team Secret peeking out.
Just their mastery of this map is just so undeniable at the moment, but Foxy is going to give his position away, but Wits still holding on.
Get out of my way.
Well, a bit of a barrel snuff there as he finds Foxy, so it's going to be a 4v4. The long-range weaponry is still very much intact for both sides. The Tour de Force will get swapped out for Vandal momentarily, but once he peeks out yellow again, it's going to be a different story. Now Surf is going to have a little bit of a dance with him, both ultimates. This time he goes for the more mobile approach, being the entry frag, being the first contact line of defense. We do have Cruz expend. Oh! But Surf actually finds just the edge of its haircut, telling him, I like ya cut, G. And now they still have that barrier orb. They're going to invest it. They have B-site. Secret have to react. Alert 2. Sushi Boys is just around the corner. Borkum has no idea. But Jesse, he reels it back. He finds Scary, making this a little easier on the side of XERXIA. But alas, XERXIA says difficulty will not be lowered. Get good. Looking like a Souls game. Looking like a raid boss. Surf gets a third kill to his name, Asarai. And it looks like he might just do this all alone. A little bit of support, but Borkum, beautiful dodge roll. Still a lot of stamina left in the tank, as he gets one more big crucial swing. Sushi Boys is on the flank. And 8-4. Yet again, a very strong half on the side of XERXIA.
Switching sides.
Fluffy did mention that, you know, it's not always about the res, but when it's there, when it's active, when it's available, and you can take it, you saw how, again, the numbers of XERXIA just is so powerful. And Wits, as you mentioned, not being able to spot that peek out from Surf and getting taken down was such a big mistake. 4-8 as the game continues. And my goodness, XERXIA just looking absolutely on point on Icebox. They really have awoken from that second map on Ascent, and this Icebox map, they're not showing any signs of stopping.
The XERXIA train, once it starts, there are no breaks. And Secret, man, they are holding on for dear life. Kind of like Spider-Man in that one scene. I know you remember what I know you know what I'm talking about. But again, XERXIA, they love to play both roles. They are both heroes and villains, and I am absolutely certain that they're feeling so good into the swap.
What's the mix-up now for TS, right? Defense has been very much dealt with quite easily for them, and I think it was just Dubstep that whenever he has those Blade Storms has been more times than not the saving grace for Team Secret, able to clutch out a couple of rounds. It gives them enough pushback that they can at least contest for a defuse, which they have. But overall, again, XERXIA's control has just been magnificent. And now this is where, come the second half, we'll see the differences of the Sage as well, where Cruz will be able to use that to bump himself up to positions where Team Secret, if they're not really used to it, which I think they haven't been for a while, since I think we only see like maybe one or two Sage players be played in VCT PH in Icebox specifically, this could be a different feel for them, this different situation as they try to peek, as they try to pierce in through these sites.
Well, they do, but what is the defensive scheme of XERXIA this time around? They do have quite a bit of control, especially with the Viper leaning towards B more. There's a lot of set play here. Again, the wall snakebite combo is one of the more common ones. But a more patient approach on the side of XERXIA here. I think they will relegate their energy towards retaking this. But Scary going for a crossfire angle, playing off the contact of Timmy over here, who's been enjoying the sights of Icebox. The icicles they form around him, but he has no care in the world as he will actually get called back, I believe. And now they take yellow. Secret, they march forward. They still don't have any idea where XERXIA is playing from. They don't have the recon drone just yet, or rather the recon dart in their pockets. They're waiting for it. And Spencer, I don't think he knows that Scary is right here. They don't flush him out. This could potentially be perfect for Scary. He gets two potentially, but no, it's the Spencer who swings out. Sushi Boys even gets one. And Secret, once again, a doorstop in their way. They cannot close this on XERXIA. XERXIA, they're very much ready to come out again, to come out to play. Look at this. They've pulled back. The discipline just absolutely wonderful on their end. Jesse Bash will get that recon vault. A little bit of space for Borkum to swing, and he finds Sushi Boys. Is this going to be a tit for tat, an eye for them? As Borkum, they double swing with Jesse. But look at this, the dance, the maneuverability, the surf on that ghost. But Cruz finds dubstep. 1v2. Borkum looks at his watch. Is it time? Is it minutes to midnight for XERXIA? Is the doomsday clock running down? As he goes for the ballsy play, and my goodness, what the with the wall? Is this gonna go through? Yes, it does.
Damage is good.
Extra time, that's right. Extra time! The acrobatics, but Foxy is like a medieval archer. The air shot caught you again. XERXIA, so convincing. So sharp.
The wall from Cruz. I mean, the snakebite was a nice idea from Borkum, but there was still plenty of time for them to back away, and all that damage that the snakebite did, Cruz just topped it off for Scary there. And my goodness, you're right. They did not clear out the position. Actually, not Scary, but Foxy rather. But they did not find the positioning against Scary initially because of the smoke prepared here by XERXIA. And it gets closer and closer, 9-4. They might have to try to do something a little bit more drastic. Very aggressive mid control. Somehow Borkum does find that control on Boiler. Cruz, he's very much far focused onto dubstep here. Now that's going to be a try on the pickup on the Spectre overall. And somehow the trades are going in favor of Team Secret. They haven't picked up any of the weapons just yet. It's all about the numbers for them. And Serve. Yeah, it's too late for Jesse Bash there. Still, again, they have everything that they need. Just a little bit of a mishap that happened on mid, but still should be fine overall. Backs away, waits for his teammate. This is absolutely perfect for XERXIA regardless. Dubstep is somewhere lurking on mid, and this is at least giving them that information that very small possibility that B could be an open site here as he does pick up that Spectre. He needs to get a little bit more deeper here for that control, but not too deep that he does waste his life and doesn't get that crossfire with the rest of Team Secret, as XERXIA is well enough planted on the A side. I think the plant was heard by Scary, and that will coax the heavy rotation from XERXIA here, as Dubstep will be looking to stop them from rotating in. They've clumped up as a trio. Where is the spike planted actually out in the open? And was he spotted as he tried to actually peek out through Snowman here? Spots out all of them, backs away, with actually through jungle, and he hits the shot, but not going to be enough. Down to Dispenser, into the corner, does hit the shot, and Timmy the turret! Once again, you saw him activate on Haven. He'll activate himself now on Icebox, as that Thrifty gives a chance for Team Secret here, but again, the lead is heavy on XERXIA's end.
What the hell was that? Oh my goodness, I thought, was the turret out of... Because it looked like the turret was out of range. I thought it was out of activation range. But Timmy is like, hello.
Might have activated when Dispenser repositioned back onto B, as he saw with that one.
Look, he was out of range when he swung back. Ooh. Well, it is what it is, and again, a little bit of solace for Secret, but XERXIA, again, they still have so much of a lead to conquer. They will have just a bit of time to think about this, considering that they are on an eco buy again, but they have been so crafty. They have been so shifty with their light buys here. And we even see a little bit of aggression on the side of Secret now. A little, I would say a little more wary. They don't have that early drone that they would love to hinge off. But again, the range matters not as Secret walk onto the site and cut down the resistance, or at least the attempt to resist, with, once again, a weaker buy. Sushi Boys nearly gets a tag onto Dubstep, but a quick heal on his end leaves Scary all on his lonesome Aserai. Now, really, if you could just get one here, it's going to be very, very good. But Borkum, again, sick of just kind of dealing with all those ecos. I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to wait for you to swing. But now we have XERXIA fully armed, fully prepped, and locked and loaded with this operator.
That's the one we're looking for. The operator in the hands of Surf. He knows when he gets this, he can go extremely quick on just hitting all the necessary shots for XERXIA. Where is he going to place himself? A triple stack outside of A. He's going to be looking to maybe get close on pipes and then just immediately try to challenge somewhere. Actually goes for the low ground. I love this right now from him, but I love even more the positioning for Sushi Boys as he flushes out the corner. He was tagged twice by the recon dart, but no punish to come through swiftly from Team Secret as he was an awkward follow-up coming through outside of Tube there, if ever. Now they've lost their front man. Shock darts connecting, softening them up even more so. And again, because Cruz is still here, the slow orbs, the wall, the heal, make it ever so difficult for Team Secret to stop quick aggression. And XERXIA will have to, or can actually play this as slow as can be. And TS knows. There's operators right there. Oh, bait from Dispenser though, but Surf not really backing away from the position. The wall to come through. I love that. Just gives that extra bit of safety for Surf here and just stops him dead in their track. Somehow Foxy actually spots out Borkum looking to get that little lurk in through mid. And this is not working at all for Team Secret. Vash has been spotted. If he tries to go out in the open, you can see already Surf is waiting for the jiggle on the angle. In 30 seconds, it's now or never. Gonna have to go. We're gonna have to save. Which one is it?
Which one is it? The hand... And again, just the hesitation could potentially be looming in the minds of Secret. But no, they go with full confidence. Surf, despite dashing forward, still finding so much value. And just like that, like walking into a trap, XERXIA finds Secret. Secret with little to no resistance there. But yet another buy round for them. So a chance potentially to just keep this alive. But with XERXIA entering double digits, Aserai, this is looking fairly dire. And again, XERXIA, I feel like after that rallied battle cry in the second half of last map, do you remember that one Simpsons episode where, pardon me, Homer pulls out the bat, revenge? XERXIA, as they're reinvigorated, they are absolutely on fire. And what I like is that they're not overheating at all. Again, the safety net of having a Sage is such a luxury to have. What do they do with a barrier orb, though, considering that Surf has no more armor? We do see that lockdown. Do they have anything to stop it? Dubstep, he is going to go for a bit of an off time, but both jets are on fire. They're searing. No, as Surf stops the advance. And oh my god, indeed, as everybody beckons, they call to the heavens. As pandemonium ensues, Pandora's box opens yet again. This does not slow down. The drone is here. I think it spots out Jesse. Does it get the tag? Yes, it does. Sushi Boys is chasing like a mad lad. A man on fire, a man crazed. Borkum with wide eyes finds Sushi Boys. 2v3. XERXIA still very much possible. I think they intertwine Viper's pits here. So what is safe? What is no man's land? Dispenser holding on to whatever he has. He still has that one nano swarm that could potentially turn their fates. It's XERXIA. I don't know who's going to win this round, Aserai. This is too tough to call. Whoever spots first. And now that's going to be the safety net of Secret getting cut down. Jesse Vash finds his counterpart as it's the Alpha and Omega. True to the lore of Secret. Scary finds Dispenser.
Oh no. He's not hitting him. He's not hitting him. He's not hitting him, but he confuses it. Scary.
Oh my lord, Scary. Again, the Alpha and Omega Earth, they intertwine. But XERXIA is king of both crises.
What a clutch from XERXIA. I mean, Surf with the 2K on the operator, and then layer upon layer of Viper's Pit so that nobody actually knows what's going on inside of that. Dispenser, I like the idea. It looked like it could have worked, but Scary was just... like, no shots was connecting, man. He was right on top of the spike. What? Absolutely tremendous round from XERXIA right there. And Team Secret, they still have some purchase power. They have Dubstep on the blades. But you could just see that they are getting just absolutely demolished. Shot will not connect. Surf does get tagged, but again, we know how the tag does absolutely nothing because of the heals coming through. Vash needs to have something with this Hunter's Fury, and he actually tags 3. This might give a little bit of access for his teammates to come into the site. It was only Dispenser in, but they are getting separated by this massive wall. And again, the hopes and dreams for Team Secret, for both of these teams actually, to get into Copenhagen is just being more clearer and clearer to us now, Raph, as Dubstep to remain does have the Sheriff in hand. Oh no, he's so exposed! With a one shot, the Shock Dart, he has to push hard forward into the left of Foxy, who is ready to embrace it with the swing of bullets of the Vandal. And we are here, match point, series point, XERXIA. Are they gonna get it?
6-12. XERXIA just needs one more push, one more hit, one more graze on the flashing HP bars of Team Secret, as no shrouds can protect them. Everything has been laid down, exposed perhaps. Again, a heroic effort on the side of Dubstep. But it looks like we are ending the last few pages, the last few chapters. Is this it? Is XERXIA going to go for the jugular? Is Secret bleeding out? Again, we go for a slow halt, but the tension, it's building, it's rising. This cannot be discounted, not at all. Foxy going for the shot, going for the drone. And Aserai, this could just boil over at any given time.
The pot is bubbling, and it's about to hit the limit. The surface tension about to break here, Raph. 1 minute, plenty of time. But look at how patient Surf is. He's not going to drop. He's just going to hold the angle on Pipes here, and it backs away smartly as soon as it gets tagged. Wits does find the pick onto Foxy, but Surf retaliates in kind, has the blades. The wall is going to separate them ever so slowly. Dubstep doesn't even find the blader in front of him, but Foxy misses the shot. This is the time for Team Secret to get this round in. Now it's only Sushi Boys and Scary to remain. If they are actually feeling a little bit heroic here, Raph, they can use the lockdown if ever, if they wanted to fight this up, because they have so much to use in the next couple of rounds, even if they don't get this one. Bash with the operator. Dubstep falls down to Sushi. And now he's decided he will use it right now. He still has the time. Bash misses the shot. Gets back into cover. This is still not too good for them. It's actually out in the open. It is, but he is chasing them down. He wants this to be an expensive endeavor for the rest of Team Secret. Will not get detained, or rather that was his own ultimate. Excuse me. He's going to start pinging in that spike. Come peek me. Come at me if you dare. Sushi Boys wants to go again for another one. I think he's trying to maybe get an operator or just reposition and re-challenge. In any case, a couple of missed shots here from XERXIA. Give another try for Team Secret, but 5 rounds again, Raph. We saw this on Ascent. It didn't look pretty for a Filipino team.
I'm at a loss for words. Again, this game has been the gift that keeps on giving. You can never really tell which way it's going. But again, it's just so close. XERXIA, they're so close to filling up that itinerary. The dreams, they're there, but Secret, they hang on for dear life. For dear life, Aser. I have to say it twice. I'm losing my mind. Okay, let's calm down. Let's let the adrenaline settle. And let's let the game play out, as Sushi Boys will get an early tag. But it seems that aggression is the name of the game for both sides here. That's quite a bit of utility on both sides being expended, but Wits lights it up, finding Scary, who has been an absolute demigod in the later rounds. His acumen is going to be sorely missed by XERXIA, They don't have that res available. Sushi Boys is the lone rifler. He gets caught up, but it doesn't matter. He already finds Dispenser. He tries to fight for the angles, but Borkum gets the trade out. And B main is where it's at. They push forward, they march forward. These Sheriffs have been absolutely lethal for the side of XERXIA. We've seen them steal the most important rounds away. They try to do the same as Cruz denies the plant with a minute left still. And Foxy still trying to set up that dart. Again, the movement.
Backstab.
The backstab indeed. Surf. Is this a knife to the spine? Is this the paralysis shot? Potentially. And now the war on two fronts is happening. Dubstep gets a shot. Surf is all alone. He could be the dream breaker, the heartbreaker. They line up. This is a temporary reprise for his 1v1, but Dubstep stays alive yet again. They get the operator. 8-12. 8-12. We've seen this scoreline before. Where is it gonna go this time, though?
They've quelled the demon just a teeny tiny bit, but 4 rounds, Raph. I mentioned it again on Ascent. It's going to be grueling. It's going to be excruciating. And they're going to have to go through hell and high water to even merit themselves an overtime, as XERXIA is just that damn on point. And speaking of which, someone has called a timeout. Who is it? Oh, it's XERXIA, man. They're reeling in for the kill. They're looking for that jugular, as you keep mentioning it. 24 kills on Surf. He has been just absolutely frenetic in this particular game of ours, in this particular series of ours, Raph. And Team Secret, do they have what it takes? The chance, the glory, the opportunity to once hit again for Masters and maybe even Champions is looming over them. But XERXIA also wanting the same thing. They're almost back at it, baby.
Both these teams now operating on instinct, fighting to stay alive vehemently. And you can call it whatever you want, Aserai, to the jugular, to the heart, between the eyes, the bifurcating swing, the decapitating blow. It's right around the corner. We are literally trying to balance it out on a single thread of silk. XERXIA, any moment this momentum could go in their way, any moment it could slip away. We really still cannot call this, but XERXIA, again, they're just looking so impressive. Surf undeterred. And again, Foxy getting that opening frag on Dubstep is absolutely monumental. No more spearhead, no more sharp edge of the blade. As XERXIA, they continue their march. Is this really the beginning to the road to Copenhagen? My goodness, Wits. He is playing with our heartstrings here, the widest swing in the universe. 1 more minute to go. 1 minute 13 seconds, the longest of maybe Team Secret's life. Pressure is mounting. Again, it's kind of like a volcano, right? Any moment, a catastrophic event could happen. Any moment, we could see the fall of Bastille yet again. Cruz getting tagged up, but an innocuous period. The calm before the storm.
If they can get into the site, they will have the Viper Spit ready here. Oh, the whitest peak in the world, man, and gets punished quickly by Surf. And there it is. Final nails into the coffin. Dispenser and Jesse Bash to remain. Can the old dogs of Team Secret breathe in new life as they need it right here and right now? Jesse Bash has been tagged down to 30. Still, XERXIA are 5-man strong. And is this the coup de grace? The absolute perfect finish for the Thai team to get us into the grand finals and to get their slot for Masters Copenhagen? As Dispenser will have to go through the meat grinder of the crossfire. He's down, and it's all down to Daddy Bash, but it's not going to work. And XERXIA are your second teams from APAC going in to Masters Copenhagen. What a series, what a last game.
Walk you shall not the path of Masters, as XERXIA is going to be the gatekeeper. One more step to the summit, one step closer to the edge. And we have our second rep, I believe, Asar. Correct me if I'm wrong, because it's adrenaline, it's excitement. Once again, guys, that is going to be the death. The final 6 feet under for Team Secret as XERXIA. They are ecstatic. They are happy. Congratulations to them. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, XERXIA was the team that a lot of people might have been saying could be a bit of up and downs, but when they need to go up that extra level, when push comes to shove, this team goes the absolute next level to get to where they need to be. And now both teams, Paper Rex, and XERXIA are our representatives from APAC. And now, all that's left for us, Raph, is to enjoy the grand finals later on. So with that being said, that's it for me and Raph. It's going to be Conky and Komodo who will be going and casting the finals there. So good luck to them and good luck to the panel for breaking down this last series even further. So guys, thank you so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Final goodbyes.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you notice it. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know? Life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. XERXIA Esports gets the series point. And with that, they will be the second representative for our region as they proceed to Masters Copenhagen. GGWP to Team Secret. I know that a lot of the Filipino fans, such as us over here at the panel, are just as heartbroken. But alas, that series was just so intense. And in the end, it still turned out to be XERXIA Esports' comeback story. I know we keep hyping Scary up, but this guy is just so true to his name tricks. His cheeky angles always giving a heart attack to his opponents.
I'm not going to lie, I was worried for XERXIA myself watching the matches go on. But thankfully, yes, Scary just being able to pop off. I don't know what it was in him that decided when Borkum had his Viper ulti up, he said, you have a Viper ulti, I'll put one up too, and puts it right on top of Borkum's, giving them that clutch that they really needed in order to close out that game.
I feel like for me, another highlight is one of the recent additions to XERXIA. Surf on that jet, especially here on that icebox, got so many opening picks. Even towards the end, we saw him get that last pick on dubstep, then going for the cleanup to end it with a flawless. And I feel like his jet's presence, we always talk about how icebox is very aim heavy. There's a lot of angles that you can hold, and just using the ability of that jet to get not only the verticality but also to play so far aggressive, even on the defensive side, really just changed the tide for XERXIA Esports.
Now remind me to never doubt the Sage pick ever again, because Cruz was just something else on this Sage. He was really reliable. He had a bunch of these rounds wherein he really put that wall to good use, especially that specific round wherein Borkum was trying to clutch that round. It was a 1v2. The spike was planted. They were on the attack side. And then Cruz just puts up this wall to protect the Sova in that defuse. Borkum, on the other hand, really good on that snakebite. He was trying to delay the defuse as much as possible, but in the end, that big brain wall that Cruz pulled off was just so good. And it goes to show, Trix, how good these guys are thinking on the fly on what they're going to do next.
Definitely. We watched XERXIA recently, especially. We find that they're very coordinated. They go together. And it's usually a lot of team play and them going in with one another like a 5-man stack. But from what we saw in Icebox today, it seemed that they changed that up. They had split up their players 3-2, and there was always a bait going on. Somebody was always trying to bait information, bait the opponents to swing, and somebody else getting that kill. As I say that, we saw there that Cruz and Sushi Boys doing that bait setup on A main, trying to get and pick off the player over there, which happened to be Jesse Vash.
And speaking of baits, these guys were very careful, even on the side of Team Secret. You can see some of the players just splitting up, trying to catch the attention of the defenders as they make sound in certain areas. But these guys aren't pushing. They're like, nope, until we see you on site, we're not gonna instantly rotate because we know how you guys operate. They were very careful. But XERXIA, on the other hand, not just careful, but very smart with the way they play. The crossfires, the refrags, it was always present, Fluffy.
Yeah, we always say that XERXIA is a clinical team, and it really proves their point right here on this match. Even if we watch the highlights right now, how Surf is not taking any of those aggressive angles that we mentioned. He's holding more of an off angle, waiting for them to push, knowing that his role as a defender is just to sit there inside and make sure that they can't enter. And being the gatekeeper that he is, he was able to do so. But another thing about, I guess, Team Secret, for, you know, at least for them, they were able to do what they tried to do best, which is play together. But I feel like at times it was kind of lacking. They were baited a bit to swing a bit wide at certain times, and I don't think they were prepared always to get that trade. And unfortunately for them, that man advantage difference was just too much in certain rounds. But as we say that, surfing here into our MVP slot is Surf himself, the Jet that really shined today on Icebox, the person who got those opening picks, who landed the important shots when it mattered, and helped get that flawless at the end of the game.
My God, you know, Surf with the rest of his team, the synergy that these guys have was just something else. You could really tell that they had each other's backs round per round per round, and it was just flawless. I know that they had their lapses. There were rounds wherein it seemed like Team Secret had a glimmer of hope, but they pull out a timeout. XERXIA Esports pull out a timeout. They're like, yo, we gotta fix this. There's something going on over here. I think that if we collect all of the data that we can, then we'll figure out what's actually going wrong and we can just shut this series down. Right, Trix?
That's true. And I'm so happy to see XERXIA really perform and do better, because I was worried for them for quite some time, as everyone here in the panel remembers. But the way that they played, the way that they adjusted, and the fact that they changed their playstyle depending on the map, I thought that was absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely wonderful indeed. Now with Surf being the series MVP and XERXIA Esports just showing that amazing performance, I think it's safe to say that they are going to be our second representatives yet again, just the same as Masters 1 alongside Paper Rex. So with that, guys, this is where this series is come to a close. We will be going on a break to give way for the players of XERXIA Esports to prepare for their next match. So stay put till then. When we return, it is the Grand Finals. It is the Grand Finals of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. We're going to be finding out who will come out on top. Will it be Paper X or will it be XERXIA Esports? VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers will be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Chest full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's at once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about?
than the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever? You gotta be kidding me, man. Ah, this is crazy.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, the moment of truth and the beginning of the end. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix over here at the panel standing before you as we begin to unveil the champions of Asia Pacific. Fluffy, I need to know what's going through your mind right now as we go through the motions.
I mean, we always talked about who would be the best of the best, and I guess we already found out the top two teams of the current APAC stage. These two teams are very consistent in their own right, more especially for Paper Rex. I feel like their team play has always been rock solid. Their innovation has never stopped, and even up until yesterday, we've seen them do a lot of crazy plays, and the amount of teamwork they have is so great. But going up against a Titan 2 like XERXIA Esports, who, although they have struggled for a bit in the knockout stage, they certainly look like they're gonna come back. They just took out Team Secret, so if they're off that high, I feel like if they can carry that momentum, it's gonna be great for this series.
It really will be. Well, do you believe that this is it, Trix? Is this going to be the ultimate comeback story of XERXIA, given that in Masters 1, it wasn't as a successful run?
I am skeptical. I want to believe because I love XERXIA so much, but you need to understand, I also love watching Paper X. I find that when I watch XERXIA and Paper X, it's like watching why I absolutely love Valorant in XERXIA, and why I'm absolutely terrified of competitive queue when I watch Paper X. It's that balance between that beautiful team play and just the beautiful team play with individuality on Paper X. The innovation, the creativity, the strategies, they don't have a default. When I watch them, they're not doing the same thing. They're changing it up all the time, and it always catches their opponents off guard.
It really does, but lately, Fluffy, we've seen Scary. He's also one to catch the enemy off guard. Maybe that's what he'll do against Paper Rex too.
Hopefully, because he really has to do his best today. We've seen him in the past, especially on that icebox when he plays Viper or something like that can really take space for his team. He always manages to find somehow these impactful kills that really change the round for XERXIA.
XERXIA. Trix, I know you have a lot of faith on this team.
Yes.
But do you believe that entering into this series, that they are the underdogs?
I do. No doubt. I'm so sorry, XERXIA. I love you guys, but the truth of the matter is Paper X has been consistently formidable on top of being creative. They have been consistently on the top and proven why they're at the top. Not just because they're there, not just because they're Paper X, but because every single player is willing to put in that effort.
They really are. I mean, getting to this point was no easy feat. The play-ins, well, they did not go to the play-ins, but the group stage rather. Something challenging as well over there, and over here at the knockouts, it was incredibly brutal. Fluffy, we can't forget that despite XERXIA making it here, they almost didn't. Bleed Esports almost took them out rather, but it's amazing that we still see them here.
I mean, they're the type of team that has always managed to find the comeback, and when they do wake up, they really show a landslide performance. So I feel like although it might have gone a different way, at the end of the day, they are the team that manages to play today and bring their A game. And I feel like between these two top teams, they have played before in the past. They've played in the previous APAC Stage 1, both in the playoffs as well as the grand finals, which, by the way, went all the way to that map 5. I feel like it can be very close. These two teams have a lot of experience with each other. They know each other well as well. So knowing that, I feel like it's really about the team that can make it work and have that controlled chaos that Paper Rex normally brings. And if XERXIA can match or if not overcome that level, it's going to be great for them.
Thank you for the reminder, Fluffy. I almost forgot that this is going to be a best of 5 series. Wow, that means we're going to be seeing a lot of map picks over here, Trix. And if anything, I think Fracture might be a little bit interesting. We've seen a glimpse of XERXIA over here, and we did discuss earlier that maybe XERXIA is just really starting to pull out the strats that they've had hidden in their pockets.
I am not sure if XERXIA would actually want to be pulling out that Ascent either, but their Fracture is very good. I loved watching it. I thought that, wow, the creativity in XERXIA and the way that they're using their agents and their utilities. But it's a similar kind of creativity we find in a team like Paper Rex, just that ability to overwhelm their opponents. And as Fluffy has mentioned it, control that chaos. They are the storm I find Paper X to be. You know, they just come in and there's so much fragging potential left and right. There's the opponent's just on the back foot, not really sure what to expect from them because they're never doing the same thing.
They never are. And I love how you phrase that. They're the storm. But who is going to be the calm in the storm? Maybe we can find that inside their own teams with their respective players being just the shining stars that we always like to see in them. But on the other hand, we also have the calm in the storm on Paper X. All of these guys just always surprising us, not only here on the panel, but the entire Asia Pacific with how this brackets, with how everything came to be. And I honestly can't believe that this is how the stars align. XERXIA Esports right here. I mean, not gonna lie, Team Secret cut it real close for these guys. They really did. And it was just too close for comfort, but I'm glad that in the end, XERXIA Esports was able to fully find their footing. And I guess that you could say that this is the new version of the El Clasico because this is a repeat of how Masters 1 came to be. The only question is, will the series results be exactly the same? And as I say that, I want everybody to buckle up because we are in for a whirlwind of a discussion in this series. This is, after all, the grand champions. Masters secured on both teams. However, getting that champion title does not only give you the pride behind it, but also secures a better slot in the next leg of the competition because winning this series lands you a better spot over at Masters. So the first team that are going to be introduced in this grand finals match is a team that has a methodical and clinical approach that has continued to wow the audience, not only in Thailand, but the rest of the region. So let us welcome this second team in this first team rather, in this grand finals match, XERXIA Esports.
XERXIA coming back to a position where they might seem to be comfortable in. Once again, everyone, it's Cruz, Foxy, Scary, Surf, and Sushi Boys. If you're anything like me, you'll feel like you haven't seen enough of these people because honestly, they are just amazing. Scary on that controller, I don't think it hasn't been said, and it definitely has been said by everybody on the panel or on the casting desk that he is formidable. And he is very much living up to his IGN, which is Scary. Everybody on XERXIA having that clinical approach, being able to really understand their opponents, understand themselves, although that's not to say that there aren't any gaps in their performances. There are places that Paper X might just punish them for, especially on their defender side. But I'm so happy they're here, and Thailand, you guys have your representative.
At the end of the day, we talked about this. That's the most important thing for these players, to be able to represent your country on a global scale. What an honor that must be, Fluffy. I mean, I know that you have your qualms about this too because you have been a coach in the past, and I know that you take pride and joy in watching the players come to life whenever they get into series.
Of course. I mean, it's always that hype, that build up, knowing that you're about to play what might be the game of your life. Yeah. It's a lot of excitement in the air, and to some people, a lot of nerves. But I feel like for a team as experienced as XERXIA as well as Paper X, they're kind of calm under pressure at this point. I'm sure maybe a little jitters here and there, but overall, I think that they are experienced enough to know how to deal with it and use it as motivation going into the series.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, the second team that has a shot of being crowned as the best in Asia Pacific is a team that sees no boundaries. It seems that the way they play the game is just to have fun and click heads every now and then. Every player here is so ingenious and colorful. When these guys play, it never feels like a challenge. Rather, it feels like a way of life. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the second team in this grand finals match, Paper X.
Hailing here from the MYSG region, Paper Rex comes in undefeated so far for the past couple of games. They've taken out household names like Order, Alter Ego, Bleed, Team Secret, and Boom Esports to get here, and the consistent amounts of wins that they have has always been backed up by the rock-solid roster. Benkai, Mind Freak, Jing, and Forsaken, as well as Devi, has been a rock-solid roster that not only has that experience on the international stage, but it's also fearless locally in their local challenger series. They are always a force to be reckoned with. They have what I mentioned earlier, that controlled chaos, and as Trix mentioned, they are the storm, and a lot of times that storm is overwhelming for a lot of teams. Their ability to play with each other, play contact, and suddenly take space, but know what space they need to take and stop. When they know when to go explosive and aggressive, but they also know when to halt and play discipline. And I feel like that flexibility and the amount of micro decisions that all these top players have on Paper Rex is a very good reason, and probably most of the reason why they have been so consistent. Because at this top level, regardless of the meta, regardless of whatever is happening, they've always seemed to manage to be on top. And here back in the APAC stage, I feel like they're trying to prove a point and get back to that Masters International stage.
Oh, yes. I would love to see Paper X make it once again on a global stage. The same goes for XERXIA Esports, of course. I feel like every time some light is shed, especially on the SEA region, my heart is just filled with glee because finally we are being acknowledged for our FPS prowess, and these guys are just paving the way to make that dream into a reality. And as I say that, there are two specific players that are standing out right now in these specific teams. So let's go ahead and meet them here on our head-to-head. Now, of course, Trix, I don't think this comes as a surprise. Surf and Forsaken, just unstoppable forces.
Such fantastic players. I know that we've just seen Surf, but can I just point out Forsaken yesterday when he was playing on that Yoru was impeccable. I did not know Yoru could be played that way, and his ability on the team, just being able to open up space, get those frags, and reposition himself consistently on any agent he plays makes him a foe to be feared.
Right, and to add on that, both these players, of course, they're amazing duelists in their own right, but I feel like at least mentally, they're also so prepared, not only in the micro decisions to make. They're not just the type of duelist that will entry, take space, maybe take one. They're normally the one that can take a team if they are left unchecked. So it's up to their opponents to really make sure that that is halted before it turns into a rolling ball that will become the landslide that defeats them at the end of it. These two players also mentally are coming from that emotional high, as Surf just finished that game so beautifully on Icebox against Team Secret, and well, coincidentally, Forsaken also kind of destroyed Team Secret online.
What a common denominator, the way you put it, Fluffy. Kind of brutal if you ask me, but it is the reality. It is the reality of the competition over here. Now, I know that for Forsaken, we often see him paired with Jing, you know, because they're both so aggressive and they jive really well, especially on the attacking side. But who is a good partner for Surf? Is it Scary? Scary can also stand on his own, right, Trix?
Scary can stand on his own. I think maybe on terms of the defender side, I do tend to see Surf with Cruz. And I think that's the kind of duo that they're going for. On the attacker, we do see Cruz be more alongside Sushi Boys, though. So I'm not really sure if Surf has one person he likes to hang around with and jive with. But clearly it seems that all of these players comfortable with one another.
It makes total sense, obviously. And besides, you don't really see them always holding down the same sides. We talk about the unpredictability and the variety that these guys have, especially on defense. So it's not like one size fits all or like black and white that we are always going to be on the same side together and push the sides together, right? But it's just so interesting. I actually want to nitpick, Fluffy, how XERXIA Esports actually plays, because we saw them at the beginning of the knockouts and we were a little bit worried for them, but here they are. So beautiful, so scary. We keep saying the word scary, and I think that it is pun intended, Fluffy. It is.
I feel like a lot of teams, like if you look at a team like Paper Rex, right, they have that very good quality where they know when to take space explosively and when to halt, when to stop just to take what you need and not to overextend. And XERXIA does have that similar playstyle. They're very cold and calculated. They're very careful and they know what they need to take. My fear, and I feel like is why XERXIA has had that kind of roller coaster ride for the past couple of matches, is because sometimes they play a bit too careful. Whereas when you look at something like Paper Rex, they either fully commit on either one plan or the other. They fully commit on the entry and then they fully commit on the hold. Whereas I feel like XERXIA at times can feel a bit shaky, and though they do pull it off in the end, when you compare them against a team that has done it consistently, I feel like those small mistakes can really hurt you at the end of it if they are exploited by Paper Rex.
Hopefully that is not the case for either of these teams. The last thing we want to do is for them to commit mistakes and for the enemies to punish them for it. Obviously, for us, it's a sight to see, but at the same time, for them, it must be so frustrating. And starting off with the maps over here, Fluffy, hopefully they don't get the wrong picks and they actually thrive of their selection.
Yeah, for those at home also, we kind of have a slightly different map video here, just considering this is a best of 5. So to open up, for a couple of my thoughts, I think that Split is not a map that we're gonna see a lot. I feel like it's a map that hasn't been done well by either team, and for XERXIA, they want to get rid of that pesky bind immediately. They probably saw the game yesterday, not even probably, they saw the game yesterday where Forsaken as well as the support coming from Fade and Breach on the side of Paper Rex really dominated the backline of Team Secret.
Yeah, so we're not going to be seeing Bind and Ascent, and then that just leaves the rest of the maps open. The big question is, how are we going to be picking this? Who is going to pick XERXIA rather? What are they going to pick first? Obviously, you want your best maps to go in first, especially because you've got that first and third slot. If you can get that advantage right away, that's gonna reward you in the end, right, Trix?
That would reward them right away, but we also have to consider XERXIA on the majority of the maps really thrive on that attacker side. So what I find to be their best map might shoot themselves in the foot. For example, playing Haven, one of the maps that XERXIA has been very good on, but starting on that defender a little dicey. And already here we go, they're picking up Icebox, which is a good map. I find that both their defender and attacker side were actually quite solid earlier today against Team Secret.
I feel like your mental when you go into a map ban or map veto like this is a bit different from the normal best of 3-1, knowing that you only have 2 maps to remove from the pool and you're already selected the remaining 5. What really matters is which side you want, because every time you pick a map, it's not necessarily your map. You're essentially giving the side to the opponent, so you want to give the sides of where you know that opponents are worse or where you think you can play better. And also because of the order of how this works, for Paper Rex, for example, although both teams have 2 choices, essentially they're also going to pick the decider order because they're obviously going to pick one and there'll be one remainder. So Paper Rex has a very slight advantage, in my opinion, for this map. They are going to go though and end up with that fracture, and XERXIA does go the attack, which I find is very fitting because that's where I feel like they find the most success overall.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I remember Jing and Forsaken just pressing W. This was the map where I believe Forsaken got that ace to close that game last time.
Yes.
So, Fracture looking a little bit dicey on the side of XERXIA Esports. But Trix, third map over here is Breeze. What do we think of that?
A little, I mean, there's not, as Fluffy had already pointed out, there are only so many maps that they can have in their map pool right now. And I find that Breeze is one of those maps where XERXIA definitely needs to play on that attacker side, on that offensive, on the defender side. They really want to get more information. We've seen them give it up too often. We've seen them get punished for it too much as well.
Yeah, and I feel like now that the rest of the maps are in Paper Rex's hands, it's up to them to decide which they want. And I feel like they're really going to try to avoid that split as much as possible. I'll be very surprised if they actually select it to go first and not end up as the decider, as currently on the APAC stage, it's not a very favorable map for them. But then again, it's also not a map that XERXIA has played. But you never know with XERXIA because they always have those hidden strategies. They brought out the Fracture when they never played it before. And just for another surprise, Paper Rex is selecting that split. Probably like XERXIA has improved on their defenses with that one. so that hopefully they give a little more than they can take. And here, XERXIA does pick defense for split, and for the decider, we're going to be going with Haven, where Paper Rex picks attack, which I feel like is great for them.
I want to compare this to how they ran the last APAC finals. So we saw Fracture, Split, Icebox, Breeze, and Haven, which are exactly the same maps that we're seeing on our screens right now, but not in the exact sequence. So this is very interesting, Tricks, because it's a little bit mixed up. I remember that Paper X took Icebox last time. For Fracture, it was also Paper Rex. So the way this is going, that's if it is a repeat of history, that's instantly a 2-0. Again, assuming, but of course, XERXIA has grown from that. And for the third map, which is Breeze, XERXIA actually got that one, as well as Split, which is why they reached it to game number 5, where in Haven, once again, as a decider, is where Paper Rex really thrived on. So, Fluffy and Tricks. Okay, I'm gonna pass this question actually to Tricks, because I want to know, how do you think this is gonna go? Where is this leading to?
I think Paper X has not only shown us that they are a top tier team in APAC, but they have also shown us how creative and innovative they can be as a team. I find that with the map selection as well, it's just kind of leaning towards Paper X. Paper X is such a formidable opponent. Even if you try to take a larger map against them, you also know that they have some insane aimers. If you try to take a close map against them, you also know that they have a way of overwhelming their opponents and pressuring them into certain areas, certain locations. So I think Paper X will take this series.
Are you locking that in as your prediction?
I am locking that in.
What happened to the last time that you predicted against XERXIA, Tricks? Remember that time? Remember how that turned out? Babe, you just apologized to them earlier for doubting them. Oh no.
They're here though.
Yeah, maybe that's a fuel for motivation for them. Like, Trix is not predicting us this time. We gotta prove her wrong. We gotta do it. But alas, Trix, I am with you on this one. I too am gonna go for Paper X. I mean, I've seen these guys perform, and it's just been so spectacular. And I don't know what to think. It's just been insane with both of these teams, and I gotta say that Paper X has been unstoppable. Fluffy, they have been undefeated. You know that.
Yeah,
and I feel like you're gonna be on with this one.
Yeah, it's also kind of hard to ignore, just because the fact that, you know, consistency is always a big factor. When you look at the map vetoes as well, knowing that Icebox and Fracture they've done so well in, Haven also that they're great in, though they don't have that creativity anymore on Bind since it won't be in the veto, I feel like generally it is a map where they have a lot of advantages in this map veto. So I feel like I'm very strong with my intuition thinking that it's going to be a Paper Rex win. They even if you look at it historically, XERXIA hasn't won a series off them yet. So unless that starts today and XERXIA really brings their A game, then I think it's really going to be a Paper X heavily sided thing.
All right then. All right. So Paper X for the 3 panelists over here. It's been intense. Oh my god. You guys, we were talking about earlier about how vibrant Paper X is and the calm in the storm. And I wonder if the gloomy days are actually on their way, or perhaps on the way to XERXIA Esports over here. Woo! Is it sunny outside? Is it gonna start?
It's actually a little
raining?
rainy for me.
Oh,
So
I wonder
you
what that
know the
means.
storm is here and Paper Rex is just coming in like it. I think they've really come into the tournament surprising a lot of people. In fact, me just watching them, I was pleasantly surprised with the kind of strategies they were coming with the kind of agent selections even at one point. And I just find that Paper Rex has that upper hand in terms of they're so creative. And I say that a lot, but it's because it's important. They're creative in understanding their angles, their abilities as agents, their abilities as teammates as well. And I find that XERXIA is still lacking in the amount of creativity that Paper Rex has shown us in terms of changing your setup, having those strategies, increasing your repertoire. I find Paper Rex has the upper hand there.
But the thing is, XERXIA has really shown some improvement over here. We can't doubt that. I know what I said about the map selection earlier, wherein Paper Rex was the one to get Icebox in the past, but we have been seeing some fantastic improvements on the side of XERXIA Esports. So I know I put in my prediction, but at the same time, the level of unpredictability is just insane. As much as I want to say that, you know, it's a surefire Paper X, I don't believe that.
Yeah.
They made it to map number 5 last time, and I think that that's what's gonna happen again this time. I'm not sure which way all of these maps are gonna go, but I do believe that we're gonna go to the very end. We're gonna go to map number 5, Fluffy. And if you don't believe me, I don't know why. I don't know why you wouldn't agree with me.
Well, I feel like it's very, very possible, especially with both of these teams being so competitive. They've done it before, so why not again?
That is the thing. Well, you guys have had your own coaching experiences over here, and with so much pressure on the back of the minds of these players, why don't you guys give them a little bit of inspiration over here? Throw some inspirational message before they actually go into this grand finals match. Fluffy, you go first.
Inspirational message? I know, just shoot their head, man. Jesus.
Wow, such inspiration.
Right there.
Such wow.
I feel so inspired.
I think if I were to say anything for all of the teams going in, it would be, don't forget to have fun, guys.
Aww.
Everything is on the line, and at the end of the day, you all started because you loved it, and you're here now because you also love your teammates. So just go at it, have a lot of fun. Don't have a regret when the match ends. I find too many players have that kind of regret, and it's because you just didn't have fun. But going into the agent selection for Icebox, we do have Paper X pulling out that fade. There's no Sova in there. They have the double Sentinel with Chamber and Sage, and on XERXIA we do have Killjoy and Sage as well. But what do you think, Fluffy?
I feel like the fade over Sova in this map is very interesting. It's not very common that we find a Sova replacement specifically on Icebox. Only a couple teams have tried to do it. And with Paper X being very creative, I'm not surprised that they're among them. Fade does sacrifice a bit of that vertical information that you can get with the flying drone. But because the sites are so compressed, then Nightfall as well as Han still do an amazing job. The Prowlers as well clear a lot of the close angles. So what's interesting for me is how they're gonna play into a Sova. They lose a lot of the post plant as well because they lack the shock darts as well as Hunter's Fury. So they're really gonna have to play contact and use these Prowlers effectively. Otherwise, they should have just tried using Sova.
Aha! So you prefer the Sova over here, which of course I understand. You mentioned the verticality. Icebox is not very two-dimensional in my opinion. We've seen the variety that these guys have shown. And I love that they're picking the Sage, especially on Cruise. My God, I was so impressed with this wall usage earlier. I touched that up on the last panel that we have. And I'm excited to see some more creative walls over here, especially with Jing. I'm pretty sure that Jing is going to bring out that Battle Sage tricks. No doubt over there.
No doubt from me either. I think that Battle Sages on both ends will be coming out. I hope Cruz gets a little more creative and a little more aggressive in terms of his Sage. So I think, honestly, the Killjoy, I'm keeping my eye on that to see if they're getting value off of that utility on XERXIA.
Same goes for me. And again, guys, this is it. We're going to be going to Icebox, first map for the Grand Final Series. If that's not giving you shivers right now, then I don't know what will. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers once more, Paper X versus XERXIA Esports.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are finally here, the crux of the competition of the APAC VCT. It is a rematch of the Titans from previous Stage 1 earlier in the year, where obviously both of these teams went on to Masters in Reykjavik to do some serious damage. My name is Conky. Alongside me is my partner in crime in Komodo, and I am so ready to get into this best of 5 grand final between PaperX and XERXIA.
Nah, absolutely, man. So excited to get into this one. And of course, these guys haven't faced each other just yet in this stage. So it's been a little bit of a hot minute before we've seen since this battle. And I'm just so happy that it's in this BO5 area as well. You know, we look toward it. There's a bit of money difference. There's, you know, good things to be seeing on the back of this. The emphasis, you've got to get the win here to make your journey later on in the year look all that more better. But hey, we're in towards map number 1 here in Icebox. And now one thing that I want to make mention on is we've seen these lineups from both of these teams before, a lot more prevalent on the side of XERXIA. You know, they've pretty much run it throughout the whole course of this competition. But for PaperX, they showed us this lineup first against Alter Ego. They got the victory there. And remember, XERXIA played a series earlier today. It was against Team Secret, right? Team Secret wasn't running a Sage, so there might be that little change up here for PaperX too.
Going straight over the belt, walking into A nice and quickly. There is already a level of a rotation coming over from XERXIA, but Devi, he does have the spot, does a little bit of damage here on this chamber, but nothing that they can't exactly sort of walk out from for the time being. The heal comes across, and now it looks like already very quick. It is going to be that aggression there. Forsaken straight into position, and now he will take over the top as well. There's the lock-in first. Surf dropped as well. Already Sushi Boys does find a trade, gets actually 2 before Jing responds, and now it's Foxy to get one back. It's an immediate 2-on-2 on this A site, Komodo. Spike, though, dropped up high.
Man, absolutely chaotic in the first pistol round right now, and a double swing out. Foxy, he has to try and win this one behind the single box. The jump shot, the right click, but through the box. Benkai will get taken down, and Foxy will hold on the A site for 3, and the pistol, of course, to XERXIA.
Very quick way to get started in it here for XERXIA. An important one, as you mentioned, obviously playing a series earlier in today that did have 3 maps to come along with it. A half-hour break. There's sort of 2 ways that you can look at this. A double-edged sword. It's either you take that momentum from the first series, you've got the hype, they were clearly stoked. You know, it's a qualification point to Copenhagen. And whilst, you know, PaperX have had, I guess, they've got a fresh set of legs on them to jump back onto the field, maybe XERXIA is going to be feeling that hype. You know, it's obviously that passion, that drive that we've all had from playing online games down at the computer cafe to get it all going. So either way is a benefit, depending on which way you want to look at it.
One of the things that Fluffy mentioned, of course, was going to be the difference between what the Fade and the Sova are going to look like in toward this map. I think I'll take it one step further and see just what the difference between Surf and Forsaken is going to be, opting for their jets right now. And speaking of Conky, Surf is gone pretty ham in this round for the 3K. Mind Freak and Jing will get a bit of damage back, but in the end, it goes over towards XERXIA. The first 2 rounds, you throw them behind us right now. Whilst they are important, this is going to be one of the more so ones, as PaperX do have that buy.
Big start, big moment. Surf actually going for that full investment here into the operator. So it's only sort of a lackluster bonus in that regard of the way that they're going to be looking at it from a financial perspective into that next round. But it gives themselves a really solid opportunity to fight this fight nice and early. You know, they are facing up against absolute titans in PaperX, you know, fan favorites as well. And XERXIA, you know, they did take it to, what was it, 5 maps in that last time. They did play the best of 5 in the previous stage. PaperX obviously making it further in the Masters position, but XERXIA, again, a formidable opponent doing the lower bracket run to get here, and Forsaken did try and fight the good fight against the Aldrone, but he's been punished by that Sova early, and a early advantage going the way of the Thai side.
Oh, this could be a bit of an overextension from Foxy, but a lot of information. There currently isn't anyone in mid, and the push up from Scary as well. That's the spike. The Snake Bite onto it just to buy a bit of timing, but his teammate isn't able to assist him at the moment. Divide to pick him out, but Sushi Boys in mid will take out Mind Freak. So this bonus round for XERXIA is looking pretty powerful at the moment, and you do have Surf, who has taken a shot out of this operator, so they do know it is in existence. But again, you know, this is that bonus round. This is where you want to see a team like PaperX get started in toward this map, and if they do drop this one, then you're looking at a really strong fundamental beginning for XERXIA.
Yep, straight in there. We'll be able to get the wall down. Now, one thing that we have seen XERXIA do very well was play from behind, but I'm sure PaperX can do exactly that with these heavy hitters, Jing and Divide. They taking the time, haven't looked to get that spike planted yet. Jing wants to try and find some further damage. He is taken low, has to pop that heal orb, but Divite still tapping around. Are they going to be spotted from the top of the railings here? Looks like Surf will do exactly that. He's got his wetsuit on, mate, and he's been paddling hard over towards this A site to defend and lock it down. 4 alive in the bonus here, Komodo for XERXIA, starting out super strong here on Icebox.
Man, riding that wave very nicely, not eating the water, that is for sure. Surf, the operator, a surprise weapon into the third round. Really, you know, XERXIA not leaving anything to chance, pushing down mid, pushing down B, really just taking control of this round. And we see a little bit of action, of course, to come out from Divide, but then when things do start to settle down, it's just the numbers, and Surf just going, you know, pretty easy with the operator, making it look simple. And with that bonus collected for XERXIA, it does mean that Paper Rex have to get something happening relatively soon. It's going to be the mid push again. Forsaken taken down. And it is a bit ambitious for Foxy to be pushed up so far, but he's got his teammate behind him. They're just holding each other's hands. You mentioned that they're ready. It's absolutely the case right now, and it's just building up the economy, making sure they don't drop any more weapons from here on out.
Already have the spike. It's going to be scary to peek over the top and grab Benkai. Now, Sushi Boys, he's heard those footsteps of Divide, who does manage to at least find one. Should be a Vandal to be recovered. How far will he take it? That will be the question. Surf's already on that line. Does actually narrowly miss the shot. Has to updraft away. And Divide's going to punish, so they've got to be a little bit careful here, XERXIA. Certainly making it hard for themselves, but Foxy will keep it alive. Operator recovered. And in the hands of Scary, that is the one that I want to kind of tilt all your attention to, I guess, for the course of this series right now. Scary, we've been talking about it a lot, Komodo, how he's been sort of the player to keep our eyes on. You know, Surf's obviously done some big things as well, but that's been a firm focus of ours in his consistency on these controlling agents. However, you know, when it is going up against Titans, obviously, like you think about these names, Forsaken, Jing, Benkai's even been looking fantastic. Every single member of Paper X, well-oiled, well-drilled as a unit. Again, team making it all the way into that top 4 at the previous stage of the Masters, which is exactly where these two teams will be going. Yeah. But it's an early timeout for Paper X, which I like, you know, not allowing too much sort of momentum to be thrown behind XERXIA, and want to get back into the door early.
No, absolutely. It's a nice time to call the timeout as well, coming into another purchase in your next round. And just to echo your statement there as well, you know, we've got prize players in these rosters right now really putting up the numbers. You know, Scary and Surf from the side of XERXIA, so cohesive on this team. Just absolutely big performances with kills, with assists, with all of that. And on the flip side, you've got, you know, Forsaken and Jing, who have really been going above and beyond. And I think one of the biggest things for me throughout the course of this tournament has not only been for Jing on, you know, any agent that he's able to do the fragging department, but the fact that he is just so versatile with the raise kit specifically. Jing Tech, like those satchels are nuts.
That's the one thing that I'm a little bit sad that we don't get to see Jing on bind and, you know, potentially Forsaken pulling out that Yoru again, which we did get to see in that qualifying series. Surf, though, ready. Forsaken has gone up and over the top. Happy to wait patiently for now. That is a great snake bite, though. Will it catch? Not quite.
No, it didn't touch him.
Yeah, it didn't go the distance. So they are just going to keep their eyes set on that focus. He spotted out the bun. Is he going to be able to jump into it, though? He's playing with fire there. Not quite, though. He's made his way out. It's actually going to be Divide to find that opening pick here, Komodo. So the disadvantage going the way of XERXIA as Forsaken picks up a second in the round for the squad. And now they're going to be marching straight on to B.
Do they expect Cruz playing at the back of yellow? They don't. There's one in the trade, and he's heard the tour de force come on through, but he can't quite get another frag. Looking to set up this plant right now are Paper Rex. A broken wall as well may make it a little bit difficult for them. They're going to be pushing on through toward the danger line. The Prowler isn't going to be utilized. It's actually the just a little trail that does reveal where Foxy is. Sushi Boy's taken down in the end as well by Jing to collect 3. And finally, on the back of that timeout, Conky, Paper Rex are on the board.
So sharp there from Jing. A nice, clean, and easy 3. But it was the opening. Divide managing to pull away. You know, it was that little jump around that we saw coming out from Forsaken when he was at the back of the site, trying to sort of catch him off a little bit, and did exactly. The bait was there, and unfortunately, Cruz could only get the 1, as we did see a push around from Jing on the other side of yellow. Sushi Boys was good for 1, but unfortunately, Foxy wasn't quite ready. So in the end, it's a relatively clean and concise round to come out from Paper X to get themselves back in. As you mentioned, Divide has picked up the operator here, but look at Surf. No, not overly keen. Did get spotted out, and Forsaken can send him packing just for now.
Well, we're in ultimate territory right now, and this is a big battle for Surf, but a flick missed from Divide. Forsaken's going to tempt fate at this one. He's actually going to win the duel against Surf. Resurrection is available from Cruz, so they potentially could get him back up, but it's quite vulnerable of a position, and there's no real budging from Cruz at the moment. So lots of time still to play with on this clock for Paper Rex. Starting to creep on through the maze is Forsaken. A lot of these angles, but he's caught out with utility. That Cloudburst is going to be the death of him. Sushi Boys to get that, but it's actually going to be the res on the reversal and the challenge out. But it's just taken through. Now Jing going above, going beyond. Really trying to open up this A site, and they're looking for that plan again.
The amount of damage this man does on the Sage. It's the Battle Sage. We've missed it. It's so exciting to witness. And now hopping his way out towards heaven. It's scary all alone in this 1 versus 4. You know, he talked about having that resurrection available earlier for Cruz, but I don't think anything is going to be coming of it just yet. Scary. Just has to wait. Jing spotted. Information gathered. Mind Freak to do the stutter step. And that is going to be Paper X making their way back. Super nice after they took that tactical timeout. Komodo, 2 rounds the difference. But, of course, a potential eco to be having to kind of stomach now here for XERXIA. It's been some over peaks, you know. The one thing that Paper X, I suppose, have a massive advantage of is, you know, that individual ability, right? The confidence and the capacity to be able to go forth and really find these fights. You know, Jing, we talked about it so happily how on that raise he can hop, skip, and jump with those satchels anywhere straight into the face of the opponent, no matter what their caliber. And apparently that's the exact same on the Sage as well.
I think one thing you want to take away from that round as well for Paper Rex is they had access to a lot of their ultimates, but they didn't require them to win the round. They were still able to do it with the standard set of utility, the standard weaponry as well, really get up in the face of XERXIA. And, you know, when they do lose a comrade, they're able to use just that resurrection off Jing to get him back up. And not, you know, they didn't necessarily need it, but it did work out to get another frag for Jing. When the res was there, it was used as bait for him to dispatch against the operating player on the other side. And it just, you know, flows really nicely for Paper Rex in that round to be able to capitalize it. And not to mention, Conky, that they still do then have the access of these ultimates to use in a later round where they feel the pressure and the necessity to use it. In a round such as this, with the eco to come through from XERXIA, look, you may not need to use those ults, but they are going to be there because we have seen a lot of thrifty rounds throughout the course of this competition. You cannot count anybody out.
No, it's Cruz who I've seen do massive things with this Sheriff on that A site on the Sage. Playing towards mid as per usual. Looking to fall off that tunnel nice and early, likely, as we can see. Moving in nice and quickly, and we do see Surf getting punished over and above the top. There's Cruz with that Sheriff, as I mentioned. Now Foxy looking to kind of get the trade position out as a result of it. Divide. Now the timing may actually not favor him. Benkai's going to be joining him. However, there's that res. Is he going to have the blades, though? That's the question. Look, it's not even going to matter because Forsaken straight onto the line, getting baited into using very important utility there in the form of the resurrection. And unfortunately, it does not pay out here for XERXIA. So a little bit of a blunder despite it being just the eco. Jing can drop Sushi Boys, and all of a sudden it's just left onto Scary and Foxy. And Scary's only got the Bucky here, so that's a little bit of a rough position. Forsaken with the 4K, Jing to close. And this is Paper X just looking absolutely untouchable these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, no protection on that resurrection as well. You know, there was a couple abilities that you potentially use. The Cloudburst, for example, is one. You can pop that, get the res, and then maybe you block the vision of your opponents and stuff. But regardless, it's something that XERXIA have to now play without for a couple of rounds, that there being the resurrection. Turn the tides in toward their favor if they do see it. But as you mentioned, you know, 3 on the trot for Paper Rex, starting to get a feel on this attacker's side right now. And one of these rounds, this is going to be another big battle. Everybody's got the proper weaponry. The last time we saw it, you know, there was a Bulldog in existence for XERXIA. So this time they've got all the Vandals. And it does look like Paper Rex want to take it a little bit fast toward this A site again. Grouping up around the belt. Starting to make a little bit of momentum. But for a team like XERXIA, who's exercised a lot of patience throughout the course of this tournament, we've seen a couple of these aggressive starts on this defensive side. For now, a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah. 3 here. Just holding on. Foxy looks like he will join to keep an eye over towards that belt right now. Mind Freak not overly happy with kind of making his way in at this point in time.
All right, now we're going to see some...
to be taking the spike towards B.
See some Mind Freak tech coming out with the Cloudburst as well. See where he wants to be positioning that one. I think it's land on the single box on the A site, and the Nightfall coming in as well. But it's going to be Surf to start things off. Forsaken is down, and that is pretty much just nullifying any advance in towards the A site. You want to know why? Because the spike is indeed going over towards the B site, and with that Nightfall, XERXIA have no idea at the retreat that Paper Rex have thrown at them.
Absolutely, and look at this position from Mind Freak, straight in towards the kitchen. I mean, the turret is going to spot him likely when he goes for that cross, but he doesn't move in. It's going to be a very awkward position for them.
He can hear it.
Most people, yeah, exactly, heading over towards that snowman position. All 5 for XERXIA, but again, I definitely think it is going to be Mindfreak to catch that. How they've overlooked this Komodo is a little bit of a predicament right now. Sushi Boys has made it into position, spotted out Jing, did see the gun barrel, lockdown now utilized. This could be huge, but Jing, he will deny straight up in the top of the site, dropping 1, dropping 2, massive stuff. Foxy does get his way back into it, but this is that position Komodo that they've overlooked in the form of Mindfreak. He's going to be the linchpin here, turning it on its head. No way back into this at all. Surf gets 1, but I think he's going to be punished by Mindfreak, doing him dirty there. Paper X, it is just looking way too easy for this side here, Komodo.
It's patience from Mindfreak there, to be completely honest with you. Knowing that the turret is in that position, he's waiting to see if anyone walks over to him to clear the tube, because if he gets spotted out by the turret, it means that there's focus taken away from the site for XERXIA, and it means that they can pretty much overwhelm him and maybe get a guaranteed frag, make it a little bit easier on in the retake. The fact that he waits to see when the push is in, he knows, the team knows, Paper X, that there is a lockdown available, and Sushi Boys, times like those, it is very, you know, crucial to get out that ultimate to try and get a bit of recovery, specifically when you're not playing against the Sova. They don't have a Hunter's Fury to try and take it down, right? So it is a big round that Paper X have just gotten. But now, in the very get-go of the new round, already that Resurrection is coming on forward for Paper X. The Viper's Pit is coming out from Scary, who now is at the A site instead of the B site that we've seen him start at so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Cruz does have a spotting eye down towards B long here, but it does appear the Paper X are pretty happy to just wait. Looking to find that jewel inside the pit when they do spy the correct opportunity. I'll just give it time. Do have the position to cut off the lurk as well in the form of that chamber utility here. Now as that wall goes up, they are going to be able to find this spike plant inside the pit. Maybe not, actually. Do have the Nano Swarm keeping them at bay for just a little bit. And this is where Sushi Boys picks up another. That's Forsaken going down, Komodo. A massive, massive member on the side of Paper X. Still 45 seconds left. And Surf, he's just waiting, lurking to go fishing inside that green.
Yeah, these are the rounds, man, that get a little bit confusing for me. I'm not going to lie, but the pit-on-pit action does look like XERXIA are okay to stay here and play off the info of Cruz. If he's just playing spotter and falls back, then it would be big for him. But that second jump now, he's been seen. He's going to throw the slow up down, and the barrier wall as well could be actually crucial timing for him. And the reposition, if he's able to find 1, it would be massive. The spike is stuck in toward the B site right now. Mindfreak's lurk over at the other side of the map does nothing. And as you mentioned, he drops the spike, not only with that frag, they have to try and get the plant. 10 seconds to go. It's Sushi Boy seen. They don't even need the plant at the moment. All of the duels, they've got the better distance, and all of the kills come to Paper X. They now take the lead.
Cruz did so much heavy lifting in that round to have the confidence to reposition, you know, finding the fight as well. But unfortunately from Yellow, it's very, very hard to defend with only that Sheriff. And I'm just loving this pacing that Paper X have been throwing at us, right? You know, they're happy to kind of force their way into a bit of a position, you know, make the rotate start to come over, but they don't need to go. They can just wait, they can leave it, and ultimately fight the good fight later. You know, they had the advantage weaponry in that round, so they just were patient, and it paid off for them as a result of it. So no ultimates up here for XERXIA. No ultimates up either for Paper X, however, so it's just going to be straight down to the meat and potatoes in these weapons.
Yeah, well, the fact that that wall was used in mid and the smoke, the cloudburst rather, the dart actually getting the ping early before the timing works out to get under tube. It should be for XERXIA to know that everything is going to be happening around this A site at the moment, but they're starting to get overwhelmed yet again. The distance, the space that Paper X are taking straight in towards their faces, making them falter right now. It's looking too easy for Paper X again. A 4 versus 2 scenario. Surf and Scary, they have been the absolute duo on this XERXIA squad, and now Scary walks right into the crosshairs of Forsaken. Surf, the operator in hand, has to be the weapon taken in toward the next round, unfortunately.
Absolutely. They are just getting so overwhelmed right now here. XERXIA, they had a really, really strong couple of rounds, and then it was just that tactical timeout from Paper X to kind of get themselves back together, work out what the issues potentially were. And ever since then, they found it. They understand it. Now, will we see Ben Kai take Surf? No. He will be able to live on with this weaponry for a little bit longer, but the chamber of Divide able to jump back onto that line here, so it's going to be very, very awkward. Trademark is down if he did choose to push on in, but I think it is going to be Divide going for that swing. And Surf, you know, after missing that opening shot, it makes it real awkward now. Tailwind, the updraft up, but that's a knife for Forsaken. Oh my word, that is not exactly the way you want to go out for XERXIA, and showing exactly how in control Paper X are. You know, Jing 15 and 5 on the stage. Forsaken not too far behind. He's been doing bits, though, you know, doing his role to perfection. You know, the duelist has to go in first, ladies and gentlemen, and Paper Rex, they're doing exactly that.
Well, we've been treated to another knife frag, even though if it wasn't really the intended way for Forsaken, I think he was just running in, and just so happened Surf dropped on toward his teammate. A Goomba stomped him there, not resulting in a kill. But regardless, you know, that was a purchase to come through from XERXIA. Here they're going in with a bit of a half force, but Forsaken, man, he's just diffing Surf in this round once more. This is what you want to see. You want to see the electricity come through from all the players on both of these sides. It's the A site overwhelm again, and it's just a formality from here on out for Paper Rex. Find the frags, get the plant, don't drop any weapons.
When Forsaken is this activated, like, what do you even do? You know, he has dropped away here, but Jing, once again, good for the trade, as we do know. Now it's all left on to Scary. Has dropped off the boiler, spotted out, and Jing just continues to farm. I do believe now 17-5 in just, what, 11 rounds so far, Komodo. Certainly a way to be doing it, as that battle Sage, one away from the resurrection. Forsaken does have the knives, but it is not going to be needed, that Blade Storm, just yet. Look at this movement, straight into the pipe, drops him down. And yeah, it's just looking a little bit too easy there. The Tootsie's spotted out for Sushi Boys. Cruz gets one, but unfortunately trying to push on in, does get traded by Jing. And it is just Paper Rex continuing their train of dominance here on the opening map of Icebox. And again, I remind you all, watching along at home, the last time these two teams fought in a match of this caliber was Stage 1 of the year for the APAC VCT. And it was a 5-map extraordinaire that we did get to see, but Paper Rex are looking so strong, and Jing again does it. At least Surf is there for the trade this time round, but Benkai's going to drop him on his bottom. Scary also gets a trade. It's a 3-on-3 Komodo.
Last round in the half, that res was found by Jing with that frag, and Cruz, he was one away being taken down, but more trades happening. Sushi Boy's looking the wrong way, and now it's Scary.
He's so far away.
On the other side of the map, exactly right. In B, Main has to pick up his utility too, and he will have access to the Cloud Burst. Remember, they have been playing this retake wall over at the A side, so he can potentially pop it right now, but Forsaken's already in the spawn at the bottom of the stairs. What a shot to come through from Scary, though. That is absolutely perfection. And now the one-on-one Divide, it's not really a kit that you can really, you know, play Protector on with this chamber. He has to fight for the duel. No utility to rely upon, but the footsteps have been heard, man. Scary, he's dancing around and he doesn't expect Divide. It's 8-4 at the half. Paper Rex, that's 8 in a row as well.
8 in a row. Perfect way to close out the half here, Komodo, for Paper Rex. Again, the Titans of this region. Always a solid fan favorite, player favorite, all of it. Doing exactly what this region needs. The strength to be taken internationally once more and do damage. Crazy, crazy stuff we have already witnessed so far in the opening map here. Again, you know, the XERXIA map pick. But then again, when we do move down to that 5-map kind of battle of this caliber, right? The maps start to matter less. They've already, you know, banned out the 2 in, you know, Bind, and obviously Ascent that got rid of as well. So we've got all the rest of the active pool split, obviously going to be sent out shortly, but...
Can I just make mention, by the way, that Jing has gotten 18 kills in the first half here.
Yeah.
Man's gone, like...
No assists, though. Bad Sage, am I right?
Oh.
You can't do him like that. He's killing
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he's actually taking the frags and finalizing them. If his teammates are dying, they're dying clear, and he doesn't really need to get any heals out. I think it's still acceptable. You won't be hating on your Sage for not getting assists if they're performing like this.
Nah, exactly right. And, you know, it's just that way that Forsaken has been playing as well. You know, he's been in there first basically every single round, creating the space. And for the most part, he has been finding that opening pick onto Surf, which has been huge. You know, Surf is the impact player so far. You know, we have seen some other moments, but realistically, nobody of XERXIA is falling behind as of yet. You know, it's just basically a team effort that is being squandered by Paper Rex right now because they are the superior team in this current moment. But there is still so much more series, so much more day left here, Komodo, in the grand final of the APAC Stage 2 VCT. It has been a treat to watch. We already know both of these teams are going to Copenhagen, but seeding is important. So the victor of this one, it's not just prize money, of course, but it is just that, you know, kind of guts and glory as well between these two titans of the region.
Yeah, and I think one of the compelling reasons, actually, that, you know, the desk was talking upon just a little bit before this match was the difference between Sova and Fade here specifically, right? Just running in with the one quote information character. We've seen a lot more reveals come through from Foxy, actually, with the reconnaissance of that drone and the dart than we have of the Horn from Benkai. So you can kind of see why the quote mainstream agent of Sova is still a bit more prevalent on a map like Icebox right now. That's not to say the Fade can come into clutch. We may see it be a little bit better here on the defensive side, but I like this from Forsaken, already straight into the face of Surf, but unfortunately his face is the one that gets shattered.
Oh, he's been spotted though early. The shorty, not exactly the weapon that you want to have there, but he's tucked in and he can lock this down straight away. Benkai's also gone for the push, and now Surf, he's getting hungry, he's getting excited. Cruz though punishes, and already the chaos does start to continue to ensue. Benkai dropped down to 15. It's awkward. Surf can get the trade. He did have that heal earlier on, and now it's all left on to Devi and Mindfreak. They have to rotate around. Still, Mindfreak a fair way away. Devi is not too far behind that toxic screen. But the plant looks like it will be found. Devi tries to peek on through, but Surf to deny. It's actually scary, rather. And it's all on a Mindfreak in this 1-on-4.
Yeah, the attacker's scary is something that is going to be probably very fancy to come through from XERXIA here. It's where he's given a lot more free reign to the defensive side as well. You know, generally you're put on towards a site, maybe the other one here and there, and try to see what you can do. But right now, it's Mindfreak the Viper on that defensive side. His position is known, and 1 versus 4. If he's given a couple of individual duels, it could be good, but through the wall, he will be peppered down by Cruz. That's the pistol going over towards XERXIA. So they've found both here, Conky, yet they do still trail.
I was just about to say, you know, to find both pistols and only have 5 rounds is certainly a bit of a telltale at how strong Paper X actually are. Yeah, and the bonus, exactly right. Yeah, how strong Paper X are in the, you know, the impact rounds, the important ones where you do have all the weaponry to kind of play with. So they're not really, you know, feeling the pressure at all. But I love that round from XERXIA in the end. Very, very clean. You know, the positioning from Sushi Boys just in the little bit sort of back towards mid. Did drop the turret in front of him to make it very awkward for the pistol duel. But, you know, they find themselves within 3 rounds. They pick up this one. They potentially secure that bonus. But straight in, Surf. He's going to be traded out by Jing. However, Scary is here with that Bulldog along with Cruz. So all members except for Benkai will drop. And he's not too far away from that B site. So he'll likely peak. He'll likely go down shortly on this Fade. But it's A-okay because they are going to be able to get the spike planted once more. And it will be XERXIA walking away with a 6th round, provided that Benkai can't do much.
Crawl.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, it's just one of these rounds where Paper X going with a plan to rush B main, see what damage they can get done, and make the bonus look a little bit better for them in the next round. Because as I did mention to you just before, the bonus round in the first half did go over towards XERXIA. So being able to kind of contain all the weaponry that they did in this previous round, they've got access to the Spectre, 2 Bulldogs, 2 Vandals going into this round. So it is a pretty comfortable purchase, all things considered, going into this round. But I really want to know what sort of different defense Paper Rex are going to elect for on this side of the map right now. Because remember, another difference that these guys are running in is that Devi is running Chamber, right? So that trademark can be a nice piece of information on this defensive side that you don't need to necessarily, you know, completely cover, right? They're just putting that over towards the B site right now, seeing what Mindfreak can do with his Viper utility as well. But right down the guts of this map right now, Jing is just going ham, holding W, and he's going to be rewarded with one as well. Scary's done.
You're Sage doing that? Are you joking? Is this matchmaking in Radiant or something right now? This guy is an animal, just absolutely taking the task to XERXIA with all the confidence in the world. He's got another here, Komodo, completely denying Cruz, who tried to do the exact same thing, and Forsaken straight over and above onto the top of Yellow. Does get taken, but the Prowlers come out. He does bite him down, and Jing with 3. That is why Paper X remain on top to date.
Wow, 4 alive rather as well on that round, meaning that it is looking pretty potent to come into the next one. Already just seeing that Jing is like 2 or something away from the resurrection. So imagine if he's able to recycle that time and time again on this defensive side, continuing the frag decimation that he was able to do in the first half. It's looking glorious for himself, really padding out those stats. But remember, that was just that bonus round for XERXIA. They have enough cash to throw back at this round right now to get up all those Vandals. A little bit lesser equipped there for Foxy as he is on the light shields, but it doesn't really matter. All the players essentially going to be hitting headshots. And speaking of, Devi, he's just playing in the range right now. 2 shots there, 1 for Jing, and this round is essentially already done and dusted if Cruz can't get out that resurrection. But hello, handsome. A couple of kills going back over towards XERXIA, overlooking Jing though. And now it's just down to Foxy. Jing, I'm impressed, bro. I am impressed.
This is exactly what we talk about, right? You know, back home, there was a man who used to throw out the old Sage operator, and, you know, there was a lot of heavy criticism about that selection, but then you see it do crazy things, and this is the exact same sort of difference, right? Sage is meant to be the agent that goes in last, kind of, you know, there to get the res off, to get the heal in, you know, wall down to make sure the plant occurs. But when Jing is playing this agent, it doesn't matter. You know, you throw it out the window the way that you're supposed to play a support agent. You just play it the way you want, and you dominate. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So Jing continues to punish this side of XERXIA alongside the rest of his roster. Every single member of Paper X is doing exactly what they need. And unfortunately, yeah, XERXIA has just been trailing behind. You know, we see it here. Devi, the captain, kind of just tapping away from a distance. And also that aggression, you know, even though it was punished, they didn't know Jing was there and able to drop the spike at the back of A. That's just such a big play and way to continue a round out for Paper X.
Yeah, they do still have access to a pause in this half as well. Remember, you get one on each side. So if XERXIA want to throw it out in the next, they might need to. This is going to be that eco round, a little half buy with the Sheriffs. And then for Surf, maybe I think they might be pushing for an orb potentially with him not purchasing anything. He'll be getting the Bladestorm, but a technical pause.
Tech pause!
So they can settle down. They can have thoughts and figure out what's going to be the go. Because if you're thinking about longevity's sake in this series, right? If you're thinking best of 5, goes the full distance, that means technically XERXIA would be playing 8 maps today. And that can get, you know, a little bit taxing on your mind. So pauses to give breath are really good.
Absolutely. Long day, but an enjoyable day. We have been given the information that it was a member of XERXIA that has DC. Not exactly sure who. It looks like it's Surf.
Yeah, maybe.
The fact that he hasn't purchased in just yet. But you're exactly right. It's a long day. These are the days that... Oh, who cares? Doesn't matter. You know, it's just a pause, relax, have a chill. Good time, I suppose, for XERXIA to have a chat and work out exactly what they need to do going forward. It's just the Sheriffs again. But I guess we just sort of, you know, roll on back to what we have seen so far in this map, right? The telltale for XERXIA being able to pick up the pistols, and maybe that's a bit of a sign on how they're engaging in the rounds, you know, maybe how they're playing out those gun rounds. Because one thing that does seem to plague FPS titles, just in a sort of, you know, generalization, is the way that when you have the pistols and you're at a quote-unquote disadvantage, depending on sort of how you see it, you play completely differently, play with a completely different level of confidence that you may have when you do have those weapons, you know, maybe not wanting to overextend, maybe not wanting to drop them over to the other side. And that can sometimes punish some of these teams, where Paper X, they've just been playing every round the same, super confident, backing themselves, and, you know, punishing XERXIA when they make minor mistakes that they have been doing. So, Jing, he's up confidence. Again, this time he will be taken. However, it's going to be Forsaken. Just 1, just 2, okay? We can cool it down for a little bit. Mind Freak was there as well. He can get 2 of his own, so he's looking pretty good. Now it's just all left onto Surf and Benkai. He even joins the party for just a second. So 3 alive for Paper X once more. And XERXIA can throw that round out the window just for a sec. Now they've got the buy fully to come in.
Yeah, just the quick round from Paper X, you know, getting up close and personal with XERXIA, knowing that they're going to have a little bit of a lesser purchase. Get closer to your operators, to your ultimates rather, if you are Paper X as well, is going to be, you know, kind of assisting in a next gun round, which is what we're going to be having here, right? So this is going to be kind of one of those do or die rounds for XERXIA in this map here specifically. No massive build-up of economy behind themselves. If they do drop this round, it'll be that force in the next, where Surf will probably be popping the blades in that next one. And I love this play from Forsaken. It's a bit of a risky one. It's a bit of a heavy util one with that wall being used as well, but he still gets it on towards Surf. No access to anything in this round. The res is there for Cruz, but again, you know, last time they used it, it was an immediate denial of the res essentially with the 2 frags found because of it. So they have to be very protective if they do elect for that res.
Yeah. One of the big sort of factors for XERXIA over the course of the last few days has been Surf with his opening round impact, right? That's a fantastic trade out from Scary to be able to drop away Forsaken. There is the resurrection, though, up for Jing, of course, and Cruz is actually going to be punishing that one here. Cruz picks up Surf, so no res out in this round for the side of Paper X, which means that finally we do have an advantage going the way of XERXIA. However, they have to be careful. We do have Benkai still in the wait, does have the Nightfall available as well. We sent Mind Freak back towards mid, spotting over Boiler, where he has made a little bit of a punish. So it's going to be a relatively solo hold here for Benkai. Can he do the damage enough to keep XERXIA out?
if he sees anything, that's when the wall will be popped out. You would expect from his teammate in Mindfreak. He's going to get a little bit of damage first. There's that Nightfall. Do they choose to play full retake or off the back of what they can spot out?
Looking
The
straight
Horn
in.
goes through, and it's just a W from Mindfreak. 1 and 2, 3 in the round for total. And now with the pit here being Scary's domain, Mindfreak will be taken on out to leave Devi in this 1 versus 2. No plant yet, 15 seconds. They're quite vulnerable when they do elect to do so. But within the pit, the prowl is on for Devi. The decay starts to go down, and he is inching closer towards the enemy. It's all about the reveal right now. The pre-fire is here. The pit goes down, and it's on to Surf for the frag, which means the XERXIA win a really big, important round.
Unfortunately, the domain expansion is not going to pay off for this side this time round. Man, it has just been a crazy sort of back and forth, right? The way that we've seen it here, you know, the opening picked up again for Forsaken, and it's even on the fadeaway, you know, being able to drop Surf in that way. He was confident, he knew he was going to be able to take the duel, but then he was taken down accordingly, and, you know, Mindfreak comes in with 3. I was sure that he was going to be able to find a very big round in that position, but it's Surf finally back on the plate, you know, really stepping up, and that is Cruz, who did get that resurrection off early and managed to defend his teammate as he was brought back to life. So, a opportunity found very early by XERXIA to keep continuing this fight to Paper X.
You know, the pit's going to be used over at that A site for Mindfreak right now. And a Prowler down the tube with no spotting. So as far as Paper X are concerned, mid can still be posed a problem. And it is just real patience from everybody. We see a lot of these rounds played from XERXIA on their attacker's side. You know, a map like Breeze, it's almost 99% of the time they start off like this, and then that 1% is a bit of aggression. But they do start to go down towards mid, as that second Prowler is actually going to be used from Benkai. So trying to find full information in this round. And for Paper X, the 2-1-2 setup, they will have access to a good defense at both sides of the map. Now, Benkai spots out in the tunnel, or the tube rather. Let's see how they act according.
The Seas goes down, so at least that is punished for the time being. No further control to be found. And Surf, he's going to get the pick here. The catch onto Benkai. So how is the defense going to be looking here? You know, Devi's set up nicely, does have the tour available, and he's going to be looking to jump straight back onto that line here as well. But the control, Jing found, however, traded. And now it's going to be the battle inside the pit. Oh my god, Cruz doing the solo Sage walk onto A, taking this site for free. And the real estate is given over. Once again, 2-bedroom house, pool in the back. But it is a cold one here on Iceboxes. Unfortunately, Devi and Forsaken, it might just be worth saving that operator. And Devi trying to pick up some earlier damage with the tour. But no, it will be Surf getting the punish, getting the takedown. And XERXIA keep on kicking.
Yeah, it might be a 2-bedroom house and a pool in the back, but for right now, it's frozen over for Paper X, and they're looking to get evicted. XERXIA knocking on their door with this round. 8 found. 3 away from Paper X, and if you can hold on to this operator into the next round, it could be pretty big for Forsaken. The money is still kind of balanced out for Paper X, so they should be able to get their mitts on some good weaponry in the next round to go at it again. But after that one, you know, you do start to consider the attacker's side for XERXIA is finding what they need to be doing to gather these rounds to try and get the victory here in map number 1 of this grand final for the APAC VCT. But it does look like for now, at least Forsaken is going to hold on to the operator.
It's just unfolding the way it's meant to, right? You know, we've got some really complex maps coming up, obviously in Fracture and Breeze, the way that those maps are still played, you know, being the newest 2 in the pool. Certainly a interesting one to watch. You know, obviously Breeze, we continue to comment on how so many one-sided affairs do occur. It's either that, you know, where it ends up being a 13-2 or an overtime. So with those around the corner, you know, getting this map here is very important, especially for XERXIA, given the fact that it is their selection. You know, not really mattering too much, as we've sort of touched upon, being that best of 5. But it's the stamina game, you know, being able to make sure that as many rounds are secured and just make these ones as close as possible, trying to kind of burn out Paper X a little bit. But, you know, a team that are ready for this one as it sort of stood up, you know, they are in a very strong position now. But the timeout does come through. They're going to have a conversation and see exactly what is going to unfold into these next couple of rounds, as they are very close to closing it out. And Jing also 5 away from his 30.
I think you got to remember when you are battling Paper X that every single map in the pool, they've got essentially over a 70% win rate, except for Ascent. It's just a little bit lesser than that. So it's always going to be quite problematic, no matter which veto that you do go towards facing a team like Paper X. It just comes down to, your own strengths on those maps and what your want of order is going to look like. And I mean, you can kind of say the same for XERXIA, where they've got nearly over 70% win rate on all of their maps as well. But it's, a lot less maps played to go off. Fracture, a lot more even so. It's usually one of those bans out and then split, again, another lesser number. So really leaning over towards Paper X in a round such as this, and we are in towards the round. A big creep up down B main.
Yeah, an awkward fight. Yeah, they are straight into it here. Foxy going to be able to find that opening now. It's going to be onto the big man in Forsaken to see what he can do, but it's scary. The Reaper in the night that is going to be able to punish Mr. Sustanto. Benkai does at least get one back, taking down the Nightmare here, as it is a nightmare of his own on this fade. 2, 3 picked up for Benkai. What a fantastic response here, Komodo, from the Snowman. He's even got a 4th and trying to find the fight. It will be the ace from the Undertaker in Benkai to close out a 12th round here for Paper X. What a monster.
Man's been the leader in the charge, and he's just picking up an ace to bring his kills numbers towards that of his team. He was the one that was a little bit lackluster for the course of this map so far, but on that information game, he's second to none, and pulling out an ace in this round where it was such an important round for XERXIA to have to try and get to keep Paper X from getting on towards map point. They have now found that one. And the purchase at least is going to be good for XERXIA coming into it. But that padding, that safety net of OT that they didn't have to contend with in their mind just yet is now gone. Paper X at least securing that. And now their task, their focus is on the closure. They want to close it here.
Benkai is just so good in these impact moments, right? Now it's do or die completely, and the Nightfall will start to come out. That's going to be all the reveals that they will need here, Paper X, to try and continue this duel, keeping them away. And the rotation is already there, but once again, look at Forsaken's positioning. He is straight down mid, and Komodo, this is exactly what I talk about, having this level of confidence to do exactly that now. As they do try and find this spike plant, yeah, maybe there's a small gap, but it's not going to matter here as that toxic screen is up. But as the Prowler goes out, it's a 5-on-5. Komodo, I handball it to you. Will they close it out here, Paper X, on the retake?
Well, we'll see if the boys are going to fumble the ball right now, because I know I would with my slippy little mitts, and that's what we need to see from a Paper X to get back in toward this retake, this 5 versus 5. Access to not real too much utility. Forsaken on the Cloudburst for sure, but Hunter's Fury is pulled out left, right, in the kill feed right now from everybody as Foxy brings out the Hunter's Fury.
Forsaken
He gets on
the
one,
flank.
and Forsaken on that flank. As you say, Benkai lines them up, and the flick for Forsaken. That's going to be the closer. That's going to be the GG's. The curtain is closed on map number 1 here. Icebox is gained for Paper X.
My word, Benkai 7 frags in the final 2 rounds of Icebox here. He has ice in his veins as the Titan can close out the map for Paper X. That is a well-important victory to start off this series. And look at him. Cool, calm, and collected. Barely even a smile from what you can see. Just a cheeky little sip from Devi there of victory as they are happy to run it in. Just Forsaken's positioning. How happy he was to drop through mid, hold that position, and just completely keep them locked in. But a fantastic opener here from Paper X. I guess no real surprises across the desk. It was 3 maps that were all sort of said from all members of our analyst desk saying that it was going to be Paper X, right? But how many will it take? And we already see that it is going to be the 1-0 lead here for the previous victors of APAC VCT Stage 1.
Yeah, last time, of course, it went the distance. It went to all 5 maps in that 3-2. So I do still want to give XERXIA benefit of the doubt, warming back up in toward this map here after a little bit of a break of their own in the series. And now they've got the discussion to have before leading in towards Fracture. It's not a map that they have, so many reps on. However, there is enough that they should know how to be tackling against the Titans that are Paper X here. And I just got to say, man, I'm looking forward to what we have on that map next.
Yeah, exactly right. But we'll have the analyst desk all break it down, give us a bit of a run in, what they have been seeing, what they are going to be expecting as we move on to Fracture, which has been a very, very exciting map lately to be witnessing in this game of Valorant. It's been a treat so far. We can't wait for more after a short break.
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my...
Icebox proving to be incredibly icy, especially on the side of XERXIA Esports as they froze against the power that PaperX was throwing at them. Back here on the panel, it's the likable Fluffy02 and Trix. Trix, I believe that it's true. Sage is not just your healer, and Jing is the epitome of that statement.
Jing is the epitome of that statement, and I know one of the casters commented, the battle Sage, it's insane. Just the amount of space that you can get into. Yes, we do like our chambers, but the Sage being also able to use their wall to block out angles or to ride the wall to get on those cheeky angles as well. It was fantastic. Jing just showed absolutely no fear during that map. You could see that he was taking all the duels that he could possibly want to take, and he was just getting even more value from that.
Yeah, XERXIA, especially with their very strong start early on for this match, really was kind of telling that they were on such a high coming in from the last game. But when PaperX started to adjust, their attacking side completely changed. The Battle Sage indeed proved so much value. I feel like when you get a lot of, especially frags on something like Sage, imagine on the attack you already had 18 kills before the swap. Even it gives you like, what is that, like 3 resurrections on the half, which is above the average 2 that you'd normally see from a Sage, and it just increases the value of the agent when you can place it in the hands of a player like Jing, someone who has that duelist mindset and isn't letting that agent choice stop the way he plays.
I just want to clarify that, Fluffy. It's an 18-6-0 in the first half. That means that he was getting all of his kills. He wasn't just reliant on the heals to get that assist because he had 0 assists and he was not dying. So literally Jing was like, yes, I am not just your healer. That's not me. That's not the kind of Sage you're looking at over here. And as we can see on the screen, very worthy MVP over here. Now I gotta mention, Trix, that Benkai did not want to miss out on the action as well. I mean, getting that ace to match point.
He did get that ace to match point, getting the first couple kills through the Viper wall, and then for some reason XERXIA, all of the players were in isolated angles and Benkai just had to aim for their heads and shoot them one by one because they just didn't have any refrag there.
Now, we talked about Jing, of course, and we hyped him up. But the other thing that makes his Sage so beautiful is the way he also uses it as a support, despite being the battle Sage that we've come to know and love in him. I mean, we remember, Fluffy, the Jing and Forsaken combo lives on. That cheeky Sage wall to add that extra height for Forsaken as he brings the daggers out, really telling Surf to watch this, or rather, watch out for this.
Watch out indeed, because Jing and Forsaken, when they're on different agents, we always know that they like playing off each other, playing slightly different angles. Very hard to trade either one of them, and it was something that XERXIA just had a problem with dealing. They couldn't necessarily take out both immediately. They'd always be prepared for the refrag, and as Trix mentioned, without a proper trade coming in from XERXIA, it always seemed that every kill that PaperX landed was more impactful in that sense, especially with that Sage being able to resurrect every now and then. The amount of power, like pure manpower that they had, really was very effective. And I think I mentioned earlier in the panel that clicking heads is a very important thing to do, and Jing putting that into fruition right this match.
Now, there is another Sage on this game, and that is, of course, Cruz. He might not been... His impact might not have been as felt compared to Jing, because obviously Jing was just shining in this game. But there was this one round wherein Cruz carefully lurked A site as the Viper Spit was up, and he got the Viper Spit out. He made so much space right off of that for his entire team to get control of A site and to win that round, Tricks. And it just goes to show that there's so much trust between these two teams. And I do want to mention this extra point that on the side of PaperX, wherein Forsaken was actually trying to flank, but because the rest of his team there were still 3 or 4 of them over at B site. Forsaken was not pushing. He was not rushing it. He was like, if I push this too early, I'm gonna get detected by the alarm bot. They're gonna find out that I'm here. I'm entrusting the space of B side to you guys. Up until you guys kill that killjoy, I'm not gonna push. You guys got this. That's just beautiful to watch, Trix.
It's very important. Excuse me. One of the things that I mentioned before is that when you do go on the flank and when you're giving up the side and you're trying to set up for that retake, you have to decide if the person at doing the long flank is going to actually push and possibly get detected. But more often than not, it's better for that player to wait as your teammates are fighting on the side to get more space and pull that attention, because usually they, even if it's triggered, like the alarm bot is triggered or the chamber trap or anything, usually they don't realize it until it's too late that, oh, there's somebody on the flank. Because they're fighting the person right in front of them. So I find that PaperX was definitely able to do this. And XERXIA, on the other hand, they had a good attack. They have a good way of taking the site. The issue is that when it comes to the refrag, sometimes their position takes a lot longer before they set up for it. And they don't quite have the same patience PaperX has.
On the side of XERXIA, though, they did have a strong opening. They got the pistol rounds. They got 4-0 for the opening rounds. But Fluffy, it was when PaperX actually called that first timeout that PaperX's momentum started building up. And from then on, it was just stellar. So what do you think was going on in their heads as they called that tactical timeout?
They probably already realized the patterns and the holes of where they were getting caught off guard from, and why XERXIA just had a very strong defense. They had to change their plan of attack, and it's one of the great things about pro play, having that tactical pause available to reassess the situation. After you call something like that, you can really look like a very different team, especially if you have the information not only to gain but also to use and actually orient yourself to be able to adjust. And these micro adjustments are the things that I believe is why PaperX is so far apart from other teams, and they've always had that consistency and proof to back it up in their track record.
Yes, of course. Now, I want to talk about the utility shuffle that was happening over here. We always talk about how we don't want these players to be stingy with the utilities, but at the same time, they have to be wise with the usage of this utility. So, Trix, I want to talk about this one round we're in. There were 2 Viper spits in A. I don't know what was going on there, but it was actually intense to see. And so on the defense side, we had the Vipers pit up, and then PaperX on the attack side, they went in, they popped up their own Vipers pit, but they were already rotating. So walk us through what was going on through PaperX's head over there.
At least the way I would understand it is primarily when a team puts out the Vipers pit, we're thinking that they're going to hit the site already, that they're committing to that site because they're committing an ultimate. So it pulls the rotation of the opponents while also denying any information from them. They can't see inside the pit. They'd have to force that aggression. They'd have to push into it, pull the other players back. And we saw that the entire round. You had 1 or 2 players stationed at B main just waiting. That's all they were doing. They just sat there waiting for somebody to possibly push up B main. Nobody was pushing up. They heard the A players. They started to push B main. So I think that was just very good Valorant. That was a very good read on the opponents.
Yeah, very good
I have
Valorant
to agree.
read.
Yes, Lovey.
Sorry, I was saying that. I was gonna say that PaperX, even in previous series against even different teams, has always had this ability to really force the opponent's hand. Their ability to spread their presence in the example that you mentioned, but also using their small contact plays to create a lot of space or just perceived pressure in general, really makes it very confusing. And Trix mentioned it all the way back in the start, how PaperX doesn't really have a default. It's more of they just adjust and adapt their strategy based on what they think they need or what they're lacking. I feel like that kind of played into the attack pause, but also moving on to the other half, when they did already lose the pistol, when they lost the second round, it really reevaluated the situation for them, which is why they were able to string some rounds together and ultimately get that 13-8.
I love how you mentioned that. So it goes around wherein PaperX's intuition or their game sense is just something different. It's so unique. And the way it synergizes with the rest of their team, like as a whole, is just so good. So maybe moving on to Fracture, we'll see more of that come into fruition. But right over here, Fluffy, what agents are we going to be seeing?
I hope we see the return of Forsaken on that Neon and Jing on that Jet. And as I say that, they're going to be locking in those two picks. I love how both of these play together. Double Duelist is something that is very interesting. It's not always the best because you give up, at least on paper, a lot of utility and a lot of information. This composition, as we've seen before, especially with Mind Freak on the solo controller on the Viper, has a very hard commit play style. It's very hard for them to change their plan once they use an attack. And normally the counter that we've seen a lot of teams do well against a form like this or the composition like this is to play off-site and go for the retake, as most of the utilities will be spent on entry. So I believe that if XERXIA really did the research and knows that, they will be able to defend very hard, especially with this composition that they surprisingly brought out at the end of this stage or in the recent matches. I feel like Sushi Boys, especially on that Cypher and the Fade, which really counters a lot of aggression with the Prowlers slowing everyone down, as well as the C's not allowing Neon to jump around and move if it does connect, really stops a lot of these potential aggressive plays. However, in terms of the Cypher, I would also like to mention how I think Raze, there's a lot of instances where the Boombot as well as the Satchels can actually clear a lot of his utility. So it's a bit different dynamic from the Fracture game that they've played before with the same lineup.
Yeah, speaking of the previous Fracture game that they did have, you know, for both of these teams, the common denominator of this lineup as well as this map itself is actually Bleed Esports tricks. Both of these teams have actually faced off Bleed Esports with the same exact lineup. And if they're bringing in the ferocity that they brought over at that game, then this is going to be an intense game over here.
It is going to be an intense game. There's going to be a lot of proactive plays coming in from PaperX, I am certain, but also a lot of ability to react and adjust on XERXIA's side. They've shown us that they can do it, and I'm excited to see them on Fracture one more time because I feel I did not see enough of them last time.
I agree. Now, as Fluffy was pointing out earlier, I do want to see the retakes come into play.
Yes.
It's obvious that there are so many utilities that are going to be thrown on the attack side, and it's just so scary. Oh, no pun intended, by the way. But we have seen this in the past, this type of composition from both teams. And for a lot of the times, I feel like on Fracture, as much as I love the proactiveness being come into play, I really hope that these guys take their time, take a little breather, and reevaluate whether proactiveness is going to be the best approach, especially against each other, wherein they're so good with the gunfights and everything in between. And maybe reconsider just going for the retake and utilizing all of the utilities they could possibly use on that approach. With that said, Icebox once again went to the side of PaperX. So far, the results of this map or this series is looking the same, but will Fracture deal a different card this time? We're about to find out. PaperX and XERXIA Esports once again coming at you guys. Alongside them are some talented people to tell the tale. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much for that likable welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for map number 2 between, of course, XERXIA and PaperX. It was an explosive start, I guess you could say, from PaperX on Icebox. It was still a relatively close map, which gave me hope that we are going to be seeing big things. But, oh man, all I'm saying is I'm just excited to see Forsaken on this Neon.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting. And of course, it's not like XERXIA haven't played against this lineup before. It was just mentioned on the panel as well, right? It was the lineup that Bleed actually did bring out against them as well. So you kind of copy and paste the lineup over towards PaperX, replace all the names and make it, I guess, turned up a little bit or maybe a lot of bit, depending on what PaperX is going to look like if map number 1 is anything to go by.
Yeah, for sure. It's look, it's a perfect opportunity, I suppose, for XERXIA to do some further heavy lifting to get themselves back into this. If they do, unfortunately, fall down, that means 2-0. That means only one more rep is needed for PaperX, obviously, to close out that solid start and really sort of shooing themselves in, you know, from that upper bracket into Masters. But of course, we do have more. I really need to see this one go all 5 maps. It's been a huge day already of excitement, of fury, of fight. And this is the perfect time to do it even better on Fracture.
Indeed, that is the case. So let's see how XERXIA are going to be playing this attackers sided first and what PaperX are looking to do on defense. And apparently, the top half of the map right now means nothing to anybody. This is a read to come through from PaperX. If you've ever kind of seen one, XERXIA just waiting outside or waiting in their spawn rather. And Forsaken's already lurking up. This is the duel that you wanted to see. And he's actually going to win it. He's going to win it entirely. 2 frags that Forsaken is able to find before Surf does get the trade. And now it is only Divide to try and hold down on the back of the B site.
Yeah, awesome stuff there to get to before the relay bolt does pop, at least keeping them at bay for a little while longer. Of course, there has been a little bit of further movement as we did have to see Devi utilize the rendezvous to get the hell out of there. And now up in the tower, he will be punished. Sushi Boy's bringing it back. Looking to do some further damage here as well. Boombot to go in as Jing does start to move away in this retake. Surf stuck on the side. But Jing, Benkai getting the job done now. It is all going to be on just the last member in Scary. Very, very rough position to be in, swinging around the canteen. They aren't looking his way. Benkai looks up, but unfortunately the shots don't quite connect. 3 alive for Paper X. They close the round nice and strong here, and it's an awesome opening on Fracture.
Yeah, the push down for Forsaken as well to be able to take out 2 before getting traded, starting it on through, and then Devi kind of just switches in from attacker mode to defender mode as you would kind of expect of the defending side, but immediate aggression from Paper X. I have a feeling that we're going to be having that time and time again, but the pistol round, of course, does go over to the defender's side in Paper X. You know, they got none over on Icebox, so it is a bit of a different start here on the map of Fracture, and I do love the fact, right, that the research was done from Paper X to be able to realize what kind of a pistol round XERXIA would be playing in this one, right? Because there was only that one rep that we saw come out from Bleed earlier on for XERXIA on this map. So if it's not a read there, then it's a lucky kind of play from Paper X that XERXIA were waiting.
It's a 4 straight back in as well. 5 Spectres, certainly a big contest to be found here. Faultline will knock back Foxy for the time being as they walk their way up towards the dish. I am liking this lean into a main here. Just outside the hall, the Prowler will spot some early information, and unfortunately for Devi, he has to teleport straight away from there with that rendezvous. Jing, though, finds the opening onto Foxy. So despite finding the side here, XERXIA, at least there has been already some damage dealt by Paper X.
Yeah, well, Jing Tech, you want to see those satchels be big, and the flashpoint naturally goes in for the frag on toward Jing, but the trade means the Paper X will be going on for the retake still. They've got that player advantage. They have to try and get in through the main of A at the moment. The little crossfire that is happening from XERXIA working in their favor for the time being. Some missed shots out from Devi as Cruz is trying to hold this one down, but again, Mindfreak is already into the site. And now it is just on to the big man in Benkai to see what he can do to try and bring it back. They don't need to contest. The spike is for XERXIA right now. And as Benkai tries to get onto it, the fault line will get him for the frag.
Oh,
jeez. The second no. Oh, it's a close one, but XERXIA will hold on.
They had enough time anyway. Maybe I was getting a little bit overhyped, but what a massive round, a massive response from XERXIA to force their way back into this. You know, some good damage was dealt, obviously, by Forsaken there with a great shot from the Sheriff, but unfortunately, you know, Cruz did too many things on that breach with the 3K, and the lockdown, you know, between drop, between main, they were able to close out the round nicely. Benkai getting tagged up by the fault line was enough to close the round, even though it gets close. Now, what's the purchase going to look in like here for Paper X? Forsaken playing with fire here, looking to get the fight completely up on that Vandal. I love that. So it's just going to be the hero purchase here. The rest of the team are going to sit back as he does work his way, obviously, up towards that overdrive in a couple of ultimate points.
Bring them down.
Straight on through, in towards some control for Foxy, but there's that Jing Tech that I was mentioning, Conky. The shorty with the satchels makes it look easy, and for Foxy, he has been sat down, unfortunately, right now. The cross smokes across the site of A. I still think the letters should be around the wrong way for this map, but regardless, the plant is going down, and again, it's a player advantage for Paper X for the retake.
Yeah, camera out. Sushi Boys can sit back and relax for the time being. Every single member around this side of main. One up rope. One not too far away from the door, but Paper X are healthy to get back into this. Forsaken, still 100 HP with that Vandal up, but Sushi Boys will deny Devi, and now as the Rolling Thunder does start to come out, Benkai actually dropping one with the Aftershock here. Now Forsaken all moving it on to just Scary, and look how far away he is. The Diffuser's going to come in. I don't think he's got anything. The lineup is just a little bit too late. It's exciting from Scary to see that that was actually held there, but yeah, you got to do that one a little bit earlier here as 4 members of Paper X will march forward. And unfortunately, Scary even goes down as well. Well done there from Forsaken, from Paper X. And Jing to start it with that Jing Tech on the satchels, as you mentioned. Awesome to see him back on this raise.
I would be really interested to see if now that Paper X know that Molotov, that incendiary lineup is known for Scary, if they actually play around that a little bit later on to go in for retakes, right? They see the relative location that he's just thrown that one from, or shot that one from. Launched that one, I think is the right word to use in this scenario.
Mhm,
If in the 1 versus 4 there, Scary holds it, it's something that he can use a little bit later. But now that that's known, it could be big for Paper Rex. Speaking of big, this round is done. They are already in their face. 4Ks. The overdrive is getting something for Forsaken. And now it's just Sushi Boys to see what pad stats he can get in this round, if any.
Nothing. It's just Forsaken running around. This is the biggest compliment that I've been able to make of Paper Rex in my, not only time watching them, but now short time casting them, which has been a brilliant experience, is how confident they are no matter the opponent, rather, right? And that's why they were able to do so well over at Reykjavik in the previous stage of the Masters. Now, looking to do it again, taking this kind of forward in this competition versus XERXIA now, if they can establish themselves, if they can find a 3-0 and really show that they're not just the narrow victors of this series, right? They're the firm leader in the APAC region. But I digress. Still don't want it. Don't want a 3-0. We need to see more coming out from XERXIA here. And there has been some lifeblood already spilled so far, but there's plenty more opportunities to do so as they walk in. Full 5-on-5, full buy up, and the site will be secured already. But that Rolling Thunder to come straight on out. Surf, he's going to be stuck in a awkward predicament here. Maybe bang straight into the reef here, but Sushi Boys does afford himself with that trade. But here is the showstopper to come straight through from Jing. How many? It's just got to be the one into Canteen. Foxy, good for a trade, but Jing finds another Komodo. This is why he continues to be able to do so many brilliant things. A third in the round, and it's all left on to Foxy, who does get punished by Device. So Paper X, a clean 4th round, 3 alive. And XERXIA had no real opportunity. It was a fantastic Rolling Thunder from Benkai. The libero of Paper X getting the job done.
Yep, 3 alive in the end of that one as well. But as you mentioned, a bit of ultimate usage in there, Rolling Thunder and the rocket of the showstopper. I'm surprised that when Sushi Boys got the frag onto Benkai, he didn't immediately use the neural theft to reclaim information on where Paper Rex were positioned, right? Because then you see Jing really be able to just take the round for himself with all the utility on this raised kit, and his teammates were able to find the closer. So I think, it could have been a different scenario there if Sushi Boys did use that ultimate a little bit earlier on. But again, I'm loving this pace, this haste from Paper Rex to really take space around this map to find all this information. And on the back of that information, they know that XERXIA isn't around the north side of this map. So it's down toward the default spawn location and now tending over towards the A site.
Yeah, to be able to clear out the bridge completely in the first 10 seconds of the round, to only now have Mind Freak on for the rotate. At the top of drop, we'll be able to hear the info. Lines up 3, and he's done a lot of damage, but unfortunately not quite the frag. Foxy taken very, very low here. But again, does have the Nightfall. Obviously, Bladestorm popped here for Surf. Now with that spike going down, 2 members inside drop and a third not too far away. As Forsaken does start to close this gap, it is going to be a very big and explosive retake. I think Komodo, what we can look at is Surf still sitting back. Scary rather with that post-plant lineup. But Jing does get the entry here. Now the Prowler to come out inside main. But Cruz drops one, and it is going to be just onto the man in Scary. But they're already hunting for him. They know exactly where he is. He can't do anything.
He can't hear
no
the
orbital
defuse.
strike. No anything at all. I mean, they've locked him off for just a second, but they're going to get that defusal. It's absolutely A-okay. Oh, hang on. Nah.
Devi,
Too late.
Devi can stick it, and so can Jing. Oh, no, maybe not.
Hang on.
He's on the full HP. I don't think there's time. I think Scary's
Hang
actually
on.
just won this one. Wow. What a recovery.
Wow.
0.76.
There is no way.
And the spike takes both of them. There's that incendiary that I thought Paper Rex would actually be, working around, knowing that Scary had that in his arsenal in a couple of rounds ago. But he's able to find that, reposition to make sure that no one can hunt him down. And you got to remember as well, in the mix of that one, Foxy throwing out the Nightfall to just be a little bit of a deterrent to make sure his team can find a couple of frags in the mix. It was Cruz good for 1. And at the end, you just look at that, right? I saw that Jing had already been taken down on his normal HP and his shields a little bit. If Devi was on that defuse instead, and he, started defusing it at the same second, he actually would have had that defuse.
Yeah.
So it's one of those tiny, really minute micro things that you'll notice when you're a player, because remember, it's always going to be more chaotic for a player, and we're armchair analysts, we can kind of see it a little bit better. But regardless, XERXIA find that round there, Conky, and now again, Paper Rex are getting up in their grill.
That's crazy. I thought for just a second they were quick enough to get Scary off of that post-plant Molotov, but now he gets it off, and yep, orbital strike a little bit later. Fantastic round from him. Now Devi Couple of pop shots in through the Sky Smokes here. They run on in, but Divide will actually be able to connect with that one. Now Jing on this flank. Will he be able to spot out Foxy? Straight in with the satchels, and he closes it. It's all left on to Scary once again, this time in a 1 versus 5 here. Komodo spots out. It's not even going to matter. Jeez, Forsaken, he's so quick. Straight out main. And this man, you know, he's just scratching his chin. This is how good Forsaken is and how happy he is with the confidence, as we are going to see Brim up in the sky, the big Chad himself, as the round is closed by PaperX. 5 in it now. XERXIA, you know, they've been really kind of throwing out all the stops, but have just been punished time and time again. And it's just like that fear factor position, you know, to be trapped in the corner here like Foxy was, to have a wild Jing just swinging straight at you. The double duelist is really, really making it spooky for the side of XERXIA.
I'm going to bring it out from what Fluffy said. You know, we're talking about post plants that maybe PaperX are going to be electing to do that a lot. And that's exactly what they're doing because it's working, right? While XERXIA get into all these sites, while they're able to establish a plan, they're not really able to hold it down in the end of it. So there needs to be a bit of an adjustment coming soon. I feel like there needs to be a timeout coming. You've got an eco here. You've got a gun round in the next. Really make sure that you've got time working in your favor, because if it's not, it might get a little bit too dire. And speaking of Devi, is just going big with the Headhunter with this operator in the round as well. A little bit of slide and how do you do from Forsaken. As Surf is taken down, it leaves it just down onto Foxy. No spike in possession. He's looking for at least 1 frag in this round. And with that orb, actually Jing has found his showstopper for the next round as well.
Yep, nothing even needs to be done. Will the Boombot catch? Probably not, but they're holding the line anyway. Some good damage from Foxy. Certainly a valiant effort there, but unfortunately the tree will bloom. And that's just kind of a show of, you know, what PaperX are feeling right now. The growth of the team, of the roster, how much they've been improving over this competition. And, you know, really sort of not being challenged. There's been a couple of moments, you know, a couple of drop maps, but it's really just been decimation all the way around. Even inside that group of Death C that we did see in the group stage, they still shone bright, able to really do the damage and just continue to kind of put the pressure down as they are doing right now. So they are going to be at least taking 6.5, and they're confident to find more, because look at this push straight
Foxy's
in.
by himself. Now he'll be met up with Sushi Boys, so at least they've got a little bit of a containment availability here. The spy cam goes and gets a tag, but Devi, he gets decimated on the retreat, on the rendezvous. Forsaken down as well. This is vintage Foxy coming out right now. It's what you want to see, an overwhelming force of XERXIA around this B site. The plant is here. It's the best they've looked in this map so far, I feel. Mindfreak and Jing for a 2 versus 5 retake. Now they know where Jing is, and I didn't actually know that you could stay on the rope there. You learn something new every day. It's all a bait for Mindfreak to get a frag back into the mix, but the plant's already here. They have to concede it on through and turn towards active damage, Mitch.
All I've got to say is that round was actually played to perfection by PaperX. To have, I believe it was Forsaken, destroy the Prowler whilst Devi still held the line. But for Foxy to just do the little sidestep and catch off both was just phenomenal. So that was all aim, all brain in that moment for the side of XERXIA. And 4 alive for them to be able to find this round is absolutely massive. I mean, Mindfreak doing some further damage. They've got to be careful here. Foxy, though, will secure the 3K. All members of PaperX down and out for the count. But they will be looking to fight the good fight into the next round here, as we have the 10th among us here, Komodo.
It's scary time, Conky. You want to know why? Because there's so many ultimates available yet again, and it's these rounds that, you know, haven't really been the be-all end-all for something like PaperX, right? They don't really require a lot of these flashy ultimates to get the job done. Almost feel like it's XERXIA that is exercising the usage of them just a tad better, and then for PaperX, it's the rifles that are really driving it forward for them. But regardless, Forsaken one away from the overdrive. You can pick that up with a kill or an orb, and they're just going to go straight in towards this tree position again.
Oh,
There's
Forsaken.
Thunder. Everyone's getting tagged up. The showstopper, this is just chaotic. Scary's been taken down, which means no more smokes for XERXIA. And even though he's disoriented, Forsaken is still going for a challenge. Everybody on XERXIA is falling like flies. And it's Sushi Boys and Foxy to see what they can do to reclaim this round. It's looking like nothing, as it's now Foxy in a 1 versus 5. And a none versus 5 applause for PaperX.
This is crazy. Like, what that looked like just then was, you know, queuing up for a casual Sunday afternoon matchmaking game. XERXIA, maybe like just a couple of the boys here, but then you queue into a 5-stack of PaperX and you experience exactly that. So many ultimates being swung on out, you know, Jing in position, and despite Forsaken being completely thrown off guard by that one, it was just a flawless round to come out. No way in it at all for XERXIA. And PaperX just continued their dominant force Every single member has done had a moment in this. And I think one thing that we actually haven't touched on yet, Komodo, is that Surf has been absolutely locked out here as the duelist of Jet.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough, to be honest. And I mean, when you think about a map specifically and you think about how you go about playing it, right? In the history, Surf has been playing Jet on this map, but it's kind of one of those maps that you don't necessarily need a Jet. It's kind of tending away. You know, Chamber is being one of the predominant forces on a map like this. The Neon is really starting to come in. I'd stretch it out to say the comp that PaperX are playing with right now is kind of, I feel, becoming more of the common sort of state. And it's, it's wonderful to be able to see what the Neon can bring in to change things up and spice it on through. But at the same point in time, the game of Valorant is so fluid enough that you can kind of go in with whatever comp that you can and try to make it work for you. But for the individual's sake, the power players that we want to see on these sides, right? You throw in Jing and Forsaken, they're putting up numbers here. You throw in Surf and Scary from XERXIA, and unfortunately they're not. We need to see them start to get back in toward this game now.
Yeah. The really time we needed to see them shine the brightest, and unfortunately they haven't really. We do give Surf Scary rather a moment where he did win out that previous round not too long ago. Once more, it is going to be that aggression in. This time it's from Foxy throwing out that Nightfall, and an opening pick here will at least be found by Sushi Boys and being able to send Devi away, having to pop that rendezvous, getting out. So tower control will be secured here, Komodo, but how quickly are they going to be able to fight their way back in here? Just behind the Sky Smokes, which now dissipate. So they are moving in from that defender's side and spawn. Will they go behind the boombot? It's actually going to be the wall and straight on in with those satchels. It will be Sushi Boys, the weather to deny. However, Forsaken is still in position, has the overdrive up, and he is yet to be taken down. There is Devi, one, but not quite in position. Forsaken actually gets over the top, but Cruz will get the trade, and that is a desperation round for XERXIA. They keep 3 alive, they pick up the weaponry, and they finally do get a response out.
Oh, it was a needed round for them on the back of a timeout previously as well. Things needing to activate. And in this round, they do. An overwhelming force in toward the B site yet again. And kind of just forcing PaperX into these duels that aren't really favorable for them, right? Forsaken tries to do his best to jump out of the heavens there, but it's just a bit of a chaotic round that it lays it down to the individuals, not so much as team play, to get a lot of those crossfires out. And it just so happens that XERXIA won those individual fights in that round. But a new one presented to us, Surf, finally, for the opener with the operator. And it's going to be on the rest of the squad to see if they can contain it out from here, because there's a lot of lions that are still being looked after from PaperX.
Do you remember when we saw XERXIA pull out the 4 operators? What happened? It was a moment given back to Team Secret. But will it happen again? That is going to be the question. Looking to take the old door, but Jing continues that march forward. Prowler destroyed. Now Foxy having a bit of a look around. Still on that line. Here we go. Okay, Mind Freak. Good response. Back to the 4-on-4. And Forsaken, he's actually looking good here. Does manage to drop the fast lane, but he's going to be blinded off as well. Still picking up that Vandal. Punish. Benkai, he's the one to activate here with 2, but Surf affords the trade and Jing to close. So it's still going to be a solid round. Obviously, it was the operators, but they had Vandals to pick up and throw around. And PaperX closed out an 8th round here. XERXIA still only with 4. So much more work for them to do here. And, it's got to be off the back of this pistol here.
Absolutely. 8-4 half again. Very reminiscent of what we saw on Icebox, the exact same scoreline, but I can't help but feel in this round that there was kind of just a lot of gaps that were given over towards PaperX to really exercise against, and to see the operators really come into their own in that round that was really needed. A little bit too late for XERXIA in the end, because Surf had lost all of his teammates. So regardless, for what information you have gathered on structure and style of your opponents in the first half, it now is thrown under the bed, and you have to kind of shift it over into this new half, right? Because it is a new half. XERXIA elected to start on the attacker's side on this map of PaperX's choosing, and now they're going over to the defensive side that I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like, right? There's not too much history to go on for a map like Fracture. It throws a lot of the generic style of Valorant out of the play as well. Just by the different map design, really. So I'm very interested to see, kind of what the differences are. And specifically in this pistol round, is there going to be something like a read, right? Because that's what we saw PaperX come out with in their pistol round. They read XERXIA like a book.
Yeah. PaperX just, given the aggression that they were throwing out on that defender's side, I don't think it's going to be any different here on the attackers. many options for them, given the way that Fracture is indeed structured. A very new sort of look into, potentially what the future holds for map structure in Valorant. Some love it, some hate it, but it certainly does encourage the chaos and enjoyment that we do get to see. But I think the difference maker again has just been witnessing how on the board all members are for Paper X. Every single player has been doing exactly what their roster needs them to do. They're all super confident. They're all super well drilled, and they know that they're the better team here. And I think that's becoming quite clear, where XERXIA haven't had the same level of confidence that they were able to throw out against Team Secret. It was the grudge match, the loss that they had in that upper bracket to be sent down, and then doing the lower bracket gauntlet run to even make their way back to Copenhagen.
Yeah.
But right now they're just kind of being slapped around, and maybe it's that narrative of playing a long day of Valorant is starting to tax them a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. Gonna be keeping my eye out to see what the differences in this half are going to look like for Sushi Boys on the Cypher compared to what Divire was able to do with the Chamber in that kind of similar role of information on utility, right? Trademark versus trap wires and such. But for Forsaken, I thought there was going to be a duel in toward the main lane, but it's Foxy getting in towards the site, trying to hold it down for himself. And now the site is Paper X's for this pistol. They're going to be planting at the back of the default box instead of an open plant or a plant over for main. So they're going to have to keep on the site for themselves. And the retake is going to be on from XERXIA. A lot of control at the dish, though.
Couple of members now into drop 3. Forsaken is going to be tagged up, but look how quickly Surf over the top, but it's not going to matter, my word. Forsaken just so crisp, so calm and collected on the aim with that ghost. That's all on the cruise, already inside main. It's going to be Forsaken with a third. And that is that pistol round already secured for Paper X. The door continues to shut very, very slowly here for XERXIA. You do not want to find yourself in a position where the only option, the only success rate is to find a reverse sweep in a best of 5 grand final. All the pressure definitely sort of, slotting down onto XERXIA now, and we can certainly see it. Just the way that the site was just waltzed straight into by Forsaken, and then to be able to close it out so strong as well. So there's going to be no force back in. XERXIA did manage to pick up that second round by forcing up the Spectres, but this time it's just the pistols. And will they be able to fight back against this little purchase from Paper X?
Well, there might not be even any fight in it, isn't there? This is the benefit of having someone on a Neon. You can get in toward the site so quickly, and for the stack over towards the other side of the map. Okay, Forsaken, you can play with your food in this round. We'll allow that one onto Cruise, but plants down. Forsaken's now in the defender spawn. He's just walking in with Jing. They're just hunting eco frags right now. We know there's going to be guns in the next round for XERXIA. But maybe one frag in this round for XERXIA. Surf is going to have to try and be the one to get something here, and the shorty will get it in the end, but Forsaken finding the 4K. That's that round done and dusted. Now it's time for the bonus.
Do you ever see that old frag movie, Too Much for Z-Block by Foon? Surely. An absolute classic, and if you haven't, I implore you all to go back and watch it, because that's exactly what Forsaken is reminding me of, with that swift movement from the Neon, just hop, skipping and jumping, relay bolt straight into main, and then the fast lane down to just completely and utterly dissect the site, taking the full control. He knows he's going to be playing into an eco, so he's happy to play it nice and confidently, but it's just that easy for the man here in Forsaken. 21-6. They walk on in. Straight up towards the top of the drop, but Cruz, he gets it. Able to drop Mind Freak. Haunt now goes out for info, but Defi's going to hide here for a little while.
Yep, first little advantage that we can see from XERXIA, and now the overdrive is making mincemeat out of XERXIA. Cooked to a T, and you do love to see it. Medium rare indeed. Taking space. Surf now going to be kind of just crunched in by different members.
Oh my god, Devi!
Did he miss with the gun default? I don't even know. The pistol, the shorty was brought out, and now they know where Sushi Blaze is as well. The bonus round that was a hope, a chance, a prayer for XERXIA doesn't go their way. And for Paper X, I mean, here Conky, they are looking to shut this round, this map, pretty quickly.
Oh man, I'm definitely huffing the Thailand copium at this point in time, hoping for more and more to come on out from this series. But I think Paper X and everyone watching along at home seems to be cheering the other way, trying their best to just completely dissect this one, make it an early evening for our team here. The broadcast for the APAC VCT Stage 2 finals. The grand final here just not even looking contested at all. You know, a few moments of brilliance from XERXIA in that previous map, but Paper X have just been all on it. And look at that haunt. That is just fantastic information to come on through out the back of it. All of it secured straight away and able to send Jing packing. That is a big factor here as they do manage to sort of slip their way back towards the site. But I think there's already a rotation starting to come in. Are they going to be ready for it here? Scary as Mindfreak starts to move from that bridge side in.
The man Pilsky would say that that was a gorgeous haunt to come on out. And I will definitely agree with him with that word. A massive reveal on towards Paper X, and it kind of just shifts the narrative of what this round is going to look like from here on out. It does look like Silence is the name of the game for the time being. Bit of util starting to come on through. 50 seconds for Paper X to still figure out what's happening, and wouldn't it be the thing, right? To get XERXIA started back in toward this map, for it to be on the back of an eco. Forsaken throws out the fast lane, not going to be doing anything with it, so it's back over towards the A site at the moment, and already a rotation happening for Surf.
There is no way Jing finds this. Surely not. Right, he's got 2 HP, but the opportunity is given. Sushi Boy's a little bit too aggressively forward now. Cruz also doing the exact same thing, but it's a great shot to deny the hop, skip, and jump of Forsaken. However, it is only Foxy to try and defend this B site on his lonesome. And I mean, this is what exactly I say, just how it looked like. There was a moment forward where XERXIA potentially had a chance here. It just all gets mowed straight back over with, you know, minimal utility, just kind of confidence in their position, moving as a unit, 4 alive. But then again, it was just the eco. It's now this final opportunity into Fracture where XERXIA are going to have a full buy. Operator up for Surf. But yeah, Jing, phenomenal round to be able to keep his composure there for the shot. And even though Cruz denies, it's Benkai and Divide to just completely lock them out. Securing another round, a 12th, the map point.
Well, if you
think
think
about,
about
need one more after this, Komodo.
Yeah, if you think about Masters, you know, so close before we be able to witness that, you want to see the winner of this game kind of being a convincing victor, right? For the big old chance to run it through Copenhagen, to kind of pull apart all the teams, to get revenge on a couple of the teams that these guys have played with on the international scale before. And for XERXIA, I mean, you kind of think of it as... I don't know. You've played a game before this one today. Maybe you're a little bit tired coming into this one. You're giving it your all. You're treading waters. Seeing what you need to work on is something that you're definitely going to be able to take away and focus on the back of this as well. Because if you're not revealing all your hands and all your cards, right, you've still got something up your sleeve to be able to throw out on the international stage. And that can be one sort of shining light at the end of the tunnel here for XERXIA. That the fact that Paper Rex are opening up a lot of weaknesses in their maps right now. But at the end of the day, you know, for us here on the APAC stage, we want a big old grand final. We would love 5 maps. We want everything to come on through. And there's always going to be those 2 different streams of thought. And right now, we're just on the left stream of thought right now. It's Paper Rex dismantling XERXIA.
23 and 8 for Forsaken. Low deaths across the board. Just minimal chances for XERXIA. I mean, around the corner, we do know they've got a pretty good breeze. We're able to take down Onyx G. Only just yesterday.
I like this.
Lean in. Good opportunity. Surf. Desperately needed pick here, but straight away, it's going to be that Rolling Thunder on the way through. Jing is already at the top of the site. Forsaken here as well, and it's going to be Breach Diff as it's Benkai to lock them out here, and it's going to be a full rotation, full 4 versus 4, but Forsaken already straight into main here. Komodo Foxy, he also gets punished and some damage dealt, at least on a Forsaken. Scary, though, has been kept back. That's a great set of Sky Smokes down up towards the top of Drop. That can at least keep 2 more members out here. Surf finds a way back in for his team, dropping down the pesky Forsaken. It's all or nothing here for XERXIA. Benkai, though, does have the Aftershock. I think they have. It's going to be so awkward. Sushi Boys cannot do that. They've got the lineups. They've got the post plan. It's inside the Poison Cloud. I think the damage is going to be dealt. Surf has to get off, and now all they can do is hold. All they can do is hold, and there's just no time. Komodo 2 versus 4, and Paper Rex once again bare their fangs as the snake that bites down to win out the second map here on Fracture.
This is with no shade thrown to anybody in this server right now, but the nerd tech to come on through with the post plants that we're seeing from both sides is absolutely beautiful. From the incendiary that we were seeing come out from Scary to those snake bites at the end there, and the common aftershock as well that can go from that one position and drop toward the top of site or the bottom of site. It's great to see these guys capitalizing on all of the utility to try and just 100% out the rounds and nearly, in my mind, 100% the map there to come through from PaperX. Such a brilliant scoreline, 13-4. To figure out the closer, and now one map away from just putting curtains down on this whole grand final. Breeze is up next, where PaperX will be starting on the attacker's side, and I'm hoping that we move from a map of Fracture that's less commonly played for these guys into a map like Breeze that is more commonly played, that we see a revitalized XERXIA into that map.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all we can hope for, because just judging by the player cams there, I mean, Jing sipping on a juice box, cool, calm, and collected for the rest of the squad. They're not thrown by the fact that they're leading this one so easily. They know how strong they are. I know there is going to be cheers and celebrations if they are to find this third map, but all we can hope for is a resurrection of XERXIA, as we need to see them move into that fourth map, at least extend out this series and show that there is some fight in the Thai side. But we're going to let the analyst desk break it down as they usually do in perfection for us, and we'll throw it back right after a break.
Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Fracture has left XERXIA Esports fractured, broken, and punctured as PaperX peers through their chances of winning this map. Once again, here on the panel, it's the likable Fluffy02 and Trix. And as we just witnessed, Fluffy, Paper Rex just doing Paper Rex things.
That intro was kind of intense, man. I'm not gonna lie, but I can't blame you either because Paper X on the second half was just so dominant on the attack. Their comp was really built for that
Yeah.
offense, but what's surprising to me was how strong their defense was. With a composition like this, we see a lot of teams play a bit too passive, but knowing their win condition, Paper Rex stuck to the offense, Forsaken especially, making it all the way to the 24 kills, always activating his electric boogaloo every round, being able, it's like he always just had the lightning in him, especially with Benkai supporting him from the long range flashes as well as the aftershocks.
Wait a second, did you just say electric boogaloo?
Yep.
Okay, anyway, I know that I said that sometimes being proactive isn't the exact approach you want to have here, but as always, you know, Paper X just proving me wrong. Their phenomenal aim and refrags tricks allowed them to do those aggressions, those early peaks. It was always successful, not even allowing XERXIA Esports to properly set up their post plans.
We all know that Fracture is a little wider for some maps compared to some of our closer angled maps. But the thing that I loved about Paper X, and I pointed this out before, is that when they use the rays alongside the neon, they make sure to get on vertical angles so that when they're aggressive, when they're pushing, when they have those proactive plays, even though they're peeking the exact same angle, they're never from the same location. So even if one gets picked off, there's always a refrag ready. And I love seeing that in Paper X, and honestly, just watching them play, they're so good, and they're just showing everyone exactly why we all think they're so good. They just seem to be on a different level.
Exactly. There's something magical also watching a team like Paper X. When it does work, they always have that mental always in the back of their head to always make sure that their spacing is correct, that they always have someone to trade, that I'm sure that somewhere in their comms as well, they're telling when someone has an opportunity and the other teammates are trying to help him capitalize on that, whether it's a late flank or a lurk or something like that, because they always seem to catch people out of not necessarily position, but sometimes just surprise of how quickly they can react to things. And when things quickly change, they're even somehow faster on the draw and they're able to land the important shots that do matter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, speaking of the important shots that do matter, one of the casters actually said, I believe this was Komodo, that he pointed out wherein it seemed like only XERXIA Esports was the one that was highly reliant on their utility. Really, Tricks, all Paper X needed for the most part was their guns.
I think Paper X playing exactly to their advantage. They know how good their aim is and they know how to overwhelm people. But as we can see, actually on the winning round, they did finally rely on the utility for post-plan. But it was one of those where they rely on team information and playing around the fact that Fracture is quite like a track and they're running the... Actually, it felt like they were running XERXIA in circles.
Now, speaking of that post-plant utility usage, I gotta hype up Scary over here. There was this one spectacular round. We all thought that he gave up hope for that round because the rest of his team was taken out from A site. But you know what he did? He had his Brimstone Molly lineup ready. He threw it up, and we were wondering, oh no, there's still time to defuse despite his lineup being thrown over there. And he takes the zip line. So everybody, even the casters, were thinking, okay, he kind of gave up on this round already. It's impossible. But no, as soon as he lands on the other side, he throws out that orbital strike. And he stops Jing completely. He takes him out, and they don't have enough time to defuse the spike in that round. And that was a very important point, of course, being most of the game being one-sided towards Paper X over here. I just gotta commend Scary for that one. I think Fluffy, I know you're the lineup guy, so maybe you can teach me some Brimstone lineups in this map. I don't know.
I think that having that Brimstone though, and knowing that you have lineups also helps you play a bit more comfortable, because the amount of delay also that it does bring is insane. Especially on a controller as flexible as Brimstone, the stim beacon that you also bring really helps a lot of the entries coming from your duelist. So overall, I feel like they just, like Trix mentioned earlier, Paper actually just played to their strength, if anything.
Yeah.
And on the side of XERXIA, yes, they had tricks like that. Yes, they had the lineups. Yes, they had the information. But I feel like with a more defensive-looking comp playing at the start on the offense, it was very hard for them. And by the time they reached that defensive half, they weren't able to really stop that immovable force that is Paper X.
Yeah, which brings us back to the mental warfare that was already ongoing as soon as we hit the map selection, right? wherein you see these guys, sure, they'll pick the map that they favor, but the thing is, getting that first pick on which side you'll be starting on that map is also as equally, if not even more important than the map selection itself. I think that Trix, you would agree with me on this one.
I do agree. I find that you just want to ban out the map that you know for sure you really don't want to play. But after that, it's all about hoping that they're going to pick a certain map for you so you can pick the side that you want, and then picking maps that maybe you're not too comfortable in but not too bad at either, that you're okay giving up whichever side that is optimal for you. And I think that maybe Paper X having a more evened out, I would say evened out in results for all of these maps, they're not too concerned, it would seem, at which map they're getting.
Oh, but I think that they should be concerned with the next map because, as records show, they actually lost to XERXIA Esports in the previous APAC finals. I mean, we are going to be going to Breeze in the next map. And, you know, as much as Paper X has not brought out this map in APAC yet, I'm sure that they're looking forward to the other maps first, but they are going to be playing Breeze this time and against a foe that have actually defeated them in the past over here. And Fluffy, that actually ended at 13-11, so that was cutting it real close on XERXIA Esports' side. But do you think that they can pull this off again this time around?
I feel like though both teams have improved, one kind of saving grace from history for Paper Rex is knowing that they're going for that attack side. And we know that attacking as Paper Rex is always something that's great to behold, especially in these 1v1 scenarios. I feel like a map like Breeze especially really highlights the fact that you can really shine individually, winning these important duels, etc. And depending on the composition, what they're going to bring in, like you can see here on the agent select, we can see that Foxy's going to opt for the Sky for the side of XERXIA, and for Paper Rex, they're going to go for a bit more standard composition, foregoing the KO for their own Sky. And I just noticed actually that they are not playing Sova on XERXIA, which is something we normally see on a map like Breeze, because you want that ping utility, because normally a lot of teams do play that solo controller in the Viper, and it's very powerful to get a big scan, because you can just shoot through your own or the opponent's Viper wall. But without having that hard info, they're going to have to play a bit more of a guessing game on the side of XERXIA. But in combat though, they have a bit more flashes to work with.
I think this is actually the lineup XERXIA brought out and taking that win from Paper X, if I am not mistaken. So I think also, like, they're probably coming into that with that game plan. But again, you're against a team like Paper X, a team that has definitely learned from their mistakes and adjusted accordingly, and is not playing the same lineup that they might have thought they would be playing.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you on that one, Trix. Now, I do want to point this out. I know that you mentioned this, Fluffy, that perhaps the saving grace on the side of Paper X is becoming the attackers first. Well, guess what? As records show, they were also the attackers first last time. So, this is looking really spicy over here. Could this be the first win that XERXIA Esports is going to get in this series? We are about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. A sigh of relief on my side is that, you know, when you look at the records that Paper X has, they would usually pull out the Reyna, and this time they did not. So I'm actually pleased. I know, like, we like seeing those off-meta picks, but for this one, it's a very important match. Not a lot of experiments, nothing too radical, which is what we'd hope to see from both of these teams. So before we head on over to map number 3, just a quick recap for you guys. Icebox went to Paper X. Fracture went to Paper Rex as well. This is exactly the same way it went during APAC 1. Breeze and Split, on the other hand, went to XERXIA Esports. If they suffer the same fate on Breeze, then this is for XERXIA Esports as they did on Fracture, then this series is going to be a GG. But with XERXIA Esports as being the comeback kings in this competition, then perhaps the results may vary. So with that out of the way, we can proceed to the next game. Once again, folks, this is XERXIA Esports versus Paper X.
Do or die is the name of the game right now for XERXIA Esports. They have one final opportunity and then they have to do it twice more to even have a chance of winning out this series right now between them and PaperX. PaperX looking really disgustingly strong right now as they are hoping to close this one out 3-0, setting themselves up as the emperors of the APAC region. But Komodo, of course, there is still that opportunity as Breeze. We've got some new things thrown into this one, as you've mentioned.
Absolutely. And of course, just before I touch on the agent lineups, I'll throw it on back towards something that we've seen from XERXIA throughout the whole course of this tournament. It's Elimination Station, right? Down in the lower bracket from the very beginning, from behind, time and time again, to get a comeback. Now is the ultimate comeback status, right? In a grand final, you're 2 maps down, you want to get back into it. A reverse sweep from here on out would be something glorious. But the other point that you mentioned there is something new in toward this map, and that's going to be the lineup of PaperX. We're yet to see this exact 5 lineup from them in the map of Breeze. However, likewise that was said on the desk for XERXIA, this is indeed the lineup that XERXIA got the win on against PaperX 13-11, and it's the only time that they've used this lineup as well.
Happy to see Jing onto that chamber, a massive impact agent here on the map, of course, of Breeze. But look at this lean, straight into Cave already. Surf dropping down Benkai. That's going to be massive amounts of information. Foxy also can send the guiding light in, knowing now that there is some player base over towards that elbow position. But Jing still looking from mid, trying to creep out as much as they can. That trademark is going to get so much information here, Komodo, as Jing does manage to at least get one more. But Sushi Boy's good for the trade, and now trying to march that defense here. Foxy punish. Forsaken takes him down. Mind Freak does get dropped though as well. It's a 2-on-2 as that spike will go down on towards that B side.
Ooh, and Sushi Boys didn't get the spot because it's planted on the backside of the pillar right now. So clearing out all in the main under the window as well. And I think Devi's going to be spotted out, so they know for now where he is. But through the wall, he's able to find it. Double wall, in fact. As the Toxic screen does go down, now Sushi Boys in this 1 versus 2 knows where both of the players relatively are. But it's all going to come down to the timing. Forsaken through toward the archers to see if he can relocate with his teammate, get a line on the spike, and Sushi Boys gets a couple shots out, but loses it to Devi, and the pistol round is over towards PaperX.
XERXIA having such an explosive start again, but you know how well PaperX are able to adjust, and you know that trademark in a perfect position to catch off the information, to really sort of stem the bleeding, I guess, of PaperX and allowing them to afford themselves a way back into the round. It was a great rotation for Forsaken, out from mid, back into defender-sided spawn. And another just explosive position from PaperX, showing us why that they are, you know, the best team in this competition by far from what we can see. However, another opportunity, another moment. XERXIA, they are just going to take the gentle one here before they do purchase up into the next.
Yeah, forward position from Cruz as well. The kid of the KO doesn't really afford a bailout, so in this situation, it'll be for his teammates to try and assist. The 0 point accessible, but not utilized, and maybe his head's to take off his shoulders, but some damage is in here. Jing to start on through. Caught in a reload is Cruz, and it's just PaperX again, overwhelming the side of A this time. The ping on towards Scary, but he's just running and right-clicking at the moment with the classic. Mind Freak gets the trade, and it's all onto Sushi Boys with a Bulldog in hand. Will be coming through towards the nest location, but falling away under towards bridge. Spike in the pyramids. It's going to look like a post plant.
Almost winnable for a second there, you know, with that spike being dropped in the middle of the pyramids. Now Sushi Boys, are they going to be ready for his position? The answer is yes, now they will be. Spotting out Benkai's head, but it's now very, very awkward for them to try and find this fight. They can both swing together, and that's exactly what they've done. Mind Freak cops a little bit of damage, but Benkai was there for the trade anyway. So PaperX continue the charge. They keep on kicking, but the main thing is here for XERXIA is they took a lot of damage in that round, so their bonus isn't going to be as strong as they would have liked.
Absolutely, and of course, you see the damage that does come through from XERXIA. 2 players alive. I can't believe that Scary is just running with the classic and is able to right-click them, but as far as damage is concerned, Conky, you know that it'll be okay in the next round, and then the round after that, you know, they'll have access to the proper weaponry anyways. And looking at it, a couple Bulldogs, the Vandal, you've just got Divide down on toward the Sheriff, so we'll see what this round is going to look like for PaperX to try and secure the bonus, I guess, to try and make this an any % speed run for a grand final as well.
That little poison cloud over the top in towards the nest, but it is Forsaken to get that opener. That's one of the Vandals that is sort of in play here to do a whole lot of damage. Sushi Boys does get a response, so at least it is going to be a free sight. Exactly right. Open the pit. Rotation all the way through spawn. And we do have just Sushi Boys waiting to check out that defender-sided spawn as well. Cruz not going to find anything yet, but it's a big 4-on-4 on the retake.
Yeah, how do you look to tackle this one if you are XERXIA, though, because you are so spread out? Going to congregate over towards the tunnel at the moment, but Devi, it's all going to be down to timing, and Scary's going to be the first challenger, and he's actually going to win that one as well. So a little bit easier of a retake. Cruz sends him the 0 points, try and get a bit of a reveal, and as Sushi Boys does fall, it means time is again of the essence for XERXIA to get into the retake. Jing has been sniffed out and sat down by Cruz, but again, Conky, this focus is all on the spike, and look how patient Paper X are. There's the frag for Mindfreak, caught in a reload, however, and a trade from Scary. He's able to get onto the defuse, and he's got it, of course, with time to spare. So the bonus round is not won out by Paper X, but my oh my, did they make it close.
The hero again in the form of Scary. You know, we saw this against Onyx G. So many individual performance moments. I actually think that was the closing out of one of those maps with a 3K from the back of the B site there as well. But, you know, we're already seeing explosive starts here. It's an important round to be won from XERXIA. They've just got to have a couple more of those brilliance moments, right? You know, the biggest difference here is that obviously Paper X have been operating on all cylinders. You cannot be relying on just Surf or just Scary to do all the damage. And, you know, Sushi Boys here obviously on this jet. We've got Surf on the chamber. There will be big moments of hype to come up, but how consistent can it be from XERXIA?
I was going to make mention on the fact that Benkai was the one with the Marshal in this round, but it's good to see that they've changed over weapons because Forsaken has the Blade Storm, and now it's going to have to activate, and look at that, straight into water for the trade on towards Surf, and the overwhelming of the A side. Another one out for Forsaken, just trying to go above and beyond for his team. The challenge is, though, he will get sat down, and with the spike going on down, it would have been a big duel for Devi to win. Sushi Boys gets traded out as well, and now the 2 versus 2, Scary
bridge
starting to come on out, overlooking the bridge position. He will be taken down, the death of him and Foxy. Conky's got 9 HP, and he's coming for a big old flank. How do you get back into this if you are 9 HP? You just have to save this Vandal to the next round, right?
Nothing to do at all. He is even going to fake out the drop of the vent, but I think he might want to be going down there himself, to be quite honest. Just the flank to come in from Mindfreak. I think he went straight through the tunnel, right, to get there?
Well, you gotta remember, in this game of Valorant, players know how much damage is delivered, right? I think Benkai literally just had a lineup to ricochet the dart off of the pillar to land at the bottom of the chute, just in case he was there. It would have killed him. If that was the case there, that's just like big IQ Sovatech.
Well, again, you know, Paper X showing how far ahead they are in this series alone. A complete and utter change from APAC VCT Stage 1, where we did get to see all 5 maps. Again, there is still an opportunity for at least a 4th, but it's not looking likely right now, just given the strong start that we do have here. What's the investment going to look like right now? Surf, he's toying with a full purchase, wants to be looking towards picking up obviously that 2 of the 4 shortly, and it's only going to be Foxy to be the one with the full investment here. Sushi Boys does have the Blade Storm up and ready. There's a couple of ultimate orbs away from actually having a really strong and healthy set of ultimates to come out.
You'd really love Surf to have the 2 of the force here so it can be the Blades and the big old sniper, but it's not the case. Scary's going to be taking the first challenge with Sushi Boys, and it needs to be a right click at that distance, you would think, but it doesn't get the job done, rather. Left clicks betray him, and it's the overwhelming force right now. Foxy, Cruz, okay, a little bit of damage in return coming through from XERXIA, and on an island is Devi, but he's able to be assisted by Benkai. Paper X hold on in that round to find their 4th.
3 alive, and again, just continuing to pad the economy for the side of Paper X. It's going to be Vandal buy upon Vandal buy. I don't know if we're going to see the operator purchase come out just yet, but yeah, look, exactly right. It's always that option. Do you right click, do you left click? You know, when you miss that headshot, unfortunately, on the connection, doesn't do the damage fully straight away. Exactly right. So, irrespective, it was just the eco. They do have some more movement behind them. 2 of the force will be activated from Jing into this round. And we're only 1 away from seeing Surf do the same. But Foxy, obviously with that previous investment, he's down to just the Spectre. And I think Komodo is just going to be forsaken straight in towards the side. Exactly right. Foxy forced away, and they're already... What do you even say at this point? Mindfreak with 2, Jing cutting off the flank. There's just nothing here for XERXIA.
I think you just say nice try for XERXIA in this round, to be honest. They've gone into cave with a bit of a plan of action, and now it is just Foxy. He was the only one at the B site. You think he'd be overwhelmed by Forsaken on the cloudburst with the dash in. His guiding light assisted him, and now it's going to be the thing to try and let him escape from the clutches that is Jing in mid. The hunt is on still from them, of course. Foxy needs at least one more, but it's not going to happen. Just a very convincing round again to come through from PaperX.
Attacker side of Breeze, and they're just making it look so easy right now. You know, it just sort of feels like I do my best not to be biased on this broadcast, right? That's one of my advantages here, but how can you not just continue to give props to what we're seeing from PaperX? Just double down on time and time again. You know, XERXIA have, throughout the course of this series, had a couple of moments of brilliance that have really shone through. Like, we run back to Icebox, where there were some moments in the Frosty map where we did get to see them at least spring to life, but, you know, it was a couple of rounds before PaperX then responded with 2, 3, 4 to really kind of just dig them further back down. And their heels are well and firmly planted here. PaperX, they want an easy series. They want to give themselves a shorter day. And XERXIA, they've taken another time out to really just sort of think out what they need to do to change this up. And I think they're going to be kind of clutching at straws at this point, Komodo.
I think one of the biggest things right now for what we're seeing in this series overall, taking Icebox and even Fracture for that matter, is Surf. You know, he started off in the very beginning, you know, kind of being able to figure out what was happening on the side of PaperX, but Scary has been almost non-existent, right? He's been very silent with a little bit of here and there, and the rest of the team are kind of falling by the wayside a little bit as well. But you got to remember at the end of the day, right? It's not just XERXIA having a couple of faults and a couple of missteps. It's also PaperX performing kind of to a T how Valorant should be played. They're putting forward such a phenomenal play in this map. They're putting what they need to do and only what they need to do against XERXIA.
Yeah. No, it really is XERXIA that's put in the hard yak at this tournament, haven't they? You know, 2 lower bracket runs to even get here. But it's Forsaken with the opener once more. Foxy just a short distance behind, and now onto the top of the boost. Spots out Sushi Boys. Does he get the damage through the door? Almost good pick up. Jing straight through. He's already made his way through halls here, Komodo. Doors opened up. He says g'day. And Scary just rotating through. That's going to be a third here for Forsaken in the round. And Cruz, last man standing. Second for Jing. Happy with that. PaperX continue to march with a 6th.
All right, this is the time for XERXIA. They've got guns again, Conky. This is the time to stand up in the crowd, to start to give them applause, to start to get them hyped and back up.
Give
and
us
that's what you want to see
about.
the leader do on the squadron as well. It's what you want to see. XERXIA's camp, get them activated. Because, you know, I guess at the end of the day, the safety net of being an APAC tournament right now is we do have 2 slots to Masters. So they're guaranteed
exactly right.
regardless. They're going to be going there, even if they do lose out here. We just want to see more substance from them. And hey, the double operator is something that we have definitely seen from them before. It's going to be in the hands of Surf and Sushi Boys, both players able to relocate immediately, and not really a good start from them, but we'll see.
And now it's just going to be a really awkward one because Sushi Boys has to just set his focus on in towards the cave. Does get the opener onto Benkai, but now they kind of have to split their focus, split their approach, right? Scary is there, at least with the Poison Cloud, to kind of create the space for now, but they are so close to that door before now falling out. Sushi Boys is on the line. Yeah, it's going to be... Oh, no, there's the kneecap, and the shoulder shot comes through. Lovely, lovely stuff. Devi will send the bird down the vent, but unfortunately, you know, not really more to be found so far. But again, we've seen PaperX bring back these 2vx scenarios. Can they do it again, or will we need, or see rather, a well-needed round for XERXIA here?
Just look at the crosshair position of Surf, man. He's expecting the jump shot. If he gets any lick of a wider swing, he's going to take the frag. And this is all bait from Devi right now. It's all bait to get Forsaken to peek out underneath the doors. But the metal doors, Forsaken, how is he being able to do that? A missed shot from Surf as well. This is a 2 versus 5 or 4, something like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. Forsaken, you are blowing our minds right now, pushing in towards Surf. And the clicks are coming on through. That's an ace from Forsaken. This man is a demolition force.
That was one of the most incredible rounds on Jet that I have ever seen. The way that he was able to pick all of that up. Komodo, you said it, just to absolute perfection. How you were sitting there just baiting out for as long as possible to ensure the position of Forsaken could be made. There's 1 and 2 and a third to be able to pick that up with the blades, repositioning, dropping Sushi Boys before just looking into the face of Surf and saying, sorry, mate, you're gone. You're done. This is our competition, and here it is, Forsaken to show us why.
Oh my lord. If there was ever a moment that your head would be in your hands for XERXIA, that's probably it. Forsaken is even opening up this new round with those frags. He's dashing away. He's not going to find the third in the round, but maybe he's still got some extra change to be able to flick around. Scary in a 1 versus 3. He's just absolutely taking this map for his own. Forsaken is an absolute monster. But for
That's
Scary...
insane. How is he alive, Komodo?
I don't know.
How do you even have the confidence to do this? Again, it's your grand final. I mean, look, sure, I guess given the fact that you've already made your way to Copenhagen, you've already got a master slot, like, you can maybe play a little bit more confident, but just, this is next level. This is a beast unleashed in the form of Forsaken, and I am all here for it.
Oh, Scary's going to be looking for an exit kill here, Conky, but how much more space and room do you give over towards PaperX if you want to try and get back into this game? I mean, it's going to be 8-1 here at the closer of this round, and oh my, man. All right, at least he shuts down Forsaken. So that's going to be an upgrade for a Vandal in the next round. Actually, no, never mind. Benko's going to get the trade there. So, yeah, wrong. I'll take that one. Ultimate territory again for the guys in the server right now. So if you're thinking about how to get back into this game for XERXIA, that's the ultimate question, right? That's the problem that's posed right now. What can they do differently to try and get back into this?
It's just a question that we've really been clutching at straws through the entire time, because when you've got the confidence in a player like Forsaken, it can be so hard to even mentally approach how you sort of, reposition it, right? Because you can start to stack a site, maybe. You can get aggressive off the start of the round. Sure, there's an opportunity there, but there's just members to trade it out accordingly. You might send 3 to try and take down 1 pesky jet, but then there's just the rest of the team that are well drilled to exactly deny. Now will Sushi Boys be able to collect anything here? Forsaken straight out, punished immediately. But Benkai, good for the trade and good for the response. But now Komodo, I set your eyes on Mind Freak. Look at where he is, but he is responded on. It's a 3-on-3 on this A site to defend here, but the spike, it's running towards B.
Yep, Divide, he's left in the cave to see if he can be the creature, the vulture, to get back in toward this one, but he will be shut down. And there's those Seekers, one of the ults that I mentioned to try and come on now. The shots are missing from Cruz. And now it's on toward the plant for Benkai. He does have the utility to lock this one down. He can send in that drone if he wants to spot out some info. He's got the Hunter's Fury. Jing has just cleared over the window as well. So he's going to probably shift his narrative toward that. And a later bring out of the tour de force as well for Jing. So the operator to hold the deeper line. And here come the shots. There's that drone for Benkai. Gets a ping on toward Foxy. Has to try and relocate. It's into the crosshairs of Jing. The tour de force. It's actually Surf to get that one. And now this is where the Sova tech comes out again from Benkai. He's not going to be able to use the Hunter's Fury. It's the shock darts early. And actually tagged out Surf on the site itself. There's the Hunter's Fury. And they can't take him off. It's only the single dart. But if he gets this shot here, which he does, the round is just won. He is just toying with XERXIA at the moment.
There is literally nothing that these guys can do right now. It's just one cheeky Sova sitting in the window to be able to do absolutely everything, losing his teammate, but then again, just having, I guess, again, the composure, right? How often do you see maybe inexperienced players or, newer players kind of put themselves in a position where it's like, oh my God, I've got utility left, I have to use it. But then when you see an experienced veteran, to FPS titles like Benkai, who's been playing this game or now, for so long, to be able to just throw everything with full capacity, understanding the limits of Sova, and also so many other agents, PaperX, they seem to be pretty comfortable across the board for it. But, once again, it is going to be PaperX looking to march their way out of the cave. If not, some members of XERXIA can do something about it.
Big old shot to come out from Jing. The trade with Cruz going down. It would have been big to have him still on the site, but you've got 3 players of XERXIA still to contend and lock it in. The pit is brought onto the floor, and that's the one to come out from Mind Freak as well. So some protection for PaperX and a spray that goes aloof for Foxy. The space, the flank actually is starting to come on out as well, but for Surf, it needs to happen, and it's not Conky. It's PaperX just doing what they do best. It's shooting the opposition, pushing them into a corner, not letting them get anything in, and it's another one for PaperX. That is 10 attacking rounds.
That smile, that damn smile coming out from Jing in a round like that. They are so happy with what they've been doing, and I do not blame them. This is absolute perfection. The way that you need to see a confident run. Look at this. They're even going to pull out the operators as they have done before. You know, we saw it as a bit of a throw one round a couple of games ago that XERXIA did exactly this, but they were still able to close out the map against Onyx G. But now, look,
but
I think
not that round specifically.
Yeah, exactly right. Paper X this time, you know, they did it in the previous map. I think they've got it in them to do it again.
Well, let's see if the one Vandal on the round for Paper X is going to be the superstar. Forsaken, it's already glowing gold for this man. At least I think it's gold, but anyways.
It is, confirmed.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that one. It's silenced, though, as Benkai picked up a Marshal. Now he's got the Vandal, so it's good to see the weapon juggling is at least here for Paper X. No aggression from XERXIA, falling back onto what they know and love. It's the patience. And, yeah, Paper X are letting it happen. I don't mind it.
Yeah. Doing their due diligence. Mind Freak clearing out what he needs to clear out. Surf, important shot with the tour missed just there. There is only 5 bullets in the ultimate, but that's a pesky Forsaken taken down. Sushi Boy is doing exactly what he needs to do on that jet, but now the door has been opened. Null Command engaged. A moment in time for XERXIA, and Sushi Boys is the one to drive it. Can he get any more? Will he continue his fury, or will we see Paper X with an entrance back into it? So far, the answer is no, unless Mind Freak and Benkai have got something to say about it. There's one. Mind Freak should have another here with a great bit of positioning. Sushi Boys needs to collect more, and he will get 3. Tailwind away, and it's a 1 versus 3 for Mind Freak, but it will be denied. XERXIA can just take a little sip of fresh air in to breathe, but they've got to find 11 more rounds to close this one.
And it all starts here on the pistol. How do you get back in toward this one? And I'm kind of getting copy-paste vibes again, you know, from what we saw in Fracture, where it was just really Paper X dominating at every single turn with some glimpses here and there from the side of XERXIA. And even here, man, this 2 versus X scenario that they're looking to get these crossfires in a little bit distant, though. Looking to get those frags. It's just out of ammunition at the end that is the job taken away. XERXIA getting that second round on the board. And yeah, on toward the attacker's side is definitely a position that they can, you know, start to maneuver Paper X into their own betterment to play Breeze how they want. But, Conky, I mean, it's 2-10. There's no safety net for XERXIA. Any rounds dropped is really just Paper X, you know, one step closer to closing this out. It has to be flawless, because you can't give Paper X any space.
There was 2 pistols, 1 on Icebox.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping for XERXIA to at least pick up another here. Again, as you mentioned, their only opportunity. Every single round slipped is just another kind of nail in the coffin, really. A bullet into the shield that kind of makes you limp across into the coming rounds. But we have to see it. I just need this pistol from XERXIA. Make me happy, boys. Give me a bit more of a series. But I've got to admit, you know, this one has just been such a treat to be a part of. The way that Paper X have been playing fills me with so much confidence to their performance, you know, only a couple of weeks away at Copenhagen. You know, they are going to be the team that, well, 2 teams, you know, both these teams that I'm going to be requesting that you all cheer on in the next leg of the competition. But, you know, Paper X, like the damage that they did in the previous level, you know, sure, they fell to Zeta in that top 4, only finding a 4th position, you know, before obviously Loud and Optic did take away numbers 1 and 2 in the spots. It's now a benchmark for Paper X being like, what can we do in the next one?
And if it's anything to gauge by here, Conky, if we get this level of performance from them over on that international stage, I dare say that, you know, 4th, 3rd, you know, take it home all the way. Get that first spot, man, because they are looking absolutely destructive. But
be scared of APAC.
Yeah, man, that's what we're saying here. And now is the time for XERXIA to showcase their scary eyes, right? Specifically, the mentioned member there. Scary, Viper, Breeze. It is a big thing to be witnessing. Mind Freak is already down on the very get-go. It's a good start for the pistol.
Yeah, for sure. That's the position that they need, straight in towards the halls. But they look to have pumped the brakes here, where it's the complete and utter opposite for Paper X. It's going to be this drop-down events like Spider-Man, but Foxy does spot some info. Only 1, though. Devi good for the trade, and make it more than just a trade here, Komodo. He's got more! And Benkai, are you kidding me? This is just an absolute, complete and utter joke right now. XERXIA had all the right decisions, but just 2 members in Devi and Benkai. What do you do at this point in time, XERXIA?
I think maybe it's the time to get out your hand and just say, well done, Paper Rex. You played this game how it should be played, not allowing anything from your opponents to get the better of you. Even in situations of deficit, they have been able to just stare it in the face and say no. Multi-frags from every which member. You love to see it from Paper X. It's a pistol over towards them yet again, which means the last 4 pistols have been their way. And yeah, do or die time, really, for XERXIA. It was a little bit ago. We'll see what extra change they have here. It's another opening for Surf, at least, to get something started.
Yeah. Got to find a little bit more than an opening, though, here, Komodo, as there is members already ready. I suppose the positioning of Foxy is something that's massive, but still alive in the pit somehow. It was Mind Freak, but this is a great response.
Flawless.
Complete flawless. Okay, where was this XERXIA that we've been looking for? That is a fantastic way to respond into this one. Now they've got the investments to be picked up. The Spectres, the Guardian, the Bulldog. And that is certainly a round to be played here. Great opening shot there from Surf. I mean, Mind Freak lived on for a fair while inside that Poison Cloud. But yeah, 5 alive is a fantastic result there from XERXIA.
It happened on Fracture in the first half as well. The pistol to PRX, the secondary round to XERXIA, but then that third round that usually would be on that bonus state actually went back to Paper X. So I wonder if we're going to kind of get that here again. Looking at the purchase of Paper X, they've got nothing to play with, so you would hope that this goes over to XERXIA, and it is the start of something new and glorious for them on this attacker's side. Immediately into the A side, they're looking to get the plant, and I guess just hold on to all this weaponry to make a fighting chance known in the next round where we've got guns on Paper X's side.
Yeah, very important for every single member to be alive. Tailwind popped. Unfortunately, we do have to see an exit out, but this is that resurgence, Komodo. Be careful, XERXIA. We talked about them needing all of the members alive, and now it's into a 3-on-3. Jing has copped the damage, but he gets the shot. 14 HP, and apparently that's all the man needs here. 2 members to live on. Scary and Sushi Boys, they at least are holding to dear life here, but Devi gets it. It's the post-plant from Scary, that utility that we have seen time and time again. You're exactly right. It is going to be inside. That decay is going to make it hurt. He has to pop up. He has to get out, but Jesus, Komodo, they lost everything in it in that round. Only 1 Spectre to show for it. They have to have full investment here.
Man, they're making it harder for themselves, I almost feel, for XERXIA. Walking in towards already predetermined lines for Paper X, holding it with the pistols. It doesn't matter at the moment what weaponry Paper X seemingly have. They're happy enough to take the challenges. They've got so many rounds to spare that a couple of these ones they can throw caution to the wind. But it's not even that, right? It's like they're still riding that wind, and it's just taking them on the current home. And this is the round that I was going to be kind of prefacing as that problematic one, right? It's the fact that Paper X now have all the weaponry. They've got an operator for Forsaken as well, which currently is posted at the B site. So XERXIA don't have to contend with that in the very beginning.
Look at Jing.
But yeah.
Straight out, straight down. And there's a immediate shutdown from Devi. Finding Surf, site now secured, but they are so close front of the site here. Good response from Cruz to at least hold them back. That is 2 for the KO here. Very, very nicely done, but how many more can they collect? Information gathered onto Sushi Boys. Look at Benkai. He has not got any fear at all, Komodo, but it's the opposite for XERXIA. They're just waiting passively, but it's all waiting for the right cause. And Scary locks into position. Sushi Boys to drop Benkai. And at least whilst that spike is down, it's Forsaken who has a long, long rotate away from him and an operator in hand. It ain't going to be easy, but if someone is to do it, okay, I'm glad that I'm saying it's not Forsaken in this round. XERXIA get 5, and they cling to dear life here on Breeze.
So that was the belated bonus, right? That's the round that XERXIA needed to be able to tackle to first get started into it, because usually they would have a little bit of the lesser weaponry. So it's really good to see that they're able to maneuver around the side of A and really just find some great timing, right? You see that little later flank from Scary. You see the cross positioning around the site as well, really looked after. And you see Cruz just lock it down from the cave, even though there wasn't any flanks in that regard. His full focus was toward the site to assist from behind for those entries. And now moving into a new round, it's XERXIA staring against these pistols yet again of Paper X, but they're immediately in toward the cave right now, into the shop, and it's great to see that XERXIA are holding forward. However, the Hunter's Fury from Benkai, that's 3, and it's a 1 versus 1. Problems, Conky, is Scary is on 70 HP. The Marshal could end him.
1 shot to the body, and it's been like, what, 20 seconds into the round that we've seen? The rotation is there out from Benkai. He set his sights towards B, you know, potentially thinking that Scary's run away, but the man, he, you know, lives for fear. He instills it into the hearts of his opponents. And now it's going to be that slow walk. Every single angle needs to be checked, and unfortunately on Breeze, there's a whole lot of them.
Well, it's actually good to see that he is sticking towards this A side, even though that's where Benkai got all those frags from, because of the utility here for Scary, right? He's got his wall he can play with, he's got his Poison Cloud already on the spike, and he has the tech, the Snake's Bites, if he wants to. But I think the element of surprise is what he's going to be running in with, and if he reveals himself to Benkai, it could be over in this round. The silence before.
It's all timing.
One strike of lightning. That's what we need to see. Exactly right. Timing. Whoever sees who first should be the closing of the round. And Benkai is going to see him looking one way. The barrel. The barrel. Okay, there it is.
No way, man. It was all going to be onto a moment like that. Where would they look through? And I guess, like, you know, while Scary puts himself into a good position where he can watch a whole lot, and obviously in the previous, he doesn't want to be able to play that post-plant with the snake bite, right? Because he knows that that's already been caught out from him. But to play there, of all places, is a bold move, Cotton, and unfortunately, it did not pay off.
Yeah, you just got to risk it for the biscuit in those situations, right? You got to try and read in all of the information that you've got from your opponents. What are their tendencies and stuff? But for Benkai, I mean, he's got the HP advantage and he's gone in. The Marshall barrel was actually blocking him for so long. But he gets the job done. It's a little bit of comic relief for everybody watching. And now we're into 7 series grand final points for Paper Rex. And this is the effort from XERXIA in toward the B side. And it's the entrapment of the Odins.
Going to be, however, one of the judge, one of the Odin to start, and another on this judge. Inside the pit, the Vital Strike Mind Freak looking great. Forsaken with another. And ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Paper Rex, your victors here to absolutely decimate XERXIA. Unfortunately, Thailand has been completely denied, and it is the absolute giants of the APAC region. And then they don't even look that excited, Komodo. It's literally just like, man, another day in the office. Mikhail is going to be happy for that one. But, oh, geez, that is just insanity. Congratulations, Paper Rex. And look, there's no disappointment for XERXIA here either. Both of these teams are going to Masters Copenhagen.
What a way to finish it, though, as well. A read over towards the B site to just try and push yourself into a pit. The null command not doing anything because there's Odins and judges. So many tomfooleries about in that B site. But as you mentioned it, big congratulations to Paper Rex crowning themselves the APAC victors for VCT challenges. And, you know, around the corner, Conky, we will be able to see both of these teams yet again in Masters. However, for Paper Rex, it's going to hold a lot more weight right now.
I'm so excited. A lot of late nights for us here over in Australia trying to get that time zone to watch. I think actually all of APAC really in a similar boat, but irrespective, I know that you guys are all going to be up supporting your team. So I do have to say, to close it all out, ladies and gentlemen, a massive congratulations to both XERXIA and Paper Rex. And for every single person of you watching along from home, make sure you are there tuning in, cheering on the absolute monsters that we have seen come out of the APAC region. And for now, we're going to send it back over to the analyst desk. We'll see you next time. Take care, everybody, and enjoy the short break. See you soon.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats. Breathe deep, oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't.
VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers is back, and we are back with the end results of this entire run. Ladies and gentlemen, PaperX will be the champions of the Asia Pacific region. They are the best of the best, and they retain their title and their throne. Valiant effort, of course, from XERXIA Esports GGWP at that. Likeable, Fluffy, and Trix here again on the panel. And Trix, this is it. Once again, PaperX just proving that they are on a whole other level.
Definitely on a whole nother level. Honestly, just the way that they play Valorant, it's amazing to watch. I can't wait to see them against other international teams because they have performed before, and I'm sure with what they've shown us so far, they're going to perform again.
Oh yes, I know Fluffy has a lot of feelings about the way this match resulted, but I gotta say, Fluffy, PaperX just the absolute performer over here. And I'm not just talking about the gameplay that they have. It's also the style in which they deliver these wins.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX, we know that on their attacker side, they're such a strong team. But even here on Breeze, it felt like how they played on Fracture on the defensive, where they were stacking so many rounds, such a dominating first half, 10-2 before the swap even happened. And the way it ended, as you mentioned, was very interesting. Running the multiple Odins is always... for some people, maybe not nice to see. For some people like me, I think whatever works, works. And pairing that with the Viper Spit as well is kind of a smart move, in my opinion. And a lot of the time, I think Forsaken, Mindfreak, and Benkai, especially in this specific map, really did wonders, especially Forsaken there on that jet.
Wait a second. Last time when we were talking about the Judge way back in Play-ins, you were like, I'm not a big fan of the Judge, but now winning with an Odin is fine? What changed, Fluffy?
I think I said before that the Judge is whatever works is fine. I think it's Trix who was the one who said that it's not the most convincing weapon to use, I think. Very unorthodox.
It's how you use it that needs to be convincing.
Was it convincing this time around?
I do recall it was quite convincing.
I mean, they're the grand champions after all. I'm pretty sure that if that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. Now, we talked about Breeze being so open and heavily reliant on individual skills, Fluffy. And with PaperX just being so secure with their aim, they're unafraid to go alone and just secure the space on their own.
It's really helpful when you have such competent members that really win most of, if not all, their duels. And getting that opening pick puts so much momentum, especially on the attacker side, where you're already at a man advantage for the most part when you're attacking a site. Having them be at a man disadvantage even further just really bolsters your attacking plan. And Forsaken did an exceptional job with this, but Mindfreak also on his Viper, providing a lot of impact kills as well as space. Even on the defensive side, I feel like a lot of his utility, especially a lot of the walls, and if not that, the snake bites itself really provided a lot of space for PaperX to work with, and that space was just so overwhelming because XERXIA had such a very hard time going for the defensive rounds. They managed to get and win the buy round, the third round, but unfortunately for them, it didn't stop PaperX from slowing down at all.
It really did not. Now, Trix, I do want to touch up on the other side when XERXIA was actually attacking. they tried to pull something creative. They were trying to go for that pulse push, but Benkai, oh my goodness, and Davai, their aim was just phenomenal. They were still able to get that round.
I believe everyone in Paper Rex's aim is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I do think that the moment XERXIA made that room and made that space for themselves, I was hoping to see them follow through with it. So the fact that they stopped and went straight into Paper Rex was quite unfortunate.
I feel like for the side of XERXIA as well, they did seem very competent and they did try to do their game plan. But again, I feel like it falters to that same habit that they've had before where they didn't really challenge Paper Rex on the fights that did matter. They were kind of a bit timid at times and were very careful to the point that was maybe a bit too careful. They did have their own highlights. Sushi Boy on the jet also did an exceptional job. But I feel like the composition with the lack of that Sova to give that accurate information, even the Fade at this point, really just also hindered a lot of their efforts because yeah, sure, you can get the ping from the guiding light knowing that someone is mid or someone is in A or B, but without that accurate information, it's very hard to play around, especially when the opponent does have the same flash. But unlike you who's running that KO, you have the recon dart as well.
This is where the importance of hard intel always comes in. We've been hyping this up. There are benefits, of course, to running the other initiator, but with a map as open as this one, Trix, it still really shows that Sova is a really good selection.
Sova is always going to be a great selection, I find, but it really also depends on the kind of impact and value that you're going to be able to receive from getting that KO. You want to get a knife in, you want to get that molly to make sure that they're out of that position, but it just kind of felt that the KO wasn't able to get that value. And Forsaken with that ace on a 2 versus 5, I could not believe it myself.
I mean, we're seeing it right now, so you better believe it. He made that possible.
Yes.
I don't even know how these guys are able to do it. How many hours of Valorant a day do they actually do? Because their aim, we keep hyping their aim because on top of the gameplay and the team play that they always show us, it's just that crispy aim that always stands out. Now, Fluffy, we struggled. We mentioned this earlier in the first panel we're in. We already knew that XERXIA was going to struggle on the defense, but I was a little bit taken aback that was the result on their attack side.
I mean, on the attack side, for XERXIA, they did get the same amount of rounds in that half. They went 3-3 essentially, but the gap was just so big coming after that. I mean, before the swap, Paper Rex just created such a mountain for XERXIA to have to climb that I feel like also in the mental game, though you take these things round per round, it is something that always is going to be at the back of your mind, you know?
It really will be at the back of your mind, but you know who else is going to be at the back of your mind? Watching this guy right here, Trix. So scary. Even though Scary is on the other team, this is not the same guy, but still, you get my point.
I do get it. Forsaken has proven to be a formidable player. Just the confidence that he has, the ability to open up and change situations that are technically on the back foot of Paper Rex. Just being able to get those frags and opening picks, it's fantastic watching him play, and I cannot wait to see more of him.
More than the aim, though, what I find impressive about Forsaken compared to other duelists is how quickly he can make a lot of these micro decisions to prioritize, and I think that's the keyword, prioritize whichever duel he has to take first. And especially in those like 1v5, 2v5 scenarios, he really knows when there's a gap that he will take that gap and opportunity and punish the opponent's mistakes to make the most out of his life in every round. And when he does land the shots, which most of the time he does, we saw this today and even yesterday, that he just has that consistency also that backs it up. And I'm sure that having a solid, rock solid roster like Paper Rex and knowing how long you guys have been playing together on a big stage also gives you a lot more confidence knowing that whether it works out or not, you're doing your job. If you do your job well, great. If you don't do your job, you're still getting space. So I feel like there's also that safety net and comfort playing with a team for so long.
Oh, it really is. And it's just rock solid the way Paper Rex is right now. But with Forsaken being the series MVP, we have a little surprise for our audience right now, as well as for our panel. So Trix and Fluffy, please excuse me for a brief moment because I'll get back to you guys in just a bit. But right now, I'm so excited because I get to do an exclusive interview with the champs themselves. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome here on the panel, Forsaken of Paper Rex.
Hello guys.
Hi Forsaken, congratulations!
Thank you.
That was an amazing run. You never fail to impress everybody who watches you in these games. So I do have a few questions for you. Shall we begin?
Sure, let's go.
All right then. So you guys just won against XERXIA Esports. But my question for you is that, were you expecting to meet these guys in the grand finals?
Honestly, at the beginning, I was expecting that we will meet Team Secret because on Ascent, like I remember when we play against them, their agent quite like similar to us, right? Like, but their playstyle is like kind of like annoying. But yeah, I mean, finally we met the XERXIA. So.
I see. So you guys were expecting Team Secret to go up against you in the grand finals, but you were faced with XERXIA. So I want to know, how did you guys prepare for them instead? Was it more of you guys fixing your own errors or more of you studying your opponents?
Nah, I think I'll say like we just like adapt to the agent called Fate, because I think that agent is like very strong for now. So we just try to adapt the new agent and new meta. We try to find out the new meta, because I feel like if we have found like the new meta for now, I think it will be strong for your team. So yeah.
Right. That makes a lot of sense, because this is the newer agent and she's being put inside the meta, and it just puts your team at so much of an advantage, which we've always seen in every single game that you guys bring to the table. I do have to commend you. Yesterday, I could not forget, how are you so good at Yoru?
I mean, honestly, we need to take credit for my team as well. They all like, a lot of them like support me so well, and even I need to take credit for my coach as well, because he taught us that how to use the skill properly. You know, like all of the traps thingy we combine into one, and then we just like work together as a team. So yeah, we finally did it. I mean, Mayori is like kind of insane also yesterday. Well, I don't know.
So what do you think is the most important aspect of your team that has led you to this success? Is it like communication, trust? Only one. What is the most important?
The most important is having fun. That's it. We play for having fun, really. For me, I think like if you play like for fun, there's no like zero pressure for us, you know. So like just play for fun, trust your team, and just be confident. That's it.
I'll be honest with you, you guys having fun, it always shows in every single game that you guys bring here. It's always like, Valorant is like PaperX's playground. That's what we're thinking over here as we watch you guys. Now again, congratulations on your win. I want to know, what are the plans tonight? How are you guys gonna celebrate?
I mean, we just celebrate by ourselves because we're not in bootcamp right now. So I don't know, we just maybe like chilling, just eating, because I haven't hit also. I'm quite hungry right now. So yeah, I don't know about the others, but I'm gonna go eat after this.
All right, so before I let you go and eat, I have one final question for you. Forsaken, what is the plan of PaperX before you guys go to Masters?
I mean, yeah, maybe we just like in Masters, we maybe like try to study our opponents later in Masters, like Fnatic, Guild, FPX or something. We just maybe like, yeah, try to watch a bit their game plan and playstyle, you know. So yeah, I hope I can do best in Masters later.
Aw, we wish that for you as well. Thank you so much for your time, Forsaken. This has been a lovely interview. So please, congratulations again. Go get your food. Go get your food.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the support, everyone.
Thank you. Oh my goodness.
It's so cute.
I know. That was so wholesome.
Yeah.
Aw. I can't believe it. That's so... Fluffy, I have fun too in the game. Why am I not as good as them?
Maybe they're having more fun, like
Okay,
probably.
So maybe it's the headaches. I do get a headache whenever I rank. I'm just not that good as them. I mean, who doesn't have fun when you're good at something? That's the whole point of it, isn't it? That's what I'm missing. Beautiful, beautiful conversation. I wish that I could have included you guys with it. I know that you guys would have loved to talk to Forsaken as well. But for the discrepancy of our audience, some of those questions actually came from these panels. So not much of a surprise after all. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what a bittersweet feeling in my heart right now because it has been a pleasure serving you guys the stories here on the panel. But before we close the show, I'd like to invite my amazing panelists over here to say their piece before we go. Tricks, ladies first.
Well, it was fantastic seeing all of these teams. I hope they all know they were amazing to watch. I learned a lot watching them, and I hope they learn as well. And to everyone out there, make sure to have fun.
Aw.
Fluffy, it's your turn.
Oh. Well, it's been quite a journey for me personally. You know, watching a lot of these teams, especially our PH representatives. We've watched, we've paneled, we've done the analysis ever since the PH Challengers Stage 2. Now that we're in APAC, it's a privilege to be here, but also I'm very excited for where the future of APAC is going to go. We already have our representatives. So yeah, it's a lot more excitement for me. Hopefully, you know, we get more C reps coming up, and hopefully they do very well in Masters. But personally, I just want to say thank you to everyone for watching the show, supporting all the broadcasts here, especially Prod behind the scenes, who really do a good job and a lot of effort. So yeah, thank you so much, this Fluffy02. Bye.
Wait a second. When I asked Fluffy to say something inspirational, he gives us the bare minimum. But when I ask him for one final message, he gives a lot.
Because this is the final message.
Yeah, but that was the final inspirational message also. Well,
I think it's more inspirational than the first, in fairness.
Okay. And for me, guys, being your panel host, it has been an honor. I have loved every moment being here, from the stories and the lessons I've learned. What an experience. Thank you as well to all the players for allowing us to marvel at some fantastic Valorant. In behalf of the production and the talents, thank you to all those who have watched the broadcast. This has been VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific. Likeable, Fluffy02, and Tricks signing off.
Please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go.
Reckless talk. Son of a justice. Hey.
reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Ay, I said reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, yeah, play us. I got a passion, full static, ready on go. Don't let it unfold. Be smart, if you're ready, let's roll. Feeling like this, you never get in my zone. That's me, man, I'm standing on my own. Man, we ain't one of the same, one of the ways I do this all on my own. I'm back in my zone again, no way can I hold it in. Look at me when I'm growing them. I'm the OG cold and I'm cold defend. From the west to the east when I'm blowing it, I'm showing them how to make moves again. Look at me, I don't break rules again. I'ma go drop rules for them. Show them how to win, not lose again. Whoa, look at the way that we walk, it's a habit. Look at the fabric, all of it lavish. They say I'm sleeping, but where is the mattress? I don't believe him, I hear him, I'm gasping. Look at the way that we walk, it's a vibe. All in the eyes, you see the vibes. I've been expensive since I was 5. I'm telling no lies, ayy. Reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric, ayy. I said reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, play us.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Reckless talk. Son of a Justin. Hey, reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Hey, I said reckless talk, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric.
Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play us. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play us. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, yeah, play us. I got a passion, full static, ready on go. Don't let it unfold. Beast mode, if you're ready, let's roll. Feeling like this, you never get in my zone. That's me, man, I'm standing on my own. Man, we ain't one of the same, one of the ways I do this all of my loans. I'm back in my zone again, no way can I hold it in. Look at me when I'm growing them. I'm the OG cold and I'm cold defend. From the west to the east when I'm blowing it, I'm showing them how to make moves again. Look at me, I don't break rules again. I'm a goat, drop rules for them. Show them how to win, not lose again. Whoa, look at the way that we walk, it's a habit. Look at the fabric, all of it lavish. They say I'm sleeping, but where is the mattress? I don't believe him, I hear him, I'm gasping. Look at the way that we walk, it's a vibe. All in the eyes, you see the vibes. I've been expensive since I was 5. I'm telling no lies, ayy. Reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in soar. I'm a real one, check my fabric, ayy. I said reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in soar. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play us. Look at my fabric, out of this atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play us. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this atlas, way up. I got a passion, play us.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me.
Reckless talk.
Son of a gangster.
Hey, reckless talk. But I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Hey, I said reckless talk. But I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt.